I'm so touched, truly, to be here.
Welcome. Are you sitting comfortably? This is the Sleepycast Lost Episode channel. Today's presentation is from the year before the apocalypse. Please enjoy, and remember, help is on its way.
And they said, how did each one of you discover Newgrounds? Lightning round. We've answered this before, so we're going to blaze through it. Go, Jeff.
In 2004, I needed a job, and I searched Flash into Google, and Newgrounds came up, and then I asked Tom for a job, and he said yes, and then I worked here.
Perfect.
That's how I found out.
Hentai meet and fuck games and Mario and Sonic vs. Sprite collabs.
McCoy said he would do.
Go!
In 2005, I tried to make cartoons about a little character that was a tomato, and he'd always get sliced up at the end, and I put him on Newgrounds. That was it.
When I was 14, my friend Paul showed me a website on retarded animal babies, and I kept going on it.
Stamper?
In 1999, I stumbled upon it because I was looking for funny animated GIFs, and then I found an animated GIF that had sound in it, and I was like, holy shit.
Wait,
it was
what?
on Newgrounds.
Whoa, shut up. What?
No, but it was Flash.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was what I thought was an animated GIF, but it had sound in it, and it was on Newgrounds, and that was before the automated portal even existed.
Oh, you mean like most of our cartoons that people just rip and fucking post as
He said
GIFs?
he
Saying he saw a GIF
he thought
that
it was a GIF.
with sound, and he couldn't believe that sound was on a GIF.
Yeah. That's
You
what
don't
I'm saying.
understand the concept of a dot switch.
And then Tom started adding my flashes early.
Yeah.
Before the automated shit even
You know, Tom
existed.
always says in his sleep, like while he's lying in bed, he always says he likes you the best.
Tom's a little bitch.
Yeah. All right, I found Newgrounds through.
I love Tom. I'm just kidding.
An Ego Raptor video he posted on YouTube that said, "Stop watching my cartoons on YouTube. Go to Newgrounds because it's better." Next, we got Jace Baker. He says, "You're having your biography written. Which fellow Sleepy Cabin member or Jeff would you want to write it?" Would you want to write it? So,
I'd let Stamper write
Shot down
yeah,
again.
okay. Wait, you would write Stampers?
So he would let Stamper write his.
Oh, you would let
The
Stamper
question
write
is,
yours.
who would you want to write yours?
Correct.
And
Yes.
if you
I would
wanted-
knock that shit out of the park too. It'd
All
be
right.
Great.
Corey, who would you want to write your
I'd have
biography?
pictures in it too for people that don't like to read.
About your life.
No, an autobiography is something you write
Yeah,
yourself.
that'd be you writing yourself.
What would you
Like
want
your
somebody
biography.
else to write your biography?
Like your life. If you died today and someone in the Sleepy Cabin was writing a book about you, what would it be?
About your life.
Who would you?
You're having your biography written.
a good question.
Which fellow
Well,
Sleepy
okay,
Cabin member
First
would
of all,
write it?
it's kind of a big ordeal because you're asking someone to write your biography.
Yeah, okay.
Are you gonna tell us about your black friend and fucking
No.
cold corn?
No, that's important. But
Why don't we just go full blown Corey and have Celery write it?
No,
and
listen,
move on.
Listen, okay? Whoever would write it would have a fucking fun experience. Because let me tell you something about my biography.
Zach would write it. All right,
Yeah,
Zach
Zach
would
would
write
write
yours.
my
biography.
All right. I like how you just whittled that
Zach-
down. He's like, someone would have
Zach-
fun. It would be
I
Zach.
want Zach to do it. Yeah,
I would
okay, Zach.
expect you to stretch the truth just to make it really epic on like.
I wouldn't
the-
have to. You're a fucking maniac in the nicest way, Corey. I would have nothing to
Well,
lie
write better.
Zach, who would you
Good
have write your
punctuation.
biography?
It's a tie. Either Jeff or Stamper. I know Jeff would just roast me. I'd be curious to see what Jeff. Zach was born ugly and stupid.
Let me tell you something, Zach. I would be diplomatic. I would.
I think Stamper. I think you. I think you like halfway through the book.
not
You like
gonna
slip.
lie.
You'd slip it. I think you'd slip it a lie just to see if anybody buy it. Like you put some weird in like the middle, just putting the
Like your dick is shaped like a question
Yeah,
mark.
but just telling the rest of it. So I'd be curious.
You would do that, dude. You would like hide in stuff. Like,
Yeah.
You had a small wiener every
Yeah.
chance you
Whatever. I'd shit on myself too.
Zach
I would
loves
too.
cartoons. His penis is really gross looking. You should see it, dude. Ew, LOL. And then the rest would be like.
Like you did amazing things.
Yeah,
but then,
yeah.
Like the climax
Yeah,
of the
sandwich
story is
roll.
your wiener shaped like a question mark.
He was a pedophile. I don't know. Anyways, moving on.
I'd have a lot of sarcasm, maybe so much people wouldn't even know what to think.
Yeah,
They'd
yeah,
think
yeah.
I'm being serious.
Yeah, exactly. My life
I don't
would be
think you
kinda
can
like-
include sarcasm in a book because people don't really understand
I
sarcasm.
don't know how else to
It's like the
if
Chinese
somebody-
language. It's so
My brain
literal that
runs
it's
on
like hard to be
sarcasm.
If
sarcastic.
somebody asked me to write a biography, I would fill in the stuff that they didn't really know with stuff I thought.
You would write their life like a movie.
Well, they would tell
Oh,
me
you would be
stuff.
like the frosting in between layers of cake.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
You would have something.
Just making up bullshit.
Yeah, you're like,
all
I
the
was
way
born
up.
and raised on a farm with my father until the spaceship came to pick us up.
So you'd lie.
No, I would. I
Niall,
would tell
who
the
would
truth.
you have
I would-
write your biography?
I'd say.
Occasionally.
I'd say Stamper or Chris, but maybe Stamper because I don't think Chris would actually do it. I think he would do it.
Dude, I would.
In fairness, you wouldn't though, would you? Would you sit down and write like 140 pages? That's all the book.
I would have to go to fucking Galway over the fucking Irish hills and talk to your parents.
Would you do that?
Who would fucking yell at
You
me?
wouldn't do that. Stamper would.
I would do it if you died, okay?
This is not.
Chris,
Well, then-
Chris, who would you have write your
I'd have
biography?
Corey because he'd make shit up and he'd make everything stupid and it'd be funny.
It would be funny. It
would be funny.
Something about these assholes doing
Corey'd
like a
say
real
weird
one.
shit like I came from the land of sand or something, and then that would be it.
Would, dude.
He was born in Land of Sand.
It would just be a fairy tale.
Yeah, dude. Water people and fucking all sorts of shit. Like,
There'd be like Fraggle Rock
He
characters.
learned about animation through the sounds of seashells.
I would do that.
Stamper, who would write your
I would
biography?
really-
Jeff or Niall? Fuck you, Mick. Fuck you and fuck you.
I'd write it very sincerely. There would be a few typos that I would miss. I apologize for that. There would be a few typos
be Mother
because I
Teresa
think I'm
number 2.
thorough, but I'm not as thorough as you are.
People be reading, keep getting
I'd
irritated.
make some
Why-
mistakes,
yeah.
but it would be from the heart. Thank you.
Chris,
I was saying Mick, but you're too nice. You're a little too flower.
No,
power.
I wouldn't. I would always sugarcoat shit.
Chris, your biography would just be in capital letters, just no periods, because I don't like doing periods. And there would just be commas where periods should
Be like a long run sentence.
I need somebody.
Be like a 500-page run sentence. Like, where the fuck-
and then towards the middle of it, I'd be like, "Oh, sorry, cap lock." I'd actually type that in. I'd be like, anyways,
Like, oh,
I need
fuck.
somebody. I need somebody that has the balls to break me down to my bare matter and then explain why it happened, and just keep going up and down like
know
this.
both sides of everything.
Stamper, why don't you trust
I'm
me,
light
Stamper?
and
I'd write a
dark.
good biography for you,
I'm a
Stamper.
neutral force.
I doubt it. I doubt it, Zach.
I would make all the
You know what?
excuses for Stamper. That's the
I'd make it
problem.
interesting, Stamper.
I think I'd say what
Do you
actually
want
happened.
the truth
That's what I'd
or do you want lies?
What would I lie about?
I'm truth.
You're lies. You're bullshit. You're sass. I'm
Does
real.
anybody know
I'm a
anything
real
about
boy.
you? Does anybody know anything
I'm
about
a real
you?
boy.
Corey's
I
dying.
think that
Corey's
Zach,
literally
you're
dying.
Truthfully,
Anything about you.
I expected if Zach wrote my biography, then like there'd be some photo with like of me on the cover with like a Photoshop like American flag next
Yeah,
to
maybe, no, be you like this. It'd be like 3 versions of you, one looking
Yeah,
to the
but
side,
like-
one looking up.
As
like
a
black
thinking
and white.
man
gray
looking up at the
aliens in
sky.
every corner of the phone.
where everybody who knows me, the cover would be me in a coffin rotting.
No. The actual photo I have on my phone and I posted on Twitter, it was you when you passed out on the rug after one of our Twitch streams. You were literally face down in the rug with a bottle next to you. It literally looked like a crime scene. You looked fucking murdered.
Was it like fucking Chris Farley's death photo? Would it be
Well,
like,
like-
Yeah, no,
Purple
it
face.
was.
Celebrity
If somebody had
deaths.com.
pulled like half of his shorts down at that point, it literally would have like some rape murder scene. I have it on my phone and I posted.
He probably
it on
had
Twitter.
shit around his ass. He probably would look.
Inside his
You know
Was my
what?
face in pussy?
No, your face was deep down in the rug. It
was in carpet.
I get it. Fuck you. I would actually have either Stamper or Chris write my bios, only because Stamper knows a whole lot of fucking shit that's happened in my life in a short amount of time.
Does
and,
he?
Yeah. And Chris
Yeah,
would
listen,
write it.
Do you want science
Does
fiction
anybody
or
know
truth?
anything about you?
Yeah, well,
You're mysterious now that I think
these
about
guys.
it.
Do you want
and
racist
Chris
stereotypes?
would write probably the
Nick, who did you
funniest
kill?
biography, only because like there would be no punctuation and there would be lots of misspelled words, like then he crunks on the grunk or whatever, and he just misspell everything, just like his scripts that he
I
sends
love
to
writing
us.
scripts like
You
that.
know
No,
what?
I love that you write scripts like that.
That question was like a roundabout way of saying who do you trust the most.
No, that's not
I was
true.
thinking that, Stamper. I was
No,
actually
that's
thinking
not
that.
That's
true at all.
exactly what
That's
that
not true at all.
question means.
No, because
No,
I
that's-
believe that a lot of you guys would trust me.
No, that
Yeah.
question is exactly like who would you kill first in reverse. That's exactly what that question means.
Kind of.
That's true.
I would trust you and Stamper, but if I said, look, I need one of you to like put a bullet in me, I would
Yeah.
trust Stamper.
No, yeah.
Bang!
No,
Stamper
you
would
chose
have-
correct.
I do it, but I might miss.
Yeah, no.
You
man,
chose
You
correct.
guys would hit me in like the liver
No,
or something.
Jeff, I'd shoot you like, I'd shoot you like 10 times in the head to make
No,
sure.
Jeff knows
I'd be
that I would stare at him or whoever made that call and be like,
Stamper-
why does it have to be this way?
Stamper and I have a blood pact.
Yeah. No, Stamper would just be like, all right, it has to be done. Boom. I
We're
would be
driving
like,
off a cliff like Thelma and Louise one day.
yeah, that's
We
right.
held hands and all
Thelma and Louise, all,
See,
all
Nick,
the
you're
way.
too nice. You would like shoot him in the liver and be like,
can
I
come
don't know
along-
if
you
I
can
should
ride the
fully
back if
kill
you
you
want.
yet.
No,
Stamper and I
I'd
are the ones
probably
holding
shoot
hands.
myself before I'd shoot somebody else. All right, we got that question. Yay! We got we got Electric Doom. And
Hey guys, we got Electric Doom hitting us up with a question here. Mick, take us away.
what's your guilty pleasure?
Why did you do that?
What's your guilty pleasure is the question.
Guilty pleasure?
Guilty
what is it?
pleasures.
Hey, jerk it off, dude.
Jeff, what's
Gosh,
your
just
guilty
watch it,
pleasure?
dude.
Do you
I
have a
don't
pleasure
know.
that you feel weird about liking?
Why should you know what?
don't
Guilty
know.
pleasure always translates to something you're embarrassed about.
Right.
But why be embarrassed about something that you
That's
like?
correct. Yes.
Like a guilty pleasure movie. You know what? You fucking love Demolition Man. Why can't you like Demolition
Okay,
Man?
first of all, it's an amazing movie.
Maybe I'll
Nobody thinks
listen
that's a guilty
to,
pleasure.
80s music. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. That's me.
80s music, that's the best. Everyone
80s
likes.
is
You know
really
what? You're
music.
right. That's a
Here's
terrible
a real
question.
guilty pleasure. NPR. I'm a total old man. There you go. That's a real
Alright.
guilty pleasure because you're all gonna crucify me. Go ahead, Stepper.
I'll crucify
Go
you.
ahead,
Alright, you know
Stepper.
what?
No one's
You
crucifying
wanna know what my
you.
guilty
NPR.
pleasure is?
No.
Go ahead.
What are you, 90?
You wanna know what my
I
guilty
agree.
pleasure is?
Bring it
Yes.
on,
What are you, 90
Hold
years
on!
old?
Hold on! I'm raising my fucking hand for school. Okay? My guilty pleasure is watching like speed runs and people like talking about nonsense and just basically watching people run the same fucking game I grew up with, like
Now,
the same
Corey,
10 games.
Why do you do that? What possesses you to do that? Why do you?
I have this like
Why at 11 p.m. at night you just feel the urge to cut that on
Yeah.
and fall asleep to that?
because I'm still a big fan of that kind of stuff. I'm
It
still a big
comforts you.
fan. Yeah, I'm still
It's a relic
comforted
from
by
your
it.
childhood.
You know what, Corey?
Yeah.
Corey, I'm with you. Because sometimes when I'm working out on my rowing machine, I want to watch a speed through of Dark Souls.
Yes!
Or
Yes!
or
You watch a
Bloodborne.
game. You watch a game. You
and I only
played.
want to watch it because while I'm working out, I want to
Mick,
see
you want to tell the
somebody-
fans you're working out.
Here's the
Well,
thing.
no, that too. Yes, that too.
And that's exactly what it
I'm
is.
doing enough of it.
Keep going.
Normally I'm just listening
Continue.
to podcasts.
I'm pumping that iron, you
Today,
know.
today.
When I'm on the no, seriously, when I'm on the rowing machine, I do like to watch other people
the rowing
play
machine.
Exactly.
the game, and I do like to watch
No,
them
it's
do it
completely
in a
true.
way that I wouldn't normally do it.
Today I watched a 3-hour 100% run of a Mario Sunshine. Today.
And you've already done that.
Yeah, I played Mario Sunshine.
But you
I
wanted to
know
see
what
somebody
everything
else
is.
do it.
I want to see like some insane individual map out exactly how he would beat the game at the fastest time.
On
It's
another
insane.
note, Stamper
It
and
fascinates
Jeff,
me.
have you guys ever just watched guys play like a Street Fighter game and just to
Oh,
watch
absolutely.
how they play?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm watching Evo right now.
And there's nothing weird about that.
No, there's
I
nothing.
consider it a strat. I'm watching.
Well,
a strategy.
there's a
I'm not
difference
really
between watching a game for 5 minutes versus watching something for 4 hours.
Well, a 4-hour watch is a game
It's like watching
walkthrough.
a chess match.
All right, I know where this is going.
I love you.
Okay, so
friend.
Zach.
No.
So
I
much.
know it sounds hypocritical, but seriously, Street Fighter matches are over within a minute. But why would you watch Minecraft for 6 straight
Whoa,
hours?
I never said I watch Minecraft. I would watch Bloodborne or Dark Souls because
Zach
I want
would
to
watch
see.
Why would you
Minecraft.
watch
Zach,
Bloodborne?
take it-
Because
6
I want to
hours.
see the strategy level for level, moment to moment. Because it's not just a 2-3 minute match; it is a whole fucking game.
Do you
I'm
skip
serious?
ahead? Do you cut out
Yeah,
all the...
yeah. There are
I'm
parts
serious?
where I'm like, oh, I know what
I
happens
would watch
here.
a 6-hour Let's Play of someone playing Minecraft if it was like an interesting concept.
Zach,
Maybe it's
what's
a
your guilty
reversal,
pleasure?
Too. Like maybe they think it's fascinating that you sit and animate all day.
No, it's true. Would you really want to watch me do the same
No.
fucking animation for 14 hours? Nobody
People
wants to
did
fucking-
it when you did the Street Fighter thing for Aaron.
That's
Next,
true.
Anyway,
Michael Westermeyer says.
No, wait, Zach didn't answer.
Oh, sorry.
I already answered. I said NPR is a guilty pleasure.
And I just
Make fun of me.
I just admitted that I sometimes would jack off to a trap.
You're gonna want this out of the podcast. I know you.
Mate, what? I said I did.
Okay, he jacks off the trap. All right.
I
That
did.
out. He's gonna want that cut out.
Fuck up, guys.
All right,
Alright,
Michael
I said it.
Westermeyer
I said I
asks.
did.
Let's cut
It's over. I jacked off to a trap multiple times.
What are you high? Nobody cares.
Michael Westermeyer asks, "What's something you love but everyone else seems to hate?"
Jersey
Sonic.
Shore.
Jeff, you first. Let's go.
I don't know. Man, I wish I had I wish I had more than like 1 second to think about this.
Fast and the Furious.
Do you want to get back to you?
Fast and Furious 3.
Fast and Furious 3.
Fast and Furious 7.
You love that, but other people hate it.
Oh,
Freddy
that
got
Fuck
fingered.
you, Chloe. Fuck you.
Freddy got fingered.
All right,
I don't-
okay.
The Walking Dead always seemed.
Really?
Well, hold on. It's
Wow.
always.
I don't like The
It's
Walking
but it's pretty hated
I don't
too.
like it, dude.
You hate
So
it?
it's
It's
not.
awful.
Yeah, I hate it.
Hey.
It's not that unpopular, by the way.
That's a
It's one of
reverse
those.
question.
It's one of those- it's one of those-
supposed to be something you like, but everybody else hates.
Oh, is it? It's the
Yeah,
opposite.
yeah. It's
Yes,
just
I
like-
think
Oh.
you love.
Oh, okay.
But wow, way
Not
to be
hate,
a
but everyone
dick.
loves.
Okay, sure. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, you just like immediately hated on something.
Videos of a
Fuck The
dude
Walking Dead.
pissing on the walls in McDonald's bathroom.
I agree though.
That I like. Let's see.
Can I not say that I don't like The Walking Dead?
The Axis powers.
Wow, you
Axis
guys are
powers.
all-
There you go. Japan, come on. Knock up some more ships down.
What do you love that other people hate, Zach? Come on.
The movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he's defeating the Antichrist. What's that called?
Little Nicky.
Eighth day,
Day.
seventh day,
Yeah.
sixth day.
Little Nicky.
That movie's such a guilty pleasure, but I love it. I don't know why. It's such a shitty movie, but I
Sixth
love it.
day was where he
Me-
cloned
It's so
himself.
fucking stupid.
Oh yeah, shit. What's
That's
the
it.
one?
Sixth. I think it's the sixth day.
Something
No,
like-
That's the
That's
one
when
where
he
he
clones
clones
himself.
himself. What's the other one?
Oh, the end of days.
It's called
End of Days. Yeah.
It's
that's
such a
right.
shitty
You're right.
fucking movie. But every
End
time
of
it's on, I
Days.
have
That's
to
where he
watch.
fights the devil.
I have to watch all of it. Yeah. I have to watch all of it.
Yeah, I don't watch it too.
Every
I
time
watch
it's
it,
on,
yeah.
I have to watch all of
For
it.
me, it'll always be Freddy Got Fingered.
Oh,
it
yeah.
will always be that movie.
I often love to watch the entire
you like Freddy Got
trilogy or
Dude, I love
quadrilogy
Freddy Got
of
Fingered. Oh, I
thought
Resident
you hated
Evil
it. No,
after I
it's
order a
such a-
pizza. The
You're
end.
I like the first Resident Evil movie,
You're a
even though it's so
scumbag.
bad.
Yes,
I
yes.
didn't get to it, but
No, I will watch those with absolute pleasure. I will order a pizza and watch all of the Resident Evil movies.
Look,
Ew, the Resident
Look,
Evil.
I will do it.
You
they do
disgust
suck.
me.
I
They're
listen.
horrible.
I didn't say I liked it.
Dude, fucking boo. Dude, boo.
but I kind of liked them too.
The first movie's got really good music and atmosphere.
That actually
fucking
mixes
Satan,
with
dude.
the
You're
guilty
fucking devil,
pleasure
dude.
thing too. I will order a pizza, I will buy a bottle of vodka, and I will consume both of them while I watch
What would
every
Chris
single
say?
fucking movie.
look, I
Final Fantasy VIII.
Chris, what do you
Is
say?
that your guilty pleasure?
Wait,
didn't even get to
this
it.
is a guilty pleasure.
Oh my
Get
god,
to
what
it.
the
I
fuck?
Okay, my guilt. Please tell me it's not real. My only guilty
It's your
pleasure
girlfriend, fuck off.
ended years ago.
What was it?
Jersey Shore.
Yeah,
Oh
Jersey
my
Shore, dude.
God.
Wait, you like Jersey
Dude,
Shore?
that's
I
mine
love
as
it.
well.
I used to love that
Oh
shit.
Me and Chris love Jersey Shore, dude. Cabs hit.
Gabs
Cabs hit.
we're faggots.
I will
Look.
never defend you on that.
I know it's fine. Look, it's
cares?
obviously garbage.
Yeah,
but
it's so
funny.
bad, but it's.
What'd
I,
you
it's
you know what?
entertaining. Who cares?
I can understand now why you guys, because it's like the whole like concept of it is just like so fucking out of the
There were
world.
lots
No,
of
it
things
is
I
like
hate about it.
tragic alien interaction.
It was so different than our lives that we thought it was funny because like it was just so stupid. It
Oh,
was
you
good
mean
to
like
laugh at them.
like a stark contrast between life in Ireland versus life in America?
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Is that,
yeah.
Well,
what, is that what you thought life in America would be?
At the time, we did. We
you
did.
fucking
a
serious?
beach on Jersey. A Jersey
We thought that was
beach.
the time in New Jersey.
And everyone was
that's-
like, "Yo, we need to go
I had
get
never
some roast
seen-
beef sandwiches."
I'd never seen Guidos before. It was new.
yeah, the Guidos were like brand new back then.
And like two
I don't
of the
think
guys
you should just
grow
like
on you.
loosely throw out Guido. It's-
And a couple of the guys were like, they did grow on you. You like them.
And the other ones are so fucking
Vinny
stupid
and
that
Polly,
they make
yeah?
you laugh.
Yeah.
Chris, Vinny and Polly, yeah.
yeah, they Guided on you. Yeah.
They did.
Worst trend either of you were ever a part of? Like, what was the worst fad that you're ashamed of that you bought into?
Jesus.
I wouldn't say that any that I was ashamed of.
Popples.
What the fuck?
Oh
is
yeah,
a popple?
I didn't mind Popples though.
Popples were cool.
They're just like they were almost like the Pokemon back in the day, where they except you could fold them inside out and they turn into balls. They're actually pretty cool. Actually, you should bring those.
So yeah, so you have this like stuffed ball, and it looks exactly like a soccer ball. It's got a
Yeah.
seam on the side of it, and if you pull it
Open
apart,
it up.
fold it outwards, like flip it inside out, it's like a creature.
Are they all circular shaped though?
No, I don't think so. I think they were just like different ball shapes. I think there's like a football one and stuff like that.
I mean,
Sounds
they
pretty
weren't.
cool, actually.
Yeah,
it was a smart idea.
Yeah, when you unfolded them. I never liked Teddy Ruxpin though. That thing creeped me out.
Oh yeah, and Teddy Ruxpin, I remember that. Teddy Ruxpin. That was the one where you could put like the tape in the back of it, right? And he would read you stories and shit.
He'd definitely talk. I can't remember what he'd say.
There used to be a teddy bear that had like a tape deck built into the back of it. And
I
then,
do remember. Yeah, you could buy different tapes.
Yeah, and then it'd be like,
Yeah.
Did it read to you, basically?
yeah,
Was it like did the voice match the teddy bear?
like fairy tales and shit. No, I think you just like, it was like a glorified tape player.
Have you ever heard that stupid story of It's one of those horror stories of, the hook on the. It's one of those where it's like this guy gives a little stuffed teddy bear to a kid and puts a radio inside of it and talks to the kid, and the kid's like, "The teddy bear said I should touch my vagina, mommy." And the mom gets creeped out, and the guy tries to capture the kid.
Right, because that's her son. That's why she's creeped out.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the gayest toy you
The thing I was into was Woody. I had this obsession where it was a really weird obsession because
liked Woody.
It was a little bit serial killerish because I would always get these Woody toys and cut them in pieces.
Yeah.
Because I like to see how they worked.
Yeah.
And my parents would always buy me a Woody doll, like a wooden doll or like an action figure or a stuffed toy. They cut it in pieces.
You were literally that asshole kid in Toy Story.
No, but I wasn't though because I didn't.
Oh,
like other
fucking
people's.
Sid, yeah.
I wasn't Sid.
You kind of look like him too.
I wasn't Sid. I wanted to see how they worked.
But he took like baby heads and put them on like construct sleds and.
But I didn't though. I wasn't that creative. I just cut it in pieces. I laughed and then I got my parents to buy me new. But then I'd cry because
you're exactly like the kid from Toy Story. He would do that and laugh, minus the creativity that came with it.
I have something to tell you, Stepper.
Yeah.
About my identity. Guess what I am?
Who?
I've been hiding this for years.
I thought you said about my daddy. You said about my identity.
Yeah.
Okay. Enunciate.
Are you buzzed?
You Sid?
No, I'm Zach.
Oh.
I tricked you for a second though. You thought I was gonna say Sid. Corey, what was the first cartoon you ever uploaded to Newgrounds?
Oh my god, the first cartoon.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awful. It's just like fucking like it was audio from a Pokemon show episode where Ash is talking about with Pikachu for the first time. Where he's with Pikachu for the first time, and then Pikachu got shocked or something, and then he's like holding Pikachu, and there's like this guy who's like, "We've come so far and gone so long," and it's like this like fucking song, but the song sounded like they were like gaily embracing each other, and then you hear like because he's like running with Pikachu. So I had the genius idea to have him rub his dick against Pikachu's face while he's like while he's like running with, and you could hear Pikachu like
did it kill over Pikachu's face?
Like Pikachu, there's
Dude,
like
wasn't
just this
episode 1 when Pikachu didn't like him at all?
yeah, and then like Pikachu's like Pikachu after he's like fucking doing it, and you can keep hearing him go and then he was like, Pikachu is my very first Pokemon, that he comes all over his face, and then it zooms out, and it got copious amounts of fucking hate, and it was the first cartoon I made. But
Is it still on Newgrounds?
Yeah, no, it is. But my favorite cartoon was Brawl 4. That one was a lot of fun.
I love Brawl 4.
I did Brawl 4 in 6 hours, but that was me
Brawl
and
4 is still classic.
a $13 Walmart mic and just noise, just screaming and fucking. I'm like, Lyle, say
I
things.
used to love doing that with old like mics you buy at Walmart. You just like go.
You mean those fucking
Yeah, no, I screamed so loud in it that I also told Druox, I was like, Druox, yell as loud as you possibly can into the mic, and he screamed so fucking loud. There was this painful like noise from like when your fucking mic is too loud, it actually breaks and it fucking makes some loud noise.
Yeah.
And then I was like, that's amazing, and I stuck it into the cartoon, and
I hate you assholes.
but I did that not just because I thought it would be funny, because like I was seeing Dick Funnies, like the Brawl Taunt stuff.
It's
and
only
it got
funny for you. Nobody else laughed. Like nobody's hearing their speakers crack going, ha ha, that's great, dude.
Me and Zach actually screamed and laughed.
You know, I cried laughing at myself
It's a
the first
niche
time.
audience. It's the same people who like who can laugh at people falling down. It's like that sort of stuff. You laugh at misfortune. The idea of it being so fucking loud is funny to you.
Tom,
Alright.
is there anything that any of us uploaded that you were either like disgusted or disappointed
Or irritated
in us,
by,
or
Wait,
irritated? Or,
Do you have like a monitor so you can like?
We can watch it later. We can pull up your.
I want to show you an example of like. I did the Wishbone theme song. I turned up the volume 300%. I had it was so fucking loud that it was actually like I couldn't hear when I was like doing the audio, because I was a genius who had the volume all the way up.
The act of
You're like
clipping
fucking
makes
making
you
your ears
laugh.
bleed like, oh, this hurts, man.
The act of clipping people's speakers makes you scream and laugh.
Oh yeah, I just love the idea. Who the fuck is clicking on Peach Hentai collab by Hula or Golfino and expecting anything but the worst shit ever? Like, what do you expect?
I actually like those guys a lot. I ended up collabing with Hula Lau and that other guy. I don't know how to say his name.
He kind of just left and went off to be a male nurse. Like that's
I
it.
remember for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
He was
I
really
just-
good at what he did.
Yeah, he was great, but it's really funny
He works
too.
really fast.
Do you know the story of like Hula? Have we even told you about Hula? It was. What's funny about Hula is he understands certain English words, but if you say his name with certain English words, he'll get really offended. And this one time we were like, Hula, look at this faggot, and he got so mad because he thought we called him a faggot, and it was actually Axel who said it.
Who the hell are you talking about? Who's
Yeah, hold on. This is like a.
Oh.
It was just a.
His avatar was like a cat.
Yeah, he was an artist who did like a.
He was like a foreign artist.
He did
though.
like anime
From Brazil, I think?
stuff.
No, he was
South
from.
America.
He was from
He helped
Portugal.
with Cho.
Not Portugal.
Yeah.
Someplace in South America. Where is
He
it?
studied a lot. You know he was studying
Argentina.
frame by frame, like
Yeah,
a bunch
he
of
was
like anime
Argentina.
He had
stuff.
this like beautiful face. His face was
He was
fucking beautiful.
He was very handsome, but basically he was absolutely 100% full racist.
What, he's dead?
Like he would be like
He said he's gone. He's dead.
no, not Axel. Axel's dead. Like Axel's dead. But
Nobody knows who Axel is, Corey. What do you mean?
okay, Axel. All right, Axel.
Lu's gone and Axel's
I'm sorry. I feel like you all have been with me forever, but Axel is a black friend of mine who is dead now. But
Tell the story of Axel quickly.
he basically hated black people, and he would always send Axel. He'd be like, "Stupid fucking ape man," and send him pictures of bananas. He would say this.
God.
He would say this in text and send him bananas with gorillas all the time and laugh. And then, and
That's
Axel,
pretty funny.
Yeah, Axel liked him.
You gotta give it to him. As
Axel-
racist as he was, that's pretty
No,
funny.
Axel liked him so much that he just sort of accepted it. But he's like, I don't know if he's joking or if he actually fucking hates me. But I'm like, no, he actually hates you. And so when he said, Hula, look at this faggot, because we were both saying it, he's like, he thought he was saying it to him. And so what ended up happening was we
Hulalau
had to-
killed him, and that's why Axel's
No,
dead.
we had to somehow explain to Hulalau that we weren't calling you a faggot. We were saying this guy is a
Yeah,
faggot.
yeah.
We were like, it was really hard to explain because he did come into Skype calls and he would like, you would hear him like go like, and like in the background.
What? It's from the heart of Africa?
No, he would like say stuff and then he would come on. He'd be like, "Hey bitch, fuck you, bitch," like stuff to people just randomly. But when he ended up like kind of patching it with Axel, and he drew Axel a picture of him as a black man, which is still on his Newgrounds page, and he's never changed it.
Well, because he's dead now.
Yeah,
So it's not
exactly.
really
So
ever
if you
gonna
want to
change.
see, look up Axel the Navy. There's a picture of him, and it's the one that Hulalau drew.
Is he eating bananas and slices of watermelon?
I
and
think he's
stuff?
actually holding a watermelon and a banana. I'm pretty sure he is actually. I can't remember.
Jeff, you asked a question to Tom earlier. I'd like to
But yeah,
answer
you
that.
asked the question. Sorry, I kind of derailed it. But Hulalau was a big part of Newgrounds. He was always on all the things, and he was actually like, he loved Newgrounds. Like he was always invested in all the
Yep.
people.
He was in a couple of the collabs we did.
His final post though sound like he like really fell out of love, unless he was just maybe the web in general.
No, he was just really
Basically
bitter
left
with a
the web.
redesign because he.
Oh, really?
He
2012?
was. Yeah, no, he was super bitter because he wanted to.
Sorry, I made it better.
No, exactly. He wanted to be able to release like shitty cartoons, and he wanted people to blame it.
Oh, you mean from a technical standpoint?
Yeah, he didn't like the fact that he couldn't release trash anymore, and nobody would blame his cartoons.
Oh, so
Oh, so
fucking
that
cry about it.
redesign.
Weird thing.
That wasn't redesign related though. That was
No,
like,
it was because like you remember the old design like when stuff was on the flat cartoon, you had to click it. This came in pictures now with like star ratings.
Oh, like he went to shock him. He went to surprise him.
Maybe you should cry about it and then become a male nurse or something. Little bitch. For kids. I bet he'd love working with kids.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
That was actually something else the project system changed was it used to be that you kept a portal buddy list and you could add your portal buddies to your submission. So spam crews could submit stuff with like we had a limit of 10 at the time, so they put their 10 spam friends on every submission.
yeah.
But when we changed it to the project system, we made it so you could invite people ahead of time and they would just sign off and get on board ahead of time before you publish. And but because we got rid of portal buddies, they could no longer just lazily add 10 friends every time, like instantly.
Right.
And I think it just sort of killed off that whole
Malicious.
Worthless
malicious
fucking group. that
yeah, which
nobody
was kind of a good thing
wanted
because
to
it always created the feeling of a group of bullies because like one person with 10 friends could all by himself give the impression of a group of bullies like acting on someone. They could like say this user sucks and put up a flash and there's 10 people on it and it really looks like a lot of people
Yeah,
hate
you
that
did have
person.
to be careful with who you were friends with because you never know.
Yeah.
Or knew, rather.
Is there anything any of us in this group has made that
you're either disgusted or disappointed.
Oh yeah.
Can I extend this question?
Oh, no.
Any of us have made or we've done, or we said or done where you're like, you motherfucker, you piece of shit, you trash.
You could be honest, Tom.
No, never. There's never been anything that's totally upsetting. There's just things that make me like nervous. Like,
What?
like I think. Okay, so I'll try and go in like order. Like I think Street Life was the first thing. The first smash with the sex scene. Was that? To my recollection, I remember looking at Street Life and I'm being like, wow, it's like we haven't gone this far on this site yet. So it's like, but so that was like a decision point.
Oh no,
and,
there's boobies. What am I gonna do?
and then I guess with Jeff, he did the Pokemon.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
that worried you?
Yeah, well, I thought about in retrospect. I thought maybe that's because we put that on our YouTube, and I was like, maybe that's why.
It's got like half dislikes,
or maybe that's one of the reasons.
That was one of Jeff's best screams. The timing after the pop, and he's like, ah! And the look on his face, it's genius. The timing and everything.
It's weird because by the time that cartoon came out, I feel like so many other things were already quote unquote okay for the site.
Yeah.
That didn't really seem like it was too crazy.
I've gotten more hate for that than anything.
Jeff, on YouTube,
I think you have. Yeah, you got a lot of
unlikes.
I always felt kind of guilty for that.
And
do you remember when I was like, let's do a Pokemon collab and you made that? When I saw the hate that got, I felt so bad.
Oh, dude, the Pokemon collab.
I was kind of expecting it. I was kind of aiming for that. I kind of knew I'd get a lot of hate for it.
Who started the Pokemon?
It was me and
It was Chris.
It was me and someone else.
I think it was Aaron.
I did a really cool menu thing.
Well, I was going to people talk to you.
Yeah,
I didn't think we were actually
Oh yeah, Poke Awesome was supposed to be part of it.
Yeah.
So was Hans did a video. Like,
in the Pokeball.
Oh, that's why
everyone made Pokemon
Yeah, that's why we all did Pokemon cartoons.
And I was the only one who did.
And then
you're the only one who
people
fucking
thought it was like a thing, like all the animators were doing, like make Pokemon cartoons.
Yeah, everyone thought it was a trend, but
because
really
nobody knew that it was like a thing.
Now making a Pokemon, that's like your gateway into YouTube.
Yeah.
You get all the YouTube search traffic.
But
then.
it started out as a collab. You just kind of disbanded people.
Yeah,
I
but
think
you know
Hans
what?
was the first one to
You,
release
Chris, and Aaron, and you motherfuckers here, you think you're all the motherfucking first,
fuck
and you're
off.
not. You know who did the first one?
What?
Pendleton Ward.
Who's that?
He did the farting Pikachu.
I didn't say we did the first Pokemon collab.
Right.
Oh,
I just
Pendleton
said
Ward, an
that's where it all came. That's where
Word.
Jeff's thing came from.
Just
Where
sit
Poke
back.
Awesome came from.
I made
relax.
the very first Minecraft parody cartoon.
Yeah.
That's true.
No,
that's actually true.
I had this like
Look what you
realization
created,
one day
Jeff.
where I was like, if Jeff had kept making those Minecraft,
Oh my
cartoons,
God, you
that
would-
could have been its own.
Jeff,
You would be
industry.
God right now. You'd literally have more subscribers than the world.
I'm a visionary.
Jeff's pockets would be filled with those autism fun bucks.
You would be the most soulless asshole on the planet.
Your ironic stab at shit would have, if you were able to continue that
Yeah.
without killing yourself, you would be the biggest animation guy
I'm a
in the
fool.
world.
I'm a fool.
I'm the first person to do a cartoon with Street Fighter characters shitting and puking on each other.
Yes,
That's
I
a
also
good
think you
idea.
did the first cartoon with Transformers eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I did the
Toast.
first Pokemon cartoon with the nurse spreading her ass. I don't think anyone's ever done that.
No, I don't
Show
think so.
some butt. Spread your butt.
Dude, the nod in that is so perfect. Like their heads going up and down, and you can
It's their
see
neck.
like the 8 necks.
Really, the only joke was they're
It's a
fucking
toddler nod.
kids. Yeah, they're like children looking for Pokeballs.
If you pretty much look up any Street Fighter video on YouTube, there's somebody quoting Stamper's cartoon in the comments. Like it's that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Everywhere.
A lot of people didn't know I made it because I made it and I'd sent it to a couple of people and I never put my name on it.
Some scumbag released
Got leaked,
it.
right?
And then
It
it leaked on a style project and it got
4chan.
huge. 4chan. And nobody even knew I made it because the collab wasn't done yet. Everyone else was doing their pieces. So one of my piece of shit trustworthy friends decided to pass it around. Mick! What? Aha! It was Mick at the computer with the keyboard.
No. Yeah, maybe.
Mick, when did you come on to Newgrounds? I can't remember.
2010.
10, right?
I don't think
I
he was
really came
around
on.
then, was he?
Middle of 2010.
Were you around for the Street Fighter Club? When was that?
No,
you were on
He
the
started with
sideline.
Marvel. He came in for some Marvel cartoons.
Yeah, and everyone thought like my Marvel thing was just like this really shitty whatever, but nobody knows that it was actually just a parody of Tom's.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like that was like one of my first, like, it was still within the pocket of my first submissions. So like I felt like I had to justify everything, you know, like when you're first anime, like, no guys, seriously, listen, I'm not. This is what I normally do.
I still do that.
But yeah, it was supposed to be a direct rip of Tom's at the time.
I thought you were pretty cool, Mick. and then I met you.
Yeah, I know. Sorry to disappoint.
I remember
It's okay.
when
It's okay.
the first time I ever got really excited was whenever I released that Pico Day collab thing I did in like 60 hours, and then I won the award for the best dick joke. I was like, yes, I got a runner-up award, dude. Because like I just wanted to like get something, because I thought it was nonsense. I don't even know why I made that. Like, it was nonsense.
Best dick joke.
the one where you,
It's the one with Jeff and Tom.
I was gonna say,
Were they fucking each other?
Yeah, I guess the one I was
That's awesome,
what is
dude.
Jeff saying?
the one I
that
was
line?
really scared about was fucking.
What does he say?
I mean, we've talked about
Hulu
it.
Loud made that. Or did he do a different one with Jeff?
Did you
fucking
So you
Logan?
animated that for? Was that in Street Fighter Chode, or was that something
No,
else?
Street Fighter Chode was something.
No, this was its own submission.
Oh, that's right.
Chode was a scary day trying to.
And that was all you. You just sat there by yourself. You're like, I'm gonna have Jeff and Tom fuck.
Yeah.
And I
didn't even know.
I forget what they were saying to each other. But it was funny.
What I love is that now you work in an office literally with just Jeff and Tom.
Saying, when was the last time you cut your nails?
Would you have ever conceived of that when you were making that cartoon? That in a few years you would be working in an office with those two
Not
guys?
exactly. No. I just thought at the time it'd be funny because everyone else would be making like Pico, like fighting alongside you, and then I would just make you do something completely the opposite.
Is that the advice that you would give to aspiring creators?
Yeah.
To animate the people that you respect and want to work with in the future
Make them
fucking.
look stupid.
Yes.
Yeah, because you never know. They'll hire you years later.
Well, that's another recent thing is we did that screening in LA this past year of like classic Newgrounds stuff, and Strawberry Clock flew out for it and got to see B on the big screen. So
Yeah.
it's like
Did
a
he
kid
cry?
trolling the site, however many years ago.
You mean just the letter B on the big
Yeah,
screen?
and like now you're getting to see your troll movie like in a movie theater with a bunch of people cheering and stuff. It's like that's
How long
that's
did it stay up there? Because it's just like one frame that never does anything. It's just a big red letter B.
It's up there long enough. I think I filmed it actually. I should probably put that somewhere.
You're a loser, Tom.
Do any of you guys have Christmas parties planned that you are going to?
Oh, your thing. What do you
unrelated to your family?
No.
We did go to an
I
event.
skipped them intentionally.
We did go to an event a couple days ago.
People invite me.
And you were there, Stamper. Jeff, you were there.
Would you consider that a Christmas party?
Yeah.
It's a holiday party.
There was some dude with a fucking. There were two dudes with the shitty Christmas sweaters. So
again,
it's a Christmas party. Those guys made it a Christmas party.
Why can't it just be a fucking holiday party? Again, why is it a Christmas party?
I mean, they were forcing you to give you kids' toys to get in.
For Christmas, yeah.
For gifts, so.
Yeah. That's
Oh, aren't they great people?
But
they are donating to charity, you cock sucker.
Jeff, you want to go into detail about what the event was a little bit?
Why don't I explain it? It's it's a few groups of local indie game developers who all sort of share a space in the city, and they were having a little holiday party. And because they sort of know Tom and Tom Fulp, who made Castle Crashers, and I'm working with Tom, and all of us sort of know each other. We all kind of went as a group, hoping to have a lot of fun with a bunch of indie game developers.
Bunch of crazy indie guys.
Bunch of crazy guys.
I have to say, Jeff never drinks, but before this event he drank, and I knew. I saw the fear in Jeff's eyes. I saw the horror.
That was Corey.
Oh yeah, Corey got so drunk at the Chinese restaurant we had before, he was grabbing rice with his bare hands like a monkey and stuffing it into his face. He was making
He
rice
was
balls.
mashing it into white balls.
Yeah, and he was like drooling on himself. But we went to this
And
Christmas party.
I went outside for a smoke, and he swapped the beer out of my.
He drank Stamper's beer and then poured hot tea in Stamper's empty beer bottle.
And he thought it was the funniest shit. He was laughing so hard.
To be fair,
like he got me good.
We were all laughing pretty hard.
He's a real
That's
psycho
true.
sometimes.
Yeah, he's a fucking nut bar. Anyways, continue.
So we hung out at this holiday party. I don't know. Is there any notable things that you guys noticed? Any kind
A lot of flannel shirts and beards.
A lot of flannel shirts. Now, but the one thing I noticed was
Yeah.
before Jeff and I went, I said, Jeff, I have an idea of the kind of people this will be since it's indie gamers. You know, a lot of people have a sort of image for these guys.
Yeah.
Generally, hipster would be the word. And so I kind of said, Jeff, I wonder how many guys would be wearing thick-rimmed horned glasses. And I counted, and I kind of put it together. I thought, how many guys, what percentage of the population actually wears glasses? Now I counted about 36 thick-rimmed glasses. And then I was like, there's so many guys with thick-rimmed glasses, I started counting guys who had regular glasses. 4 guys had regular glasses.
They were probably out of town.
Yes.
Out of towners.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, every fellow there did fit the description. Beanies, thicker glasses, beards, flannel shirts, and skinny jeans.
I didn't know what to expect, but to be
couple of my good friends
fair,
were there, yeah.
Oh, some great guys were there.
to be fair, all of them I talked to were really nice. Nobody was talking about feminism or the patriarchy or anything like I was probably kind of expecting.
Yeah, I was expecting to see that too.
I felt like we were the pieces of shit though. Like we were the outcasts.
Yeah, you were the bums because you
We
didn't have
were,
a fresh
yeah,
haircut.
we were like hoodies and we had like 5 o'clock shadows and they were like all like had the
They
beards.
were all chipper. They were all super excited to be hanging out with each other.
There was a whiteboard there, and we took
ruined the
advantage of that. Yeah, there was a big whiteboard that was totally. It looked like untrampled snow to us.
I drew.
Yes, Jeff, tell everyone what you drew on this.
Well, Zach, as everybody could probably figure out in like 2 guesses, I drew
Can
Hitler.
I was gonna say.
I drew.
No, you didn't just draw
sorry.
Hitler. You made
would've
Hitler
guessed.
say something.
That was my guess.
What did Hitler say, Jeff, next to his face?
I drew a little word bubble that said "Hail indie gamers!" Exclamation point.
We drew really
And
disgusting
I
versions.
laughed to myself and I walked away.
Yeah.
And left that to be discovered by.
And then Jeff went to get pizza with his friend, and we all thought Jeff left for good. And
I'm still trying to figure out who is responsible for this.
Yeah.
I was like, listen, I said to these guys, listen, I'm gonna get some pizza with a friend of mine who lives in the city, and I'm gonna be back in like half an hour because you guys just got there. And I ate my pizza, I talked to my friend, it came back, and you fucking guys were gone.
Incorrect, baby. I was there.
Stamper, you convinced me, like, Jeff's never gonna come back, and I was like, you convinced me. You grabbed me by the
Should I-
arms and said, fuck Jeff Bando. You see that guy, Jeff?
Should I tell the story about Crinkles? I don't know if he wants me telling this.
Sure, let me just take a look really quick.
Crinkles.
Yeah.
Pringles.
Did I tell you about that when I saw him outside?
No.
I come back and I see Crinkles, who's the creator of the Madness series and games and stuff. He's standing outside, a little intoxicated, but he's all right. But he's standing out there looking really mad, and I'm like, "Hey man, what's wrong?"
Oh yeah.
He's like, "They're not letting me back into the party." And I was like flabbergasted. I'm like, they're just a bunch of indie gamers. What do you mean they're not letting you back in? What, they don't believe you were there before? Or you don't have your ticket? He's like, he's like, no. He's like, because you have to go up a flight of stairs to get to the door. He's like telling me they're not even letting him in the entrance of the building. And I'm like, this is really weird. So I was so confused. I was only paying attention to the one door where there was a bouncer out front. And I'm like, wait. And I just said to the bouncer, I'm like, hey man, can we get inside? And he's like, he's like, this is a club. You two are looking for the door next door. And it was just, he was pissed off at the wrong guy in the wrong door the whole time.
He was trying to get into the wrong building the whole time.
He was trying to get into a nightclub for like 10 minutes and didn't realize it wasn't the Christmas party.
Then he went upstairs and got a little bit more drunk.
A little bit more, dude. He was doing the wobble walk.
Yeah, he was a happy man.
He slapped me on the back so hard he almost knocked me over.
Yeah, he's a violent man. How you doing, Stamper? Whack! It's like, come on, man.
He's very intimidating.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, you guys fucking bailed on me. Went home.
I really thought Stamper fucking vouch for me here.
Stamper?
I did ask about Jeff at least 10 times.
Tom's blaming you. You're blaming Tom.
Me? He's blaming me?
Not really blaming, but he said, oh, Zach said.
No.
Zach.
No.
Yes, he did.
Stamper, you were there. How many times did I ask? Is Jeff coming back? Like, should we wait for Jeff? Everybody, it's not your fault. But Tom, before we left, Tom said Jeff definitely got a train home. And I was like, all right. But I asked about Jeff. I cried that night because I thought about Jeff. I kept.
There's a lot of misinformation here about who.
I definitely asked
my
about you,
friends ditching me in
Jeff,
the city.
Listen,
except for you.
When you went out for pizza,
yeah,
was it good?
Can I mention something about that, by the way?
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
All right, listen. Okay, I didn't tell anybody. At the last minute I was gonna hang out with my friend in the city and get pizza. So we walk out of the building together. I walk outside and I meet him, and all of a sudden I see you and Crinkles standing out. Was it you and Crinkles standing outside?
Maybe me and Lewis.
And it's like you just see me walking down the street with this other mysterious dude.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh boy, this looks a little.
I can't lie, we made a couple of gay jokes.
Of course you did, and I don't blame you because it looked very mysterious. And I'm like, oh boy, this doesn't look good because I see all of a sudden because I make this surprised face because I see you guys like I'm almost caught being guilty about something. I'm like, oh fuck, this looks gay as shit. I don't know why, but I just had this feeling that they think we're being gay or something, and I'm like,
You
that's
weren't
not what's
holding
happening.
hands. You were just walking
We
down
were
the
not
street
holding
with a dude.
hands.
Did you get sausage with your pizza, Jeff?
We were
Oh!
just fucking getting a piece of pizza,
Two
and
slices or one?
reminiscing about college and coming back.
Did you have your like hands?
I
in each other's
honestly
back
asked.
pockets?
No, sir.
I honestly want to know if you found like a good pizza joint. Like,
That's you know what's interesting about City Pizza.
Is there a glory hole in
this
there?
place I went to was so. This pizza place had good pizza, but it was so run down. It was almost shocking. Like
a lot of those mom and pop pizza places are.
Yeah.
it looked like it was like a bombed out like war shelter. Like it was so run down and dirty inside. I couldn't even believe it. But everybody inside was just like, oh, this is normal. This is like a city pizza joint.
That's City Pizza, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Stop in and have a slice.
I think it was called like Pete's Pizza.
Oh, Pete's Pizza.
But the guy was nice enough, and he gave us our pizza, and the pizza was fine. And
was the sauce tangy and delicious? Tasted freshly prepared
I'm
on
fucking
premises?
hungry. Stop it.
Tasted like every other pizza.
Guys,
out
you
there.
make my
Oh,
stomach
bread,
go
sauce,
crazy.
cheese. Done. Okay.
Yeah.
No, don't get the pizza there. Get the pizza here. So what the fuck
Gave
are
us
you
the
talking
pizza, a really low quality napkin, which is popular in these places, and
about? The grease goes right through it. It's wonderful.
and I came back, and almost everybody was gone.
But-
you guys came into the city, gave them their toy. You gave them your toy to get in,
Shut up.
and you guys bailed in like an hour.
I have to say, it was all Corey's fault. Corey was the orchestrator.
He
behind it.
was not.
Corey
happy.
does not like the party. He's like, yeah, I love to go to a party. He gets there 20 minutes later. He hates his life.
I'm not knocking
he
on
hates
Corey, but
everything.
there is an exact formula to Corey going to parties. He's stoked. He's like, yeah, let's go to a party. He gets there, drinks a fuckload. Within half an hour, he sits down. Within 1 hour, he wants to leave, and within 2 hours, we definitely leave. Within 1 hour and a half, because he waits around for like half an hour, and he's like, let's go. That is every time he does that.
He gets
Yeah, he
sick
was
of parties
miserable.
quick.
Yeah.
Alcohol. He just wants to drink.
Yeah, he was.
He always overdoes it.
He's like, well, there's gonna be alcohol there, right? And I'm like, probably. He's like,
Yeah.
well,
He was really fucking drunk a couple days ago, right? On vodka, you were saying.
Yeah.
He was making up words.
He does that sober.
Yes, he
Yeah,
adds,
it's true.
he adds syllables
The premises.
to words when he drinks too much. Which I'm sure is not unique to drunk people, but not calling him a drunk.
No, Corey's not.
I'm just saying he was working really hard on this project we're working on, and he just decided to get hammered one night and just continue working, and he was totally out of it, but he was still animating fine. It's just that mentally it was not there.
My favorite Corey thing is when he adds S's to words that don't have S's.
Yeah.
Wawas. What else does he do it for? He does it all the time.
There's a bunch of words that I
I
can't
was like,
remember
Wawa.
them.
I wonder if people even know who the fuck we're talking about. You know, we get in this trap where we start to, I like Corey this and Corey that.
Corey Spasskin from the podcast.
I know, but you'd have to know that ahead of time because we just start casually talking about Corey.
Yeah.
If you never heard the podcast, you'd be like, who's that?
Yeah.
Corey from the
That's
podcast.
Corey or
His lovable
Spaz Kid.
friend Spaz Kid who loves Chris Chan and hot memes.
Fresh off the
Highest-
press.
yeah,
Fresh off
highest
the
off
press.
Speaking of getting really drunk, Jeff, what's the drunkest you've ever been?
It was probably at one of the Newgrounds parties where some guy saw another game developer was I don't know, I think he just flashed a camera in my face and I threatened to kick his teeth in. I was really mad and
Yeah, I was standing there. You were like, dude, if you point that camera at me one more time, I'm gonna kick you in the mouth. And he was sitting like Indian style on the ground, and you were standing up, looking down at him.
Was I?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then everyone in that little circle just shut up because
I don't know what it
knew that you were
was.
serious.
It was so obnoxious because they like blinded me in one eye, and I'm just like, "What the fuck are you
He
doing?"
kept snapping pictures of you with the flash on at nighttime.
Yeah.
Well, he was going around taking pictures of everyone.
But it was just.
I remember who it was, but I'm not gonna say.
Yeah. No, he didn't even ask. He just stuck the camera in my face, and the flash went off. My eyes were all adjusted to the dark, and now I can't see shit.
It was harmless, but you did. But
I sort of felt bad about it, but that's probably not the drunkest I've ever been. But that's the situation where the alcohol probably most affected my behavior.
Last MagFest, which is a convention, if you don't know about it.
Yeah.
You might be going this year, maybe.
Oh yeah, should I talk about what I did there?
Yeah, I was in a room with Jeff, and Jeff, Jeff. Sometimes people say he's bitter. He's not bitter. He's a funny guy, But sometimes when he gets drunk, he does get a little bit. People take him a little more seriously than they probably should. Jeff, explain yourself, Jeff.
Listen.
Explain yourself. What you do to this poor man,
I
didn't think I heard this story.
It was left-handed sock.
Yeah, this is a guy called Noah.
Oh.
And I went up to him and I was, look, I thought I was being funny, and apparently
That's how it always
I was
starts.
the only one.
I thought it was funny. I was laughing, dude. I was next to both of you
I
guys.
said, listen. I started talking to him. I'm like, listen, man, you look like a lumberjack. And he's like, yeah, he's like, you're right. People have set up in lumberjack, and I'm like, yeah, you just look like some asshole in the woods that just chops down trees all day. That's what you look like. And I'm laughing to myself, and he's just like, ha ha.
He's getting uncomfortable, but he's trying to keep the situation like calm and like make sure
And I said,
it's like a borderline bully thing to do. Like,
I was bullying him. I was polite. He's trying to be polite.
There's a fine line between taking stabs at people and bullying someone.
And I said, he just kept taking it, and I said, it's like I'm just thinking right now. I'm just like, if I had an axe, I just can't decide if I want to chop your head off like horizontally, like through like your upper and lower jaw, or vertically cut your head in half.
And by the way, as he says that, he's like making a swiping motion like an inch away from his face
I'm
with his
making the
hand.
axe motion with my hands.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I was fucking dying laughing because it was so uncomfortable to watch.
He's like, wait, so you're gonna cut my head off at the neck? You're like, no, like right kind of between your upper and lower teeth. Yeah. Right in the middle. Kind of like comedically, or cut you down the center. I can't really decide, and I'm laughing, and nobody else is laughing, and then
it was uncomfortable.
And then Mr. Hangover.
I thought it was funny. That's all that matters.
It is pretty funny though.
Now, what about you?
I apologized.
Stop. You got a MacFest one too, Zach.
I do,
baby boy.
I do. It was the year before that last one, which was MacFest, because it happens in January. So the one that Jeff was at was MacFest 2014, but the one I was at was 2013, the year before that. And listen, I like to drink sometimes, and I had whiskey.
I've never seen you that drunk, but continue.
Well, you come into the story too a little bit.
Okay.
And I think you know what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure.
You'll get flashbacks here, and you'll get fucking PTSD from this. But basically, Stamper was with some black chick, and those two were sharing your bed. It was me and Chris sharing your bed. And when you get drunk, you stop tasting the alcohol, so you get more drunk.
Yeah.
Especially with like whiskey or like vodka, you like your taste buds fucking die. I probably should have drink more. So they ordered. I don't know why whiskey was in the room. I think Mick Rice Pirate ordered whiskey to the room, and I started having it. I ordered.
Dude,
Coke.
you cleared like half a bottle of Woodford Reserve by yourself.
I ordered
no
Coke to
ice.
the room. I ordered Coke to the room, and I was like, "Fuck it!" I was like slammed. I was like, "Damn!" My taste buds are gone. I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna get drunk. And by the way, this was the night before we were supposed to do a panel.
Yeah.
So
we had a panel planned. Yeah. We were pre-celebrating the panel we were gonna do in the morning.
So I'm drinking this stuff. I lose my taste buds, and I'm getting more and more. And with vodka or like heavy liquors, it's also like it all hits you at once. Like it keeps coming at you. It takes like 20 to 30 minutes to really hit you. So again, it's kind of like a delay. It's like a debt. Anyways, I'm drinking this stuff, and I didn't black out. But after a while, I was like laying in the bed, and my fucking head was spinning, and Stamper was in the bed with that black chick, and I was like making noises. I think they were fooling around. I kept making fart noises. I was like I was laughing to myself. And she was like, "Stop it, make him stop." And then she was like, if you keep doing that, we're going to stop it. We heard like her going, I was like, and she was like, "That's it, I'm done." Anyways.
Thanks, Zach.
I couldn't get to sleep.
So instead, you stood laughing like a little boy.
By this point, I stopped drinking, and all the fucking whiskey hit me. And it was like half a bottle of this whiskey. And I couldn't sleep, and I got up, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I was so drunk that I'm pretty sure I was a drunk where it's like you're like, "Oh my god!" I started saying it, started talking to myself, like, "Oh my god!" And I like fumbled for my laptop in the bag. I had like the tunnel vision, and I went in the bathroom and I took a big shit. And I probably sat there like with my head wobbling back and forth, staring at the wall for like 10 minutes without realizing. And I got my laptop. And I was like, what do I do? And I got on Skype, and I was like an inch away from the laptop screen trying to see who was on Skype. And Jeff was on Skype. And he didn't go to MacFest that year. And I called Jeff, and I was like, "Hey, Jeff, do you remember this?"
It's coming back to me.
Yes, I was super drunk, and I was like, there was a big like rotty shit below my body in the toilet.
Like, you know where I am right now?
Yes.
I'm like, where? I'm on the toilet.
Yes, I kept saying, that's the only thing I remember. I was like, "Jeff, I got a big shit, and my balls are hanging down above the shit." And I was so hooked on that for some reason.
Isn't that weird?
Technology amazing.
And I can't remember what you do. I just remember you going, yeah, you're probably fucking with me. What do you recall from that?
That's all I remember.
I don't know why I called you, but you were like working. And I was like, "What are you doing, Jeff?" Yeah, I was like, "What are you doing, Jeff?" You
Guess what I'm doing?
I'm taking a shit.
Yeah. And so anyways, I was like, "All right, I'll see you later." I was probably talking to smokers for like 30 minutes. I was probably saying the same thing over and over. And I was like, "All right, I'll see you later." I slammed the laptop, and I was like, "Man, this floor sure is cold." And I laid on the floor, and I went, I fucking puked.
Oh my
and I was
God.
like, "That puke's nasty, but this floor is still cold. I'm going to bed." And the next thing I remember is like like 2 hours later, Corey opening the door of the bathroom and hitting my fucking head. And I was like, I remember Corey looking down at me and I was like, ugh. And he was like, "Are you gonna do the panel?" And I was like, "No." And I closed the door and I cleaned the
I like
vomit.
he wasn't even concerned that you were dying on the floor.
I was
He's
covered
like,
in my own
You want
vomit.
to go do the panel?
Yeah, and anyways, it was like my jacket was ruined. I crawled back into the bed and I laid on my back and fucking passed out. And Stepper, you want to tell from your perspective where it goes from there?
Yeah, we went downstairs to or we were all getting organized to go to the panel, and we were trying to wake you up the whole time. We were screaming in your face and shaking you and slapping you and trying to wake you up, and you were completely out.
Yeah.
And we were like, fuck him, we'll just go do the panel without him. And we went downstairs and we did the panel, and as the room was filling up with people, I remember thinking, man, Zach had a lot to drink, and he wasn't responding to any of that physical violence. I think he might be dead. And then the panel started, and we were like, hey guys, how's it going? Didn't even think about you anymore.
Yeah, no.
And then you got pissed, like the asshole you are.
No. Here's what happened, dude. I was drunk for like 24 hours after I had that much alcohol.
Thanks for doing the panel without me.
Yeah, so I woke up and I was like so
Shut-
drunk and I was like, I smelled like shit and I was like, oh, they fucking did the panel without me. And I texted Crystal, I was like, fuck you! Because I was looking forward to the panel. And then Nick Rice brought me up fresh bottles of water and I took a shower and I kind of got cleaned
Papa
up.
Mick.
He's a great guy.
Dude,
Papa
there was
Mick.
vomit everywhere, man. You had like 5 bags of vomity clothes.
It
we
was
had to take out of
nasty.
there.
I had a good jacket that I ruined. But anyways, I got sober by the end of the night, but it was like 7 p.m. And even at 7 p.m. we were out eating dinner. And every like 5 minutes, like, excuse me, and I fucking puked in the bathroom and come back out.
Yeah.
Man, it was horrible. That was the last time I had whiskey.
That's a hangover, man.
Yeah, man.
You puked, passed out, had no water, got back into bed, still had no water.
Yeah.
You paying for that shit. You play, you pay, right?
I did a very bad thing with that.
Should we talk about Mick's drunken escapades at Magfest?
Which one?
For those that are Mick's the creepy molester guy who talks at the beginning of the podcast.
Not Stamper, the other one.
The other one.
There is a world.
There
That's how much no
guy.
demands.
But
Yeah, sorry.
Here
Nick.
is a world.
no, Mick is a very nice guy. He's one of our good friends. Mick Rice Pirate, wonderful gentleman, wonderful
Hardworking,
gentleman.
talented fellow.
Even though he's Asian, we still like him.
Like Louis C.K. is Mexican and you can't tell, just like Mick is Asian and you can't tell. They both
Well,
look
you
like
can
white
kind of
guys.
tell.
Is Mick like half Asian?
Yeah.
He's got features, but he's not Asian.
I'd never be able
But he's
to
like,
tell.
yeah, but he's like tall and buff. So like in like Japan, I think they like worship half Asian people and half Western people. They think
There's
they're
like magical hybrids.
What do they like?
honestly
call
they
him,
do.
like a
Yeah, all the
Chihuahua?
movie stars are like mixed. That like they all like kind of look like that too.
Anyways, go into Nick's crazy
Well,
ass.
I wasn't
You know-
done complimenting Mick. He looks great.
Fuck Mick.
Great
Very
in
handsome
jeans.
guy.
In jeans, he looks
yes,
great.
he's very handsome.
His face
Fuck
is
him.
alright. He's like a
Has
butter
a nice
face.
butt, you know. If his butt looked more like his face and his face looked more like his butt. then-
Oh!
Anyway,
I'm just kidding.
He's
He's
very, very handsome fella. Anyway, so I always assumed he was a pretty level-headed guy. And this is one thing that occurred at MagFest that I really was not expecting, and I missed the whole thing. I basically came into the story after it all happened, but apparently, I don't know, I'm not sure who challenged who, but him and one of Chris's Irish friends, was it Maddie?
No,
It was Patty.
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 They decided to go outside while it was freezing cold and snowing out,
And have a bare knuckle boxing.
rip their shirts off, and have a bare knuckle fight in the snow outside. Mm-hmm. Like they were not like friendly. They're not having like these friendly little jabs. They were really
It was
going
like a fight, but it wasn't.
Real fight.
They don't hate each other. It was just like, hey, let's get all the sexual tension out.
It was like this shit in like gangs in New York where they're out in the snow, like doing their like 1930s boxing style. And
yeah, they were clipping each other in the face hard and laughing every time. I was like, what is this psycho shit? And it was the one time I was so pissed off at my phone. You know, like those times where the one and only time you need your fucking phone to
doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's not fucking working.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there with all the capability to fucking film this thing because it's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. And of course, all I have is Kodak memories in my mind.
Hey, at least you aren't making your memories behind this the veil of a screen, and at least they're in your brain.
Listen, Linus, if you don't shut the fuck up.
so, if you want to recall what I don't, but basically I heard, Mick fucked up his hand and then he body slammed Patty.
I heard he lifted him up and threw him.
Yeah, he
Patty's
picked up
much
Patty
smaller.
like a bag of trash and threw him in.
Patty's like a little guy, like, but he likes to think that he's like this huge big tank. but he's like
he is a tank. He's a little scrapper, dude.
No, but the thing is, he's like 5'8" and he's muscular and like he's pretty muscular, like he's fit looking, but Mick is like 6'3" and just fucking beefy.
Yeah,
like, there's no way Patty would.
Mick doesn't have a six pack, but he's fucking built. You could run headfirst into Mick and break your skull.
Mick has dad body or man body.
Man body.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Freudian slip right there.
And
I honestly couldn't tell who was going to win that. It could have gone either way.
Mick's like 6'2", and like, isn't he? He's tall.
I honestly didn't think size mattered in that at all.
Well, no, he weighs more. He weighs like 200 something.
Oh
pounds,
yeah,
right?
he weighs like Patty would weigh 150 at most.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Patty probably has more. What's it called?
Muscle, like
not muscle. Endurance.
Yeah.
He's like a little Tasmanian devil.
So, yeah.
Scrappy dude.
Mick just drinks a lot and records voices.
In Street Fighter terms, it was like Fei Long versus Zangief or something. How about that?
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, I don't know. They pretty much beat the shit out of each other, and then kind of came back inside.
Got a drink,
and I missed all of it. They didn't even want to build up an audience. They just went outside alone, like psychos, and fought and came back inside.
Yeah, Mick was like, "How bad is my eye? I can't bend my finger." And I didn't see Patty for the rest of the night.
His finger was fucked up for like 6 months, dude.
Yeah.
I think is it still fucked up?
It was like in a self splint. It was just straightforward. He couldn't bend it, and it was all swollen and purple and weird. Yeah, that was that. Welcome to MagFest, the happiest place on earth.
In GameStop, nothing very interesting happened, right? Except I was told a story by one of my superiors that was really cool.
What was the story told by?
Did he piss his pants and everyone fucking clapped him?
No, but P was involved, right? So he told me.
Dude,
he tells me when he was younger, he was bullied. He was picked on. He lived in Dublin, right, in a real shitty part of Dublin, which is like, okay, I'm just gonna say it. I don't like Dublin. I hate it. Okay, it's just boring, horrible place. Anyways,
is it because you got punched in the face?
Yeah, it's because I was walking down the street and a guy clocked me in the jaw and split my lip open for no reason.
Question.
What?
Have you ever pissed in your hand and hit someone in the face with it?
Corey, you are sick.
It's hard. It hurts.
I do that daily, dude.
The piss makes it hurt.
You smack him.
It's like getting slapped by a wet fish. But anyways, Corey. Anyways, okay, so the guy lives in Dublin in a shitty.
This is important.
He lives in a great shitty life. Okay, his life is shitty, and he's a little kid, right? And this kid called Bobby. This kid called Bobby picks on him every day, right?
Yeah,
and he gets his friends to hold him down, and they all pee on him, right? He's like, right? And then so they used to walk down to get to town. They take a shortcut.
Hold on.
Shut up, Corey.
Hold on.
To get to town, they go through a shortcut over a field and then over a.
Corey, shut up!
It's important.
Shut up! No, it's not. It's never important.
Were you stalking the Call of Duty case? He's like, listen.
What are you talking about?
I pissed in this Bobby guy's mouth.
No! You've misinterpreted everything.
Corey, shut up!
This is it.
Shut up and stop talking forever, Corey.
This is real, folks. This is real.
Okay, let's. Okay, so Corey, I'm gonna give you a basic breakdown of what we have so far. Okay, a kid gets bullied, gets pissed on. His name's. Let's say his name is
Billy.
Samus. Samus. It's not a bounty hunter.
Samus.
No. His name is Brian. Okay.
Brian
gets held
I don't
down
like
by
Brian.
Brian gets held down by Bobby. Gets peed on by him and all his friends. Right. So he's like.
Brian is a tougher name than Bobby.
He holds resentment to this Bobby fellow. They used to listen. He goes to town every day, right? He walks through a field, and he lives in the
Jeff, shut up!
He lives in the same.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Lives in the same neighborhood as Bobby, right? So he has to be careful.
Corey, shut up!
What is this, smear?
Corey, I swear to God, shut the fuck up. Corey, shut up.
You listen to me.
Shut up.
Last time we did a shit debate, you were telling me shut up, and I couldn't explain my points because you were like, shut up!
Whose story is it?
What color was the pee?
It was orange. Anyways, they used to have to go to town, or they would wanted to go to town at the weekends, right? So they walk over a field, and at the end of this field was a big old fence, right? So they have to climb over the fence, right? And one day, Brian and Bobby are walking through the field, and they're like, we'll just let each other walk this one time. So they're both climbing over the fence, right? Brian gets over it, no problem. Bobby fucking falls over it, and he's hanging by his fingers through the fence, right? His fingers got caught, and he's like, Brian, help me! I'm being caught by my fingers, get help! And Brian's like, no! And he runs away. And then he comes back later, and the kid fell off the fence, and both of his fingers are still on the fence. So he got yanked off by his fingers, and he had to go to town to get help, and he couldn't reatach him because it was too late.
I forget, what does it have to do with GameStop?
He was the guy, he was my superior at GameStop.
Oh, your superior has no fingers.
My superior, he's the one who got peed on by the guy with no fingers.
Brian.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
dude.
your guy at GameStop. A guy
He got peed on, and he got his.
He allowed some kid to get his fingers ripped off and fucking deformed for life.
Yeah, he peed on him.
How do you lead to that?
What would you say to him?
So like the worst thing that happened at GameStop
Chris,
was
shut up!
I would have
sold
done the
like
right thing.
Superman 64. That was like the worst thing that happened.
I would have done the
GameStop.
right thing. And I would have.
All I had to do was sit around and take games out of their cases and put them in little plastic sleeves. That was the worst of my
Chris,
life.
if I was Brian, I would have pissed directly into his mouth. I'd be like, "Hey, how's it taste?"
I think getting your fingers ripped off is just as good as a dessert. Okay?
You pissed on him.
He got his middle and index finger ripped off.
Yeah, so
he could never finger a girl.
He can, but it would just will not be as good.
He can do his pinky.
Yeah.
His pinky and his ring.
He can still do one in the pink and one in the stink.
Gross.
Unless he puts 2 in the stink and a thumb in the pink.
He could just fist her with his gross stub hand.
Or he could just like lick her out.
He would have to hold his hand like a autistic retard.
Or he could use the other hand. Problem solved.
You're right.
He could have a huge hook on his hand and hook her pussy.
Problem solved.
Stamper, if you were at a store...
I like how that was Chris's job story. It
I
had
told
nothing
you.
to do with the job.
Look, the only 2 jobs I've ever had were walking up and downstairs with boxes to put into the back of my dad's van, and then he'd buy me a Game Boy game or something.
Welcome to the world of jobs.
Yes,
Those
it's boring.
are jobs.
And GameStop was just sitting in the back room in the cold, and people are, and then you have to just you have to use this little thing and put in a 15-digit number and then print it onto the back of the sleeve, and then you put it in the drawer.
Every job that everybody has is a conveyor belt. Do this.
I know. I'm not complaining. I'm saying that's what my job was.
Stamper. A homeless man.
Shut up, Corey.
Stamper, I have a real thing to ask you.
No, is this?
Okay, Corey.
Fucking kidding me? You can't keep telling me shut up. I'm not a jewelry box.
They keep,
what?
What the?
They keep talking.
Okay, a homeless man gives you a box. He's like, I need you to keep this forever.
What's in it?
This is my home.
Can
I want you to hold on to this for life.
Can I just interject for 1 second?
He's pissed in it, he's shitting it, and he gives it to you.
Corey,
what do you mean
a cardboard box? Or
yeah.
Corey!
It's like a TV
Corey!
box. A CTR TV
Corey!
box.
Wait. Do you like granola cereal?
You have to say Corey.
I like granola cereal.
Yeah.
Me too.
Do you like with bananas?
Yes!
Yeah, me too.
Dude,
if you dip the banana into a granola, would it cling?
Almond granola cereal.
So.
Okay.
Jeff, if you were at a store with a big staircase, a big concrete staircase,
You ruined my story!
and you smacked
Oh,
This is a What am I getting heckled on stage? Come on, what is this?
Yeah.
What, audience, you died on stage!
Jeff, what if you were at a store and you see an old lady and you push her over and she breaks her neck? Would you feel bad?
Give me a second, this is an important story. So a homeless man gives you
What do you think
shitty...
of Vladimir Putin's invasion?
Boo!
A homeless man gives you a shitty, pissy box. He's like, here, I need you to hold on to this. What do you do with it?
What?
He gives...
You fart in it.
He gives you a farty, poopy, pissy box. He's like, I need you to keep on this. This is my
I would
home.
not touch it.
I'm upgrading to my fridge box. I need you to hold on to my CRTV box.
This is my old house.
If it's a box
Why
that you
is
can
so
live in, it's like
specific?
a refrigerator.
No, it's a box.
No,
It's
it's a
a
box.
box.
He lived in
The
This
box
sounds
to
like this
refrigerator.
happened.
He lived in his CRTV giant box. He gives it to you. He's like, I need you to hold on to this box.
A what TV?
I need you to shut up, Corey.
No, it's a scenario. What do you do with the box?
I don't understand the logic.
He gives you.
He gives you a smelly
He's
box.
giving you his home.
Stamper.
What do you do with
Stamper,
it?
Bill Gates walks up to you and says, "I'm gonna die of cancer, and one day here, have this. You might."
He gives you his pissy, shitty, farty box.
No, not a pissy farty box. It's a small jewelry box with a little lipstick kiss on it. And he says, "Stamper, here you go." And he runs away. And then like 10 years go by, and because he says, "Don't open this ever." And then 10 years go by, and you're like, "What's in this?" And you open it. His tooth is inside there.
A little toot.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. You were gonna open the CRTV, and
I
his
beat you
dog
to it.
was gonna.
What
fart.
is a Sierra TV?
CRT TV?
What the fuck does that mean, Corey?
Cat food ray tube, actually.
What is?
Wow, Jeff.
You don't know what a CRT TV is?
Oh, a
God
CR
damn it!
No, a CRT. I get what. I thought he was saying Sierra TV.
Oh, no.
Oh,
CRT TV.
CRTV.
Zach,
Do you know letters,
Do you
Corey?
remember?
CRT?
Do you remember long
Homeless
ago
man
when
gives you a
TVs
CRT
were
TV.
4, 3
Damn it.
dimensions?
No, I
Damn it.
I also thought he was saying CRT.
Oh
come
yeah,
back.
yeah, I heard
I
him.
mean, the round,
I thought it was a brand like Sierra
Round tube,
TVs,
yeah.
like
I had that.
Vizio.
Analog.
Those were pretty. Yeah, those
I
were
was just
pretty-
trying
Back
to
in the
create a
day,
hopeful
yeah.
scenario where you don't give the homeless man back his home, and he comes back later because his fucking fridge
I
got
would've
caved
been
in
like-
from the rain.
Can I interest you in some real estate? And then gave him the box.
One of the most scariest times for me was on Newgrounds was was Chode, submitting Chode, because it was about to like lose to some like shitty mouse game by some foreign country, and I was so fucking scared because these assholes were voting up the mouse game, and all the comments were like, "Let this win, fuck that Flash."
Oh, they were all doing it in spite of your Flash.
Oh, absolutely. And then when it was on the page, I was like so happy, but that fucking Flash for 3 solid days, it was bombarded with attention. Like, people were coming, they were dropping zeros left and right, but then I would come back and they would all be gone. Like, the zeros would be gone and there'd be tens, and then you'd refresh.
I thought it was great. I remember telling Tom, I was like, dude, you need to put this on the front page. I
guess he did.
I felt really guilty about it.
That was actually right around when I joined Newgrounds too, because I remember being like, "Wow."
Another thing is, I know nothing about Street Fighter.
Corey,
I still don't.
Why don't we take this moment right now to give? Why don't you give Rena Chan a nice heartfelt apology?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
Play some sad music.
I'm sorry. I am definitely sorry at this point, because I never meant like for Runkachunk to be. I hope it's not something, but
it is. People still call that, Corey.
And that's sad. But, you know, that wasn't even me.
5 years
so I'm going to
later,
throw Lyle under the bus because he thought of the name.
Okay.
So Lyle douchebag.
You're going to throw Lyle under the bus?
Oh, Lyle. No, listen, okay. Lyle also had his fucking hand in the stink pile. When we were making the cartoon, Lyle wrote the crazy over-the-top fucking Tank Man, like, Metal Gear Solid storyline. Yeah. And I wrote this stupid bullshit that people quote randomly. And so, like, that's why it was like a parody of Club, but it also had this like underlining like story.
Did we even mention the name of the cartoon yet?
Oh, Street Fighter Chode?
Yeah, Street Fighter Chode.
I think we just have like a code name Chode.
That's Street Fighter Chode. Go watch it. Watch Corey bully people.
No, it was
15 minutes.
But it was how I met like Zach. It was how I met Chris.
I think we said
it was how I met you. It was how I even kind of got your attention at the time.
See, the thing is, it was so well animated, especially for that time period on the site. No, I think for the site though, to see that, like, just with the insanity that was there, I don't know, like, it was impossible
and it was so self-referential to the community. It's like it was a piece of content that existed because the site existed.
It was. It seemed like it was part of the. It was just part of the Newgrounds lore or world.
That's basically what it was.
And it's like 20 minutes long.
Yeah, it's long.
It's a fucking big.
And then there's
wasn't that your art piece that you did for the collab? You did
it's my favorite Newgrounds thing ever.
The best thing about it though is I had this other little skeeving plan when I made it. That's why I had this like lesbian scene in between each fucking thing. Right. So somebody had to fucking sit through that just to watch the next scene, and then they would be bombarded with stupid dumb shit that's not funny.
It worked for me.
Exactly. So they would have to sit through that. So I knew, I kind of played the system. I knew I would get 10s from the fucking horny kids who were like, I hated it, but I liked the girl part, and I'm glad it was in the scene select, so here's a 10. And I was like, yeah. And that was like a grand majority.
What are you doing here, Corey? You should be out in LA producing shows for fucking network television.
Dude,
you're a little mastermind over here.
Dude,
yeah. You were like bullying some kid at the end of the cartoon. I don't even know who he is, but you just,
that was Lyle again. Lyle,
this kid with greasy hair.
He was really harmless. Like, Lyle just loved to make fun of him, and he's like grease.
See, I think
tell us
the reason why it's okay that you're throwing Lyle under the bus is because if he was here, he would not apologize.
Oh, he wouldn't. He would own up to it. He'd be like, I'm so glad I can finally.
He would step right up to that
plate. Lyle impression here.
My best Lyle impression? How Lyle would talk?
Lyle, it's good to have you.
Okay, so if Lyle was...
Lyle, what do you think? Do you apologize for Street Fighter Chode?
Chode was fun, and he's like, but at the time, because there was also a situation where we were actually in a Skype call with... Man, that was a whole other thing. Like, after Chode came out, like, fucking bridges were burned, fucking...
With who?
People like they're supposed to be burned with.
Yeah, like animators and friends of Reina Chan who like, and apparently like people were going around like saying like, oh, he's horrible, he won't pay you, he won't allow you to do anything. So after I made that, I was like, I couldn't get voice work from people because they were like, oh, he's the guy who did shows, don't work with him, he's an asshole. So it kind of like, but I didn't really care.
I guess they were right.
Yeah,
sort of.
I guess so,
fuck you.
One thing I hate more than anything.
You know what the worst cliche to me is?
What's that?
It's like when they turn around, they're like, celebrity name, and it's the celebrity.
Oh.
Steve Buscemi.
No. Here's what it is.
Megan Fox.
Here it is.
Michael Bay.
This pisses me. I swear to God. I think this is the cliche or the trope I hate the most, more than anything. Yeah. anything.
Yeah.
When somebody does a video or a movie or a TV show and they try to be funny and they say, oh, hi, I didn't see you there. It is not funny. It's been done for the last 2 fucking decades. You're not clever, you're not witty. These people do a Kickstarter video, they go, oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Yeah, real fucking hysterical.
They're in their business suits. They got their bubble.
That's been parodied. That's been parodied for the last 20 years.
I did that one.
That means it was a cliche 20 years ago.
To go back to it, yeah, but...
Hi, I didn't see you there.
What if they
Wow,
said,
you're fucking
hi,
funny.
I did see you there.
Oh, hi, I didn't see you. Yeah, put a spin on it, please.
But that's been done before too, because it's so like obvious.
They did a whole compilation video.
Really?
Of
Yes.
Kickstarter people doing that. Hi, oh, I didn't see you there.
Oh, seriously? Did they actually do this?
Yeah, Kickstarter themselves did it.
Oh my god.
It's infuriating, but
Dude, that really does infuriate me, Chris. If you ever did that, I would honestly hate you.
I did that when I was like 18 in an update video.
Did you? Mm-hmm.
But
what compelled? Let me ask you, because you're one of the people. What compelled you to do that?
It's just one of the things where you're like, you're not really thinking about it. You're like, I'll just do this.
It's sort of like an easy transition into something.
Yeah, it's like the easiest thing you can do.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be funny. It's not funny. Hi, I didn't see you there.
There's lots
There's
of
a huge
things.
camera in your face. Get it?
There's lots of things that we've done that aren't funny.
No, but I mean that's like something you're copying directly. That's a specific joke you're copying. Sorry, Jeff. What were you gonna say?
Oh, just to backtrack, I agree with Chris about the whole full name thing. That's one thing South Park does.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
SNL does it. South Park does it.
The Simpsons does it.
It
Family Guy
says
does
they
it.
have zero confidence in like the caricature or the actor doing the impression.
George Clooney, what
It's
are you
always
doing
like-
here?
Oh, hi, George.
It's always
Clooney.
like banner big, and it's like Lady
Yeah.
Gaga, and then she's all like,
Yeah.
I'm
Bill.
dancing, I'm dancing.
You know, you have an old guy sitting there, like he's like, "Hey, come on, I have sex with the Oval Office," and they have to say, "Hey, Bill Clinton."
Bill Clinton,
They
what
couldn't
are you
just be
doing
like,
here?
"Hey, Bill."
You know, it's always that exact delivery. It's like
Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise, what are you doing in Springfield? Oh, I'm just here to shoot a new movie, Forrest Gump 7. Real fucking funny, Simpsons.
That's
Good job.
Tom Hanks, you dumbass.
Yeah, whatever. Same fucking bullshit. Same guy. Oh my god, Jeff, what cliches, what tropes do you hate? What fucking drives you nuts when you see it? Just makes you want to gouge the eyes out of somebody.
Oh man, I don't know.
The record
give me an
scratch.
Oh,
example.
the record fucking scratch.
Oh yeah, the record scratch is one.
It's also one of those things where you're
Oh,
like,
I know.
I'm making
I know,
fun
but
of a
maybe
cliche.
it's because I'm an adult now, but I cannot stand comedy relief in animated movies.
Yeah.
And just like funny things in animated
Timon and
movies.
Pumbaa and the Gargoyles.
The goofy character. I've just it infuriates me. I don't care what anyone says. Despicable Me, those little yellow guys are the most annoying
God.
fucking thing I've ever
Yeah.
seen in my life. Like making
this is-
fire engine sounds. Yeah, that's like, hey Tumblr, thanks for making me favorite 90 million different fucking gifs of that without me even doing it. Fucking
Corey, I
assholes.
can prove you wrong. Comedic relief, Spider Pig, and he's hilarious.
Oh god.
I think one thing I hate in TV shows is anytime they try to interject forced romance. Where it's like, we have to appeal to teen girls somehow.
Oh, I hate that too. Yeah, when you're watching movies and then there's like, there has to be a fucking romance in it, or it's not a fucking movie.
It has to be the romance, and then even the characters have no chemistry. They're crying, and and you're just like in the movie Godzilla. There's this utterly unnecessary romance that you feel nothing. You could just care less if these people.
You would rather see fucking Godzilla scream fire down a fucking monster's mouth than listen to someone be like, save the kids.
You listen to Kick-Ass, have a love interest.
And tie into that, I do have the one cliche.
Spoilers.
Because you have to have so they have to have the romance. And then they're like, well, okay, we have the girl. Now what does the girl do the whole movie?
Oh yeah.
And they make her work in a hospital.
Yeah.
It's
All
always in
these
disaster movies.
Yeah, every disaster movie they have to have the girl working as a nurse in the hospital.
Yeah, they have to.
Every you got like.
You know why? Because they have to contribute to the movie at one point.
I know, that's why. Yeah, they have to have a character from the movie come into the hospital and they can interact with that character. But it's like, even in fucking Spider-Man 2, they didn't have they didn't have anything for Aunt May to do, so they made her go work in a fucking hospital.
Yeah, it was Godzilla 2 as well, right?
It's like, why is Aunt May working in a hospital?
Because
There was a point in Spider-Man 2 where
Spider-Man
two
needs to get
planes were
shot.
about to crash
Oh
into
my
each other.
god, yeah,
Do you
there's a
remember
part,
that?
The Amazing
Yes.
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, the Amazing Spider-Man 2, there's these two planes about to crash into each
Chris and I
other.
laughed in the theater. You know why? Because it's like, okay, he's already fighting the Green Goblin or whatever, or sorry, the Electro guy or whatever. And it's like it's so Spider-Man has no idea about the planes at all.
Yeah.
I swear to God, they were like, okay, this scene's really tense. How about two airplanes almost hit each other and then they cartoonishly fucking ravine away from each other?
Can
for a
I-
second.
Can I talk about that? I thoroughly enjoy the first, even though people hate the third one. I still think it's better than Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, for sure.
I love the first. I love Spider-Man 1 and 2 is really good, and 3 is alright.
He's my favorite.
But fucking The Amazing, I didn't want to watch it.
The Amazing Spider-Man
It
1
was
stinks,
boring.
and The Amazing Spider-Man 2 stinks.
I would
And the only
put-
reason that they chose Mark Webb to direct it is because his name is Webb.
Actually, I would
put the last
honestly
three
believe that
movies
that's fucking
together.
true.
Swear to God.
I don't like Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3 is shit,
it's
dude.
better than,
I think
better
it's
than the Amazing
alright.
Spider-Man
It is
1
better.
though.
I hate it because
I think it's bad, but I also think it's kind of charming.
there's too much. This is my problem with movies. This is one of the biggest problem when somebody's writing a movie script is coincidence.
Yes.
There's too much fucking coincidence. Like the way Venom is introduced into the story, he just happens.
I fucking hated Venom.
He happens to be in the church, yeah.
But regardless, like how he lands in the park just next to Spider-Man. He could have landed anywhere
The fucking
on the
ocean.
fucking planet.
That's not
Yeah.
that's not a cliche I hate, but that is something I fucking hate.
They could have had
Jeff.
this story. What?
But that's the thing, right? They actually like made the comic story stupider for some reason.
No, yeah, it
And
makes
this-
sense in the comics because I think
He's a scientist.
the Parasite, I think, sees Spider-Man and then wants to be like him or something like
No,
that.
like
That makes
he's a
sense.
scientist who just happens to be like it comes to his like lab because
Yeah.
he is a scientist. That makes sense.
That
Okay.
if we're talking about things, I don't know if it's a cliche, but it's something I'm fucking tired of seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Is basically scripted movies where things happen to go to the next scene. For instance,
It's just like set piece after
yeah,
set
like
piece.
set piece after set piece. Like, oh, here's a working car so we can get to the next location.
Yeah.
Like that fucking movie, 2012 or something.
Oh god.
Oh, with John Cusack.
Where everything just suddenly lent to the fucking ship. Nothing went wrong.
I think the worst part of that movie is the whole fucking thing. He's
Yeah,
like
it's a
John
terror-
Cusack driving over the earth, crumbling underneath him.
It's fucking retarded, but it's annoying because it's like this wouldn't happen. A fucking rubble would kill you immediately. You'd be dead.
That movie and The Day After Tomorrow are the two worst disaster movies.
And then there's that other
ever
fucking
made.
one that you hate that I don't
What was
like
that?
at all. War Z.
Oh my! I've seen that
World
movie.
War Z?
I've seen that movie 10 times just out of pure
that
bafflement.
literally is a set piece movie.
That movie is
made to
honestly the worst shit I've ever
the
seen.
second I started,
It's literally like, I'm sorry, but it's literally like a fucking video game. Like it goes to the next
No,
level.
because video
the
games are
next
fun.
yeah, but it goes to the next level, the next set piece.
the
It's
second I
just
started hating that
hate
movie
that
was when a
shit.
fucking
I
8-year-old who had
watched
never
it.
held a pistol shot a zombie point blank in the eyes for the
Exactly.
first time.
It's like,
this,
yeah.
this child
Zach,
has never held a
8-year-old.
gun,
Let's watch World
picks
War
up a
Z for that.
handgun, and shoots a zombie right between the eyes on his first shot. Are you fucking kidding
Jeff,
me?
what you were saying earlier about coincidence, there's like a rule to writing where you can only use coincidence to get the main
To get
characters
in.
into trouble.
Not out.
Yeah, you never use coincidence to get them out of trouble
Yeah,
while you're
just
writing.
wait. It's just it ruins the story. It just
It's fucking like you're like,
Lazy.
yeah, okay, this plane crashes and then they're 2 seconds from the location. That makes sense.
yeah, when all these bad things are always happening around you. But yeah, if it happens once to get you into the story, but if it's constantly
And then it's just
happening
leading to
over and
something
over,
else,
it's just lazy. There should be like some logic, some reason.
What I
to it.
like
There
is
needs to be a point. Sorry.
what I like is when movies have balls and kill off main characters.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, yes, finally.
Did you? I like that one. Did you ever see? You see the movie Deep Blue Sea?
Yeah.
Deep Blue
The
Sea,
sh-
no.
the sh-
What
it
is that?
starred. It's a shark movie, but it starred Samuel L. Jackson. he was
Oh, I
like
fucking
he was
remember
kind of
that.
like he was kind of like on his way up as a big star at that point.
Yeah.
It like ate him in like the first 20 minutes of the movie.
It's pretty funny. It's really funny how it ate him too.
Yeah.
That movie had some horrible CG.
Yeah. Not to spoiler alert.
Whatever. It was actually like really like you don't expect it to.
I'm trying to think of many other.
That was the one negative. I guess it was a good part of Godzilla.
Whoa.
Was the character death?
Oh, I didn't like that. I wish they had killed his kid.
It was ballsy, but it wasn't good ballsy.
I wish they killed his kid.
I was.
Kick-Ass was fucking
He
boring.
should have stomped on the hospital. Is what he should have done. Godzilla.
Yeah.
That would have
killed
yeah.
the dumb wife.
Yeah, and then he still have his little kid at the end, so whatever.
Godzilla's busy puking lasers down the other monster's throat and tries to.
Godzilla though was so fucking cool in that movie.
Yeah.
I like how they portrayed him. They really like.
That's how he's supposed to be portrayed. Is like the anti-hero. He's always saving shit, even though he's like a big scary bastard.
Even the way he was modeled, like he looks like the Japanese version, but the proper like CG version of the Japanese monster, unlike the T-Rex and the Matthew Broderick.
The athletic human-bodied dinosaur-headed scary.
I kind of like this. I kind of like the shape of his head with the jawline, but
yeah, that was pretty.
The movie wasn't very good.
The movie sucks.
Stamper, I'm curious what kind of grandfather you had. You ever, was he like a really stern grandfather?
Should we tell grandfather stories?
Or was he a pervert?
I need to use the rest really quick before I do anything.
They helped shape us in a way.
He did. My grandpa was a very kind man.
Should we just let Zach go last?
Yeah. I'll tell you something about Zach. He's a liar and a pussy.
I know. Yeah. What lies is he going to come up with about his grandfather?
He can't hear. He's going to say like his grandfather was like a black man.
His grandfather was part of the Third Reich.
Got like
Hitler's.
Here we go. Look,
he got a purple belt in guerrilla fighting.
Look, Zach's at the bathroom now, but you heard it here. You heard it here first, folks.
Guerrilla fighting, like with monkeys.
You heard it here, folks.
Okay, here we go. So yeah, grandfathers.
Hold on, what the fuck? Whoa.
I'll start.
Sure.
I had 3 grandfathers. One died before I was born. One was a step-grandfather. He's cool. He's still alive. He'll be dead soon.
How old is he?
I don't know, like fucking 900. And then...
Because you're a bit older than me, but my grandfather's like 88.
The last time I saw my other grandpa, he was in a wheelchair smoking cigarettes, even though he had cancer. I remember when I was growing up, my father was always a pretty good artist.
Really?
And he drew a picture of my grandpa. And... half of my grandpa's face in the picture was melted.
Why?
And I thought my dad was a bad artist. And it turns out that my grandpa was in a submarine and a steam pipe blew up in his face and melted half of his... So my dad's drawing was completely...
Just accurate. It looked like...
Damn.
Oh man, that's fucking sad.
That's pretty much all I know about my grandpa.
What about your half-melted face?
He had a half-melted face.
World War II, assuming, right?
I don't fucking know.
What about your other grandpa?
CNN.com.
Oh, well, World War II is... You like space stuff. I don't want to hear from you.
Hey, Zach, what about your grandpa?
Yeah, tell me about your grandpa.
Well, listen to me about my grandpa. Before I say anything...
Being a mom is one of the hardest jobs out there, and you wouldn't want to make that any more difficult, right? So why use a paper towel that just isn't up to the challenge? Try Rodeo brand paper towels with patented lasso pockets that wrangle up the biggest of messes with ease, leaving you with more time for the kids or whatever the fuck you want to do. Maybe you can start a workout plan and actually stick to it this time, you fat greasy bee. Yetch, that's Rodeo brand paper towels for messes as big as Texas. Now back to the show.
Yeah, my grandfather, I have 2, but one passed away. Gosh, rest his soul. You know what I mean? But the other one is alive. He's 88 now. He's still fucking alive. And he was one of those kind of like really rough military kind of, not military, but kind of one of those rough, stern 50s, 60s kind of dads. But all he does now is like, because he's 88. He's born like 26. That's so fucking long ago. But I think now all he does now is like sit on, and watch Leave It to Beaver and MASH and shit his pants. And drink. He still drinks like scotch and just sits there and watches it.
Oh yeah, he's totally done.
He doesn't give a fuck, dude. I can't believe he's coherent.
He's a veteran?
Yeah, World War II in Korea.
What did he do exactly in World War II?
He flew planes and fucking bombed the gooks. Which is what he'd say to me.
Yeah, you're just paraphrasing.
Yeah, no, I'm paraphrasing what my grandfather would say. He called, this is a true story, I don't know if I can tell, you can delete it, but this shows his age and his time. He looked, on Martin Luther King Day, he looked at me and he said, it's Martin Luther Nigger Day, and laughed really hard. And I was like, damn, dude. And my grandma was like, don't say that, Ed. And it was like, it's funny. And she was like trying to salvage it by like, he's
so your
just
grandpa
joking.
was just you in the future.
Yeah, it's me right now. But she was trying to like salvage it and be like, no, he doesn't think that way.
I am totally not deleting that. I'm leaving that in.
It's funny. He's still a sense of humor.
He just has no filter.
He doesn't give a shit. He sits there all day, doesn't care. I wouldn't either, dude.
Yeah, mine were like that. Both of mine were in World War II. One was flying on like a cargo plane, and the other one was a Navy doctor. He was on a battleship. He was a doctor. I think my grandfather traded some of his services to somebody for a samurai sword. He gave me the samurai sword. So
really?
I have he brought back a ton of stuff from the war. Actually, he brought back that. He brought back some of those what do you call them? What are those knives Japanese people stab themselves in the stomach with?
Seppukus or something.
Yeah, like he brought back some of them hand carved knives. Those 2 of those.
The ritual ceremony knives.
For being a doctor, I think him and his friends were kind of a little fucked up. I don't know.
What do you
I
mean?
keep hearing these stories about, like, my grandfather and his other friend, he'd call, I think I don't know if it was his first or last name, I just knew him as Morris, and this guy was like, I think he died when he was 90, but he was the craziest fucking old man I've ever known, and he was a surgeon. He used to be a surgeon, and I would hear all these stories about shit, like my grandfather had a goldfish, and then his friend Morris came over, and he ate my grandfather's goldfish
Like
for
in
no
Wolf of Wall
reason,
Street.
just because he thought it'd be funny. He pulled that.
That is pretty funny though.
I don't know where this story was going, but then there's this,
he shouldn't have been a surgeon.
There's this story that's in my family. This guy Morris, he's long dead, but there was a story that he came back from the war with a skeleton.
I thought you were gonna say he came back from the dead.
No.
A full human skeleton.
And he kept it in his attic. I don't know how.
And it was him.
It was him. That's the twist.
I don't know. It was a different time back then. I guess they had fun doing crazy.
Don't you kind of respect old guys though who are like in the war?
I totally.
Oh yeah, no.
Like whenever I see my grandpa, I'm just like my grandfather. It's like
You remember when you were younger and you used to look at people like old people in cars and you're like, "Come on, you old fucker!"
Yeah.
Like some dude's taking too long in line at the gas station or something. Nowadays, I'm just like, dude, take all the time you need.
I do too.
know you fucking hate everything that's happening right now in the world today because I do too.
Here's the thing with my grandfather.
I have infinite patience for old people.
As I get older, I'm starting to understand this more and more. That he just wants to be left in peace to do something, not
Just
fucking be
slowly
bothered.
rot.
He wants to tell his racist jokes and do his crossword puzzle and just be left alone.
in fairness, I think my grandfather's Martin Luther King joke isn't really a joke. It was more just like a.
Oh my grandfather would drop the N-word jokes all the time.
Oh no, you can't leave me in the cold with the N-word.
He was every dinner. I was a little kid. Even Christmas dinner, he'd be telling them at the Christmas table.
What's the best one he told you?
Some
And by best, I mean one that you were like, damn, I can't believe you said that at dinner time.
He'd crack himself. He'd always tell these jokes and then let out a huge laugh at the end. Like he just couldn't wait. I don't think he was an inherent racist. He
just liked the jokes.
I know he had some black friends. So yeah, I guess he just liked the jokes. He just didn't care.
I grew up in the Midwest. A lot of people, like a lot of adults there, still say colored. Like a lot of adults.
Yeah, colored.
Like my dad said that. I was like, Dad, it's 20, whatever the year was.
What's wrong with saying colored?
It's like 1950.
There's really nothing wrong with saying colored.
It's just weird. It's just weird.
It's like
it's a
the
novelty.
equivalent of saying your Oriental friend.
Yeah.
It's a real question though, because like, is the offense in saying that they're the ones who's colored and white is also a color? So saying that
Well,
they're
the
colored.
thing is, people are people. You shouldn't have to sit and point unless you're.
It just feels weird. It reminds people of an age of segregation. The funniest picture ever is that picture of the fucking stupid, broken-looking alien shaking hands with Hitler, and Hitler looks disgusted. He's like, he's recoiling backwards.
The alien's eyes are like, I'm watching you.
Yeah, they're like squinting. He has a stupid broken arm, and it's so stupid looking.
Oh god, aliens are great.
I'm feeling they're becoming the new skeletons, though.
Oh, they are.
They're totally becoming these skeletons.
Let's step back for a second. Of course, Zach would have to bring up Hitler again in another.
Look it up. It's funny. It's funny.
Do you know what Zach said completely unironically earlier today? He said, "You know what? We should bring the goose step back."
I know. What I said was I miss goose stepping.
Yeah, but you never goose step.
Why did it have to?
Goose stepping implies that you goose stepped
I don't
before.
goose step.
What is goose stepping?
Oh,
it's the way that.
Chris, show a goose step. Go over there.
Well, this is a podcast, so people can't
goose
see.
Goose step for Stamper.
Basically, it's stick.
No, don't do the. Don't do the.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the Ministry of Silly Walks.
It's a cool walk. Imagine a million guys walking goose stepping.
But it's like what Zach is doing is he's slowly adding more Nazi ideals.
I'm not putting a frog in turning it.
You kind of are. You're testing the waters a little bit. You're dipping your toes.
Look, some countries still do it today. I'm just saying the Nazis ruined a lot of stuff. That was cool.
Like
before.
What?
Like killing Jews. They kind of ruined that whole phase.
Goose stepping looks like a pain in the ass. Why would you want to walk like that?
It's scary. Who? It's so much.
My commanding officer told me to goose step. I'd really like.
It makes a cool noise.
Even
exactly a million guys goose stepping and used to.
Even the name though, it's like it sounds kind of like a ballet dance or something kind of fruity.
A million guys going in unison would sound amazing.
Let's do it. Let's all do it.
Right.
No, god damn it.
On 3 or on...
Yeah, 3, 2. Okay, 3, 2.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
What's
3, 2, 1. Go.
What's the noise again? Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Do it again.
3, 2, 1.
See? That's nice. Now imagine 1 million people doing that.
Okay, let's do
You
a
just
little...
hear. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Talk like Zach. 3, 2, 1.
I never say my name. I love Hitler. Oh, you're fucking dead. You know that? You know what does everybody do whenever they say, "Let me do an impression"? They always say the name of what they're doing.
My name is so and so.
I know.
Bill Clinton. It's like, he says that all the time. You fucking fraud. You're fraudulent, is what you are.
I'm Bill Clinton. I'm.
That's not true.
George
Christopher
Bush.
Walken.
I'm Arnold. Nice to see you.
Stamper, you love Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions, don't you?
Oh, they're my favorite thing.
What's your favorite thing they say? Is it get to the chopper?
Comedy.
Do you
get
think
to the chopper?
Christopher Walken is just
Christopher
below Arnold.
Walken met Arnold? That would be hilarious.
Why do you guys say Christopher Walken?
Walking.
Chris got really mad at me one time. Because he did like an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. I was like, don't do that.
But everybody does it unironically now. So they do it like ironically, which is now becoming the new.
No,
it's
it
like
wasn't me anyway. It was Hans.
Oh, it's Hans.
Yeah.
I was in the room going.
It is the most fucking obnoxious thing when people do Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions.
Only because they always do the I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, they always do the.
Wait, Zach, you kind of did it more realistic like Arnold, but like the people are like, hello, I'm Arnold.
He's a guy. He made movies.
When he first came around, do you think people were doing impressions of him when he first came?
No, you wouldn't dare.
Let me tell you, the lowest form of comedy is impressionist comedy.
No.
It's easy. It's
Listen, I don't agree. I think Christopher Walken's very funny. Arnold Schwarzenegger is very
George
funny.
Bush.
Sylvester the cat is very funny.
You can't do George. You can't forget George Bush.
George Bush.
Lowest form of comedy is
Every stand-up comedian that does impressionist comedy does Christopher Walken, Arnold Schwarzenegger, George Bush, Bill Clinton,
like a Ray Romano. There's like 5 they always do. It's like they're really
and
easy.
they're never jokes. It's like, hey, I'm talking like this guy. Now I'm talking like this guy. Now I'm talking like this guy. Have a good night, everybody.
And one person kind of goes like, oh yeah, it does sound like him. And that's it.
That does sound like him.
And they never make jokes while they're doing it. It's always like
yeah. The best reaction they'll ever get is, huh.
Yeah, it's
that's
like,
it.
oh yeah.
I don't think it's the lowest form of. I think song parodies, but like
no,
really badly done
those
ones.
take effort.
No, because you just go like fucking. Like, pick any song there. Pick a song.
Let the cows out.
Yeah, Weird Al. Like, okay, I don't like Weird Al. I'm gonna get that's a real fucking song.
Is that really?
That's really Weird Al actually has it released.
It's fucking gay.
It's oh god.
But at least he can play instruments and sing it.
No,
so
you
far.
wrote a fucking parody song with me.
Yeah, but that was ironic.
It was ironic.
It was.
Oh, it's ironic.
It was ironic.
Maybe Weird Al thought that who let the
now I
cows
have
out.
rules.
Yeah, and ours was actually funny, kind of.
No. I would give it 0 out of 10.
No, about a 3 out of 10.
Do you guys ever see Cheese Rolling?
Cheese Rolling?
Oh, yeah.
That's the funniest shit.
And people are like, whoa, come on!
Yeah, all you do is you go to the top of a big slippery hill when it's raining, you throw cheese, and you fucking run down the hill after the cheese. You fucking roll all the way down. It's the
Yeah, you roll down the hill.
It is the funniest
after
shit
the
ever.
cheese and
Look up the video.
That is so fucking creepy and barbaric. It's like
Who thought of that? Like,
it's like something the apes would do.
No, it is. Like I laughed so hard when I saw it, but you gotta watch that.
Is it like big barrels
You
of
roll
cheese?
a big fucking
cheese wheel.
A cheese wheel,
a wheel of cheese. Yeah, down a hill, and you roll
fucking
down.
run after it as fast as you can.
What happens when you grab onto it?
You know what the funniest part is? I think the video on YouTube is called "Dangerous Sport Cheese Wheeling." Cheese rolling.
Do people die when they do that or something?
No, if you look at the video, there's people like landing on their necks and shit.
Yeah, because you're running down fast down a hill and you're falling.
What a
over and shit.
worthless fucking death! If you would have died, you at least would have go cool. It'd be so horrible to like break your neck cheese wheeling.
I always do wonder like what
I
are
have
like.
to explain that to people later. Like that's how my grandfather died.
Yeah. How'd your grandmother die?
like-
He died in 1945. Oh, like World War II. No, like cheese wheeled. He fucking fell down and broke his neck. When he was
It must
chasing
honestly, seriously suck to die to something like incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
Because then like your whole family will just feel like so
I was thinking
cheated.
about that. You know, like battles in Japan.
Yeah.
It's how many people died by ninja stars? Like
It's just
That's
it's
cool.
so.
I'm not even talking like that. That's cool compared to what I'm talking to.
Not really.
Like what if like
The blades on a star are like this big, and you die. That
It pierces your brain,
Just
dude.
fuck with you.
No, like
They just do that.
Like
to,
imagine if you were walking down one stair and your leg slipped and you broke your neck. It's like, oh, he fell off one stair.
Dude, whatever. If I met a guy and he told me that his grandpa died and by ninja star, I'd be like, really? like the weakest weapon in video games? Really? That's how your grandpa died? Somebody?
I guess
threw
it depends
ninja
if you
stars
hit
at him?
somebody in the eye with it or like the neck or something. But if it hit like his hand, like his thumb came off.
There has to be someone out there who died from like an infected asshole, like swamp ass. There has to be. Like someone who got a little cut in their asshole from like shitting too hard.
You've obviously thought about this before.
No, I'm like, there had like, imagine if you died of something like that. You like, someone would have to explain to your mom, like, your son died from an infected asshole. And
I'm always worried that
they would just say that he had an infection that they didn't understand.
I'm always worried that I would have an erection when I died.
Yeah, a lot of people do have erections.
I know, because I know people have erections when they die, and I wake up with erections every day.
Why do you worry about your state after you're
Because
dead?
people be like, oh, look at that. I don't want 3 medics
You're
like,
dead, so they're gonna go on Twitter and be like, "Yeah, we found Zach and he had a boner."
Not me, not even because of who I am. Just,
what is your ghost gonna be sad? Like shit.
I don't want you to walk in
I'm never gonna be able to live this down.
There's no ghost. I'm just gonna be a dead guy with an erection.
Dude, if I walked in on your dead body, the last thing I'd be worried about is your boner.
Your eyes would be drawn. You'd go, dude. If you walked in, I'd be dead, hanging myself. You saw my erection, you'd be like, guys. Zach had a big dead boner in there.
Big dead
boner. I'd be like, dude, Zach's dead, plus he had a boner.
I fucking hit it and it fell down.
You know the way you were saying tipping people. Like I always tip people really well now, right? There's this one guy who came here once, and I tipped him like way over tipped him. I tipped him like $10 or something for a pizza, and he was so grateful. And the other day at the house, this wasn't even at the office. I ordered a pizza, and I tipped him nicely too online.
Same guy?
Yeah, and he forgot my drink. Actually, my drink wasn't billed or whatever. And then he goes, "You always tip me really well. I'm gonna go back and give you a free drink." And I was like, dude.
You'd be surprised what tipping well does.
Yeah.
There was that one time we were all at the house and we tipped a guy like $10, and then I called him back because it wasn't enough pizza, and then he brought the order back over to the house, and he was like, "Oh, it's on the house."
Yeah, this guy gave me he gave me like an on the house thing too. I was like, dude, like tipping people well always pays off.
Sure.
Even when I'm poor as fuck, which I am.
You said when you tip a bitch at IHOP.
Oh yeah,
that's a
well that
whole
IHOP is a
fucking-
different story. That IHOP is a different story.
Let me tell you about IHOP. Fuck IHOP. The end.
Explain why.
If you want bad service.
Sapper left his coat at IHOP like a jackass, and they stole it. They stole his money on the
Yeah.
inside. The end.
I was fucking robbed at IHOP. Fuck that.
And then did you complain? They were like, "Sorry, we can't find your money."
Dude, they have fucking cameras everywhere at IHOP.
Can I just say one thing about that IHOP? They
What?
segregate blacks from whites.
This is true.
There's
an IHOP in Abington, Pennsylvania, where every time we
Where
go
I was
there,
fucking robbed.
the very same IHOP that Stamper was robbed at, they have a left aisle, a middle aisle, and a left or right aisle. This happened at least 10 times when we've gone there. The left aisle has been completely filled with blacks.
Black people.
And black people. What? It wasn't being
Blacks.
offensive. Blacks. And the middle was filled with whites.
White people.
Now, there have been a couple of times where the left whites. Bling. But there have been a couple of times where the left aisle has
Did you
not
just conjure up a butterfly?
Yes, there have been a couple of times where the left aisle has not been filled at all with blacks, where it's been like half full or a third full or like 1/10 full. But it's still like one black person in the left aisle, one white person in the middle aisle. It's baffling. It's happened so many
weird.
times.
I don't get it. Like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious.
It's just weird. It's not even offensive. It's just like, what? It's bizarre. Are they afraid they're going to catch on white diseases? We're going to plague them?
I'll be damned if I eat breakfast next to a nigga.
This has been Sleepycast. You've been listening to Stamper, Niall, Zach, and Chris. If you'd like to send us stuff, send it to our P.O. Box listed in the description. You can also donate to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/sleepycabin. Yeah. Well, that's enough gay shit for me. Tune in next week. Stamper licks on a stinking asshole. Holy fuck.
I saw a Back to the Future porno once, and Marty was like an Indian dude.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
You remember that? He's like, "Marty, you gotta come back to me. You gotta fuck your mother." He's like, weird.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I'd rather send it pass.
I want to just stay in my.
I do not want to. What do I get 7-Eleven?
I will save this pack of gum.
This ain't racist at all, right? But it is.
That was.
No, it's extremely true that every single time I go to a 7-Eleven, it's an Indian guy. What's with that?
And Dunkin' Donuts as well. I
What's
don't
with that?
understand it either, yeah.
That's not racist. It's true. You walk,
I think
literally you there walk into a 7-Eleven
any
right now. It's
convenience
an
store.
Indian guy.
Any convenience store that isn't a chain, really.
Yeah.
Except for 7-Eleven.
I just figured like one dude came over from India and he hooked up a 7-Eleven and then he started getting all his friends over and they never broke the chain.
You know, sort of invite your friends over every.
Stamper, I have a story. Well, it's not a great one, but there's you know the gas station beside our house, the one that's kind of convenient to go get like a drink or cigarette or something, like you can just go in and get stuff.
Yeah.
The one that's near our house. You know the guy who works there?
Yeah.
He's a cranky cunt.
He's a dickhead.
He's such a dickhead. He always has this face on, and I was like,
There's two guys that work there. Is it a chubby Indian guy? And
No, he's
the dude who always looks like his son died that day.
he looks like an Easter.
Yeah, he's
an
a
Easter
fucking
Island statue.
dick. Once he was like to me, he was just standing cleaning the floors, and there was no other cashier, and I was standing at the thing, and he was just looking at me. But anyway, I was like, it's my goal to make this guy laugh. Like before I move out, I just want to make this guy laugh just to see if I can, because like it's a challenge. And I couldn't do it. Every time I went in, I'd always try to make him laugh, and he would never.
Why don't you just buy things from him and leave like normal people? Why are you trying to?
Because he's such a fucking.
It's not a fucking Robin Williams movie, dude. You're not gonna like engage this guy.
You're gonna break through to him. But listen,
just cold, man.
It was just a challenge. That's all it was. It's just a stupid thing.
Give me an example. Give me an example. I'll be the Indian guy. You told me. Welcome.
No, he wouldn't even say that.
He doesn't say a word, dude.
Okay, fine. Let's.
That's why it was even more of a challenge.
Let's suppose. Okay. Ding ding. You walk in.
Oh, I can't.
Would you walk up to him like, "Can I have some cigarettes?"
No, I do an Arnold impression or something. Try and make him laugh.
Yeah, that's funny.
What have you actually done so far? I'm curious.
No,
now.
because I didn't finish my story yet. All right, so I went in. I tried to just make small talk and stuff, and I was like, damn, I'm getting nowhere here. And then one day, me and Shad walked down there, right? And Shad was looking like the fucking Unabomber. He was wearing sunglasses, a scarf covering his mouth and stuff. And Shad, we both walk in, and Shad goes, "I'm not armed, I swear." And then the guy just goes, "Ha ha 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 ha." I was like, dude, that's the fucking last thing I think of to try and make this guy laugh. And Shad did it in one goddamn go.
All it took was fucking horribly offensive racism.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's human right there.
Yeah, but I was still happy that the guy laughed. But
Shad walked in that place one time and he looked at the guy. He's like, "Does this place get robbed off in?" And the guy was like, "Excuse me." Yeah. Then Shad reached in his fucking big leather jacket and pulled out his card really fast. I was like, "Shad, you're a fool."
Jesus Christ.
Shad is mysterious.
Sweet, dude.
That's scary. What if the guy fucking blew his head off?
I know, because Shad was like, that's exactly the event of events in order. What happened?
Oh, but the time me and Shad went there was this old man sitting on a chair, this old white guy, right? And this is just when Stamper said white people complain all the time. It was kind of in my head, right? So we walked to that shop, and this Indian guy, Shad made the Indian guy laugh. I was like, okay. And then this fat white old guy was sitting on a chair, and he was going, "Takes a long time to clean this place." And it was this tiny little 4x4 fucking shop, and he was like, "Yeah, we have to replace the refrigerators." And Shad was kind of like looking at him really weird. He was like, "Yeah, it's cold outside now." And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, white people do complain all the time. That story was going nowhere. I just wanted to kind of clarify.
They do. White people bitch about everything all day for no reason, and every other person on the face of the planet keeps their mouth shut and dies silently, regardless of how pissed off they are.
Yeah.
So Beast of a Guzman asks, "To all the boys with a Z," this guy's crazy, "it seems to me like the quote-unquote golden age of internet humor and original content is over, with now, in parentheses, aside from the good work you guys are involved with, of course, what do y'all see yourselves doing in 2019 or 2019?
Doing your mom, doing your mom.
That's what all we doing.
No, you straight up. 2019
is what, 5 years? Oh god, it's 4 years away now, pretty much. 5 years away. Corey, what will you be doing in the year 2019? In 5 years, 4 years?
Same thing. It's like 4 years from now. Nothing's gonna fucking change. I mean,
well, you were a different place 4 years ago. I mean, 5 years ago.
It's hard to say. I
didn't know you 5 years ago.
When you deal with future stuff, you look at stuff now. Like what
would you like to be doing in 5 years?
What I'm doing now is working and animating and doing the same fucking thing.
What are you gonna be animating?
What do you want to have done by then?
I know what you're gonna be doing. You're gonna be working with me on this game we're working on now. Still in 5 years.
You think in 5 years?
No, yeah, we are. But I think it'll be more fleshed out, and then it'll be pro.
In 5 years?
I think we'll be like patting each other on the back.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
The real look of dread just hit Jeff in the face.
Jeff, let me tell you something. I've lived here 3 years. Two years.
Yeah.
And time hasn't flown.
If we're not
by
done,
fucking
if we're not done by then, I'm killing myself.
Hold on.
I'm serious.
Before you pull the trigger.
I'm serious.
Before you, Jeff, I joined this to keep. We gotta. I joined this.
Yeah, you can talk about it.
So you didn't kill yourself.
I appreciate it.
Jeff, what do you want to be?
Jeff Ariel Minkelstein.
Ideally, I would like to be done this huge game I'm working on. It be a success, and maybe just to change things up a bit, maybe I could be pitching like an animated show. I'd like to be working on maybe an animated show, perhaps.
I would.
Although I'm greatly enjoying working on the game, but once it's done, maybe just do something a little different.
I'm kind of the same way. I would really be like the extra cog in the wheel that helps push the thing and everything. And then after that, I would like to see myself actually animating a fucking series or something, making my own. Because I have ideas. I've had ideas for fucking ever, but I feel like now at this point, it's kind of like I'm not gonna waste my time doing like fucking game parodies or shit I give no shits about, unless it's like something I'm legitimately serious about, like back then when I used to make like stuff like.
Yeah. So Chris, what about you? What do you see yourself doing in 4 or 5 years in the far off year of 2019?
I want to be producing.
Producing what?
Good content that I wrote.
What do you want to have done by then? Like what would you like to have accomplished in the next couple of years? 5 years?
I don't know. Make something. I don't fucking know. I don't have any plans. Make whatever.
Just rolling with it.
Yeah.
Just rolling with the.
I want to make. I definitely want to make something longer than 20 minutes at some point, and then after that, I would like to fucking be the director and have everyone do what I want and fucking not worry about shit.
Would you like people to say?
I honestly do think I'm nearing the end of fucking enjoying animating long like cartoons. I can't do it anymore. It's just it takes too long, and then.
There's such a little game.
All the ones that I do finish are always the ones that people are like, oh, I didn't like that one, and then you do something fucking shitty and stupid, and it's like, that's the funniest thing you ever did. It's like, great.
Would you like to see an internet debate with people debating whether you or Hans Zimmer are better?
Oh my god. Hans Zimmer is definitely better, but that doesn't make his music any more bland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so we all just want to be rich and famous.
Yeah, I just want to be able to have.
I want to be able to make stuff and not worry about the money that costs to do
Yeah,
it.
you know what I want?
I don't wanna-
Do you know what I want? I want to be able to walk into a fucking sandwich store, a fucking bar, and be like, "What's that? Give me the most expensive martini you got."
No, seriously, my
Make it
financially, my only goal financially is just
Yeah.
to not just to walk somewhere and be like, I don't have to check my bank account to see if I want to eat food.
Exactly.
Or get something.
I just want to.
Oh,
walk.
I could just go out to eat tonight.
I want to walk. I want to go hang out with my friends and be like, "Oh man, that seafood was so great. Oh, $30. Don't worry, I got it."
Yeah, instead of shaking my hand and like collecting pennies from the corners or like coughing.
I would be like, "Hold on,
the
and I
winter
fucking
cold.
spill like old man coins everywhere."
Well, my goal is slightly, by 2015. Let's see, that's 4 years away. Be an old man by then.
I bet you guys will be much more well off.
I would have liked to at least had one season of a TV show, at least one. That's all I want, just to get my foot in the door and experience that.
I want to have one weed.
One weed? After all these years of collecting weed grains, you can finally have one big
Can I
weed.
have a weed, please?
I want to go to the biggest dealer there is and be like, "Give me one weed."
He'll be like, his jaw will start quivering. He'll drop his bag. He'll be like, "This guy wants one weed, sir." And he's like, "One weed." He's like, "Get it for him."
You can join the weed creed.
You should have like a little
weed crew.
series called like Corey Shorts. So it's like
Why?
you just like film you going to like a drug dealer. One weed, please.
You
And
fucking
then
shot
a
the
fucking gun gets pointed at my face
Yeah, then
and
he
like
shoots you,
like this
and that's
angle in my
it.
fucking brain, and then it's like cut to black.
Can I just say something though about
Yeah.
about this
Yeah.
question? He wrote the words "golden age" in quotations, but he still wrote the word "golden age."
Oh, like internet humor was better.
Can I just say
years ago?
this is a common incorrect belief. People say, "Oh, the golden age of online animation is dead." You guys, if you really think there was a golden age of online animation, you're too young to be. You were too young or not even born.
I mean, the
to,
animation sucked.
The animation sucked. There were more parodies, not less. The humor was worse. If anything, all that's happened since like 2005 to 8, people think, "Oh, back in 2009, it was so good." Back in 2010, no.
You could watch.
You were too young
you
to
could
remember how
watch-
fucking.
You could watch Sonic versus Mario, and then next you could watch Zelda Goes to the Drugstore.
And that wasn't a knock on that question. I'm just saying this is. I see this so. I see this so often.
The only
Back
difference
then,
is
it was
Adam fucking Phillips gave up to do freelance. He's actually storyboarding for Bob's Burgers. That's the only difference I see.
Is
that
he
he's-
really?
Yeah, he's doing stuff for Bob's Burgers
Holy
now.
shit.
Yeah, he's the coolest dude.
We love Adam Phillips. This is to you.
Adam Phillips, you were a faggot.
Adam Phillips.
Like the
Would
mustard
you
clip.
did you do the Beast in the Woods? Isn't that what it's called?
The
Bitey and
Bitey.
Brackenwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's super talented.
That was
Can I
really good.
tell a short story about Adam Phillips?
I feel bad because like
You called him a dirty Aussie fag boy.
I did, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't even know him, so I didn't say that. But I'd like to meet him because I'm curious. Because like everyone's like, "Oh, Adam Phillips is amazing. He's so cool.
He's so
But it's like
friendly.
I don't know who the fuck he is, and then I see him, and I'm like, "Who is this? Who is this cat?"
Look up Adam Phillips on Google. You'll see some of his work. He's really talented.
Tom and myself and Stamper were making a game in 2006 based on.
Oh yeah, I know what you're gonna say.
Do you know what his name is? I forget his name now.
I feel bad.
Kevin.
Before I say something,
He's Britney Spears' boyfriend, right?
I want to say
Kevin Federline. Kevin Federline.
Kevin Federline, yeah. Tom, myself, and Stamper were making a game based on Kevin Federline where you beat up Britney Spears. It's really weird. You can juggle her baby and stuff with punches, but
wow.
We did all the art and we did everything with the game, and then we said at the time Adam Phillips was like huge, like he had like the best animation on the fucking internet, and we said we'd like him to be part of this game. So we're like, cool, what can we have him do? Because like the whole game was almost done, and we didn't want to take up all his time, so we
You can have blood effects.
Well, that was close. At the end of the game, Adam Phillips starts piss. You can piss on like Britney, and we said, what if we got Adam to animate the piss?
It's like
so he basically animated one piss droplet and then gave it back to us. And Tom coded it so the piss would go all over the fucking screen, but he animated it's like the credits are like Stamper, Johnny Utah, Tom Pulp, and it's like in special thanks to Adam Phillips for the piss droplet.
That's sweet.
Anyways.
But I just wanted to dispel the rumor that I hear a lot
Honestly-
from younger guys who are like 13 to 15 to maybe 17 who say there was a golden age and now it's all dead. No, you're too young to remember how it was worse back then.
There will
I'm
always
sorry.
be good humor. There will always be bad.
Yes.
Like there was a lot of obnoxious, shitty, corny humor today, but
It was- I would
back
say
then too.
I
only
feel like
difference
things
between-
things change with age. Like different things that you didn't find funny before become funnier the older you get.
And I would even say, go back and watch
Or
the
it's
stuff,
funny.
the stuff that you think is golden. Go back and watch it. It's not that good. Like the people who, I mean, it's still good for what it was. But if you go back and watch the stuff now that you think is the golden age, it's honestly it's whatever. The only difference between now and then, there's exact same amount of parodies. I would say more parodies today. The only difference is today that people are better at animating.
Do you know what I feel like more or less this falls into?
What's
I
that?
feel like a lot of people let nostalgia clog their vision.
That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just
Like,
nostalgia.
they remember the
Animation's
good
gotten
times.
way better.
Yeah.
They remember the good times. And that's another thing too. Like you see these animators, you see animations from like, and then you see fucking animators now, and they're like, because the bar is like set, and they're like, I gotta be like these motherfuckers. So
Corey,
they're like
Legendary
doing.
Frog was the golden age.
Yeah.
He was. He really.
No, he
like,
really
that-
was. And then you look at the stuff now, and it's just like it's insane.
I used to think Return of Ganondorf was the funniest thing ever. And I watched it like recently. I was like, holy fuck. That's not knocking him or anything, but I was just like,
it's
Jesus Christ. I used to think this was hilarious.
It's like, have you ever wanted to play a PlayStation 2 game that you've been craving? You're like, man, I want to play that game, and you play it. You're just like, this game is fucking.
I knew the guy who did those Napster Bad cartoons. They were like on the forefront of like new internet animation with
What's
Flash.
Napster?
Napster Bad. You don't
What's
know
that?
what Napster is?
Napster,
Napster?
Corey?
Who's Napster?
You nobody's heard of Napster?
I know what
I know
Napster
Napster
was.
is.
Napster was that big mobile phone company
Yeah.
that sold fucking ringtones.
Is that what you're talking about?
Are you guys fucking with me?
The Napster ad company. Napster that you steal like.
I mean, it's just showing my fucking age.
Wasn't
I don't know.
Napster
Holy
the
shit.
music website that?
Yeah, it was
they got
like
in
it
trouble
was
legally,
like
right?
the first like torrenting like
Yeah, there was music stuff,
not
right?
torrent. Yeah, it's like you share music.
I'm pretty sure Napster
LimeWire.
also did
that
that
was
mobile phone
LimeWire
shit.
for us. That was
Yeah.
LimeWire.
I do remember
Napster was before Lime. Napster was the first.
Napster was like 2000, 1989.
Okay,
And there was like a
LimeWire
cat
was
head logo.
Yeah.
I remember.
I swear to God,
LimeWire was like 2005, 2004.
Napster had those ads on TV where it's like send a text message to blah blah blah, and we'll send you these wallpapers and ringtones.
Yeah, they changed into that. Basically, yeah, just to get not to get
At
off
first,
topic.
though-
There was Napster. There was a big controversy. Metallica was pissed off because their music was being shared
A lot of
on
artists were-
Napster.
a lot of artists hated them.
So a guy who actually became like my boss for a while, he animated the series called Napster Bad, where James Hetfield and Lars Ulrich were cartoon characters, and James Hetfield would be like Napster Bad, and he like swing his arm across the screen. But they were popular on the internet for a
Really?
while. Yeah, they were like some of the first Flash cartoons.
Because it was controversial. Because it was like it was topical.
They were actually not. He animated. It was very crude. The animation was crude, but it was very lively, and they were very popular at the time.
That's cool.
In like 2001 or something.
And see, this kind of falls into like the question. It's not on the paper, but it's kind of like the same vein. It's like So I'm going to be treading on water, and this is the only time I will ever talk about this. But the topic of Chris Chan.
Okay.
Because Chris Chan, as gay as it is to say, was a big part of my life. back in fucking 2007 because I made the animated series. And that's how, I mean, you guys...
That is how you pretty much got your start.
Yeah, and I didn't even fucking know anyone. I just wanted to... I thought this guy was fucking hilarious, and I thought he was a joke, like a troll, and then I found out later he wasn't, and it like, I was fascinated. It sparked my curiosity for that kind of stuff.
He's definitely like the only weird autistic person I would call almost brilliant.
Yeah,
in
exactly. He made like
He's
a
a comedic
series.
genius.
He made
He
a
is.
series. He based his entire life, and he created like crayon copyrights, like fucking like Crayola crayons, like a 5-year-old would draw. And there are 12-year-olds who have better art styles and art talent than him. And he fucking like made a series with Pokemon and Sonic. Sorry, but one of the most autistic franchises out there. And he put them together, and he made Sonichu. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is amazing. And I suckered in, and I was into the whole trolling thing, and for 4 years of my fucking life, I used MS Paint, I animated crudely, like Ren and Stimpy style drawings, overly grotesque fucking Chris Chan stuff that I eventually made like a big part of my life, because that's how I started getting like attention and shit. And then it just became sadder the more Chris Chan went on. Like, he became a tranny, and then his dad died, and then everyone's like, you should make fun of Chris Chan. It's like, dude, his fucking family's dead. His house burned down. And he's trying to make money on eBay, and people are still trolling him and fucking with him. I know he's a despicable person because he's like racist and stupid and ignorant and horrible.
His life adventures were amazing.
Yes,
for a while.
they were. He was just like, it was incredible. If Chris Bores had a build up like that, I'm sure Chris Bores would be the legacy he could have been.
It's looking at Chris Chan's life is like looking at Walter White's life. He starts off like somebody completely.
I don't
ends up
even know
somebody
who Walter White is, but I
different.
know that he like completely
Breaking Bad.
changed, because he starts off being like, no homos, I ain't no gay, and then he's like putting his hair up. He's like, this is how you apply lipstick.
I'm saying if you watch the last, episode and you watch the first episode, it's a completely different show.
And there's like chronologically
Of Chris
ordered.
Chan.
There's an archive, because let me tell you something. If you thought Chris Chan was like autistic, there are people who have archived him eating, breathing, and shitting, and it's on his website.
There's video of him as a little kid winning some contest.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's actually like because he won a Sonic contest ages ago, and that's what sparked his like fandom thing.
His ranting on like not liking black girls because they're black, and there's like some audio of him trying to talk a GameStop manager.
Yes. There's so much ignorance.
Because he got kicked out. He's trying to get back into the store. I never laughed harder.
No, I'm telling you.
Yeah, he may go to the car with his mom.
Yeah. Like Chris Chan he's an enigma, which to so many people they thought he was a troll, because they're like, there's no way this motherfucker is real, because it's like he's the most saddest human being ever, and it's sad because it's like. I spent 4 years of my life fucking with him, and like people are like, bring it back, and I'm like, no, let it die. It's like, it's depressing. It's not the golden age, it's the depressing age.
And Happy Harry Partridge, he's like he loves Chris Chan too.
Yeah, he told me.
And I think I don't know if this is well known. I don't think he'd care if we shared it, but I think he contacted Chris Chan once.
Yeah, I think he said that.
He mentioned he's like I'd like to make a game with you.
Yeah.
And Chris Chan actually turned Harry down. Like, Harry's one of the best fucking animators on the internet.
He did.
And Chris Chan is like, well, you don't have like a Disney style.
You're not good enough.
No,
you're not good enough.
I'm telling you right now. That's the thing about Chris Chan. He's super conceited. He's super full of himself. And it's funny too, because like he makes videos where he's like, hey y'all. He's like having like a presentation with fucking PowerPoint and like baby tools and like his Hasbro like fucking keyboard. And he's like presenting, because he's very professional, he presents stuff, and he's like, yeah, here's a picture a fan made, it's like really fucking well done, and he's like, yeah, she ruined the tail, it ruined the picture, so I made a new one. And then he made it, but he's like, but I appreciate fan stuff, but he will never accept the fact that someone is a better artist than him. He will always say he's a better artist. So he has to be the lead animator, the lead writer, the lead director, the lead voice actor, and you can just be a fan. That's what he would do.
I just have all these memories of him, like him running around a park with a female like sports bra on.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Didn't somebody dress him up normal and pretend? They said, listen, just act here, we're gonna put some fake tattoos on you, and we're gonna put you just act like this whole time your entire life has been like a trolling.
That backfired
and
on him because
it almost was convincing.
But it backfired on him because like this other fucking Chris Chan came in and said like that's just Ian Brandon Anderson because his name on the fucking
he's an
website
imposter.
Was I am Chandler, and he's like that is a troll name. My name is Chris. Like it's funny because he's literally convinced people are telling the truth and not fucking with him. Someone would go up to him and be like, Chris Chan, I just sold fucking 40 paper medallions online. I'm making millions of dollars. And he'd come online and be like, goddamn trolls are selling my merchandise.
He gives out his personal information. He's like, this is my phone number, but don't call me.
Yes, he's a retard. He said it himself, so I can say that. And it's sad because like now it's like people link me stuff still because there's those diehard, and it's like, man, I don't care. It's depressing. I don't care. It's funny to see that he's still freaking out about Sonic and shit and still like complaining.
Well,
and it's
I got
just
my
like,
laughs. I got my laughs out of it.
Yeah, it's like it's over.
You ever see your dad's dick?
Yep. I was peeing in a urinal next to my dad when I was a little tiny guy. I still believed in Santa at the time, and I leaned over because I was curious about my dad's wiener, and I said, Dad, you have a really big pee-pee. And the bathroom was full of guys. It was like at a train station, and they all kind of stopped and wondered what my dad was doing to me. And then he grabbed my hand before we were done peeing, and he dragged me out of the bathroom.
You ever do that thing where you grab on your dad's like lower leg and he walks with you? My dad got a boner one time and I did that. I grabbed onto his dick and he walked around with me too. It was great, man.
Of course he did.
And it was like swing to the left.
Yeah.
And right,
He was like, come on, little monkey, let go of the branch, little monkey boy. And I was like, no, I'm not letting go. And I grabbed into his balls and I hung. It was horrifying.
Is that true story? Or is that lies?
No, it's true.
Naughty little boys get coal in their
Have I ever lied on this podcast?
At least like 67 times, at least.
We're gonna do an episode where we put you under hypnosis for the hour, and we're gonna see.
And then it's all gonna come out.
It's all real. You guys look stupid then. All my dad's stories were real.
It's gonna be a mix of
Oh, you're just gonna repeat everything? You're just gonna talk?
Yeah,
about...
like no, that really happened. You guys.
I really hung onto my dad's balls like a little monkey.
To one hair.
Hey Zach, what was your favorite Christmas present as a child?
My dad's dick? No, for real though.
Yeah.
I remember one time I got a Nintendo DS and I was very happy with that.
My favorite gift was actually the original Nintendo Entertainment System with Robbie the Robot.
Wow.
Oh, you got the Robbie pack.
I did. I was surprised. I'm like, wow, this is the extra special Nintendo. I got a copy. I played Gyromite all night long.
And then you played fucking what's the one other compatible game?
Duck Hunt. I was gonna say Duck Hunt.
I don't know. There was another Robbie the Robot game, but I can never remember the name of it.
Yeah, they did. It was used. It was like 2 games. He was really cool though.
He was pretty cool. That was a lot of work for one or two shitty games.
I remember when I was a kid, I was very scared of because I was a kid. I thought my parents wouldn't get what I want. Like if you ask for like a Game Boy, they'll get you like some weird off-brand thing because they don't know.
Yeah. Oh, that happened to me.
That was horrifying.
I asked
Tiger handheld.
I asked for an iPod when I was like 15 or 16, and I was I really wanted one because all my friends had one, and I just I was dying for that iPod. And then my mom started kind of being like, throughout the week before Christmas, she was like, I've heard about these new things called Creative Zens. They're better than iPod.
I got a Zen too.
And then I was like, no, I want an iPod. And she was like, but these Creative Zens are supposed to be great. And I was like, no. And she's like, Creative Zen. And I was like, no. And then, so Christmas came around and I was like opening my presents. And in my stocking, I got like an iPod like cover. And I was like, oh God, yes. And then I went downstairs and I opened my present and it was a Creative Zen. Like it didn't even fit. And then I tried my best not to look disappointed and sad, but I
that's
couldn't
the
help
big thing. Is like if you actually get a bad gift, you're like, you can't.
But dude, it turned out the Creative Zens were much fucking better than iPods.
Really?
You could put any video you want on them. You could they had way bigger storage.
Yeah, iPods are crack as shit.
They were sweet.
Yeah, fuck Apple. Fuck it. Everything is fucking sucks.
Whatever. No, I use iTunes. I don't care for iPods though.
Yeah.
If you're just playing MP3s, there's ways to go about it. Like syncing an iPod.
You don't have to sync it and delete all your files when you plug it into another
It's just
computer.
so clunky and weird. Yeah. My favorite gift, along the same lines as Jeff, was I got the Nintendo as well, but I got the Super Mario Duck Hunt. Yeah, Super Mario Duck Hunt
combination thing.
Combo, and I got Ninja Turtles, and Ninja Turtles was a crock of shit. I used to, I loved Turtles, and they gave me that, and I didn't know at the time how much of a broken, shitty game it was. And then I remember a similar story much later. I got a Super Nintendo for Christmas, and I remember I was sitting in class, and this is already when the PlayStation 1 was out, and I was so psyched to get a Super Nintendo because I really wanted one. My family was poor, so they probably saved up for like 2-3 years just to get me one. And then the teacher was like, so what did everyone get for Christmas? And then when it came around to me, I was like, I got a Super Nintendo. And everybody in the class laughed at me because I got a present. Like, they were like, yeah, welcome to fucking 3 years ago, fag. And I was like, come on, man. I this is like the best gift ever. Everyone else was playing with their... I eventually got a PlayStation, not long after it came out, but... It's like, what kind of a shitty-ass teacher asks a dumbass question like that when they know that...
To single out the poor kids?
Yeah, I mean, you got your rich snobs in class, and you got your poor kids in class. Like, half the poor kids are probably just gonna sit there and lie and be like, I got
a new car.
Yeah, and they have, like, holes in their shoes and shit. It's like, they probably just got, like, socks, and they're super psyched.
Yeah. As the older I get, the more I actually do appreciate, like, clothes. Like, my dad got me a coat last Christmas, and it was, like, one of the best gifts I ever got.
We were talking about that last night. If I got a jacket or a nice coat that fit well, that'd be like the best gift ever.
Yeah, exactly. Or like
if I need video games, I could fucking buy them. Like, whatever. Now, did you have a best, or is it just disappointing?
I don't know if I had a best gift, but that doesn't mean I didn't get good gifts because I appreciate all my gifts. But
don't throw us all under the bus. No, every gift is special.
Yeah, like because my parents, they never didn't have much, so anything was a bonus. All
right, Charlie Brown.
All right, Linus, give your big speech on the fucking stage. You talk about Jesus, you little bag.
Here's a little spotlight, bitch.
But as I got older, I started asking for I was like, no, surprise me, because I was like trying to be nice. I was like, you don't have to spend a lot of money on me. And then Christmas came around, all my sisters were getting new phones and stuff, and I was getting underwear and socks.
Surprise!
God fucking damn it!
You remember any horrible gifts?
Like the ones that you were like, man, I can't even appreciate this because this is so...
Yeah, I got Simpsons Road Rage on the PS2
it's a great game, dude.
2 years ago.
That's not a horrible gift.
That's
like 2 years ago.
I don't have a PS2.
Should we bring up our worst gifts?
Or ones that are really bad, just like...
I'll tell you what, I had a die-cast Voltron figurine when I was a child.
If you left that shit in the box...
I have no idea what the fuck that is.
You don't know what Voltron is?
Voltron.
You know what Megazord is?
No.
He kind of looks like that asshole up above the TV there.
No, Megazord from Power Rangers, man.
Made of robotic lions that fought for justice in the galaxy.
You didn't watch Power Rangers?
I did. I used to love Power Rangers, but I haven't seen it since I was 4 years old. But it was my favorite show.
You used to watch Power Rangers. You don't know what Megazord is.
I do know what Megazord is, but I didn't know what Voltron.
Now you do.
I didn't know what Voltron was.
I think Voltron came first. I'm pretty sure. I think Voltron is 70s.
Once they
right?
started doing
80s.
Power Rangers in space, I stopped giving a shit.
They did Power Rangers in space, Power Rangers on Mars, Power Rangers in Hawaii.
Hi, Jeff!
You know the old Red Ranger is a gay porn star now?
No, he's not. That's just a fucking hoax. Anyways, Jeff.
So I lost him. I'm still convinced my parents threw him away. And I lost him. And I said, Mom, Dad, I want a new Voltron. Because this is bullshit. It was my favorite toy. I want a new one.
Did all the pieces come apart into the individual little lions?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, dude.
Because I never had one of those. I just saw them, but...
No, it was cool. No, I saw one recently there was a Comic-Con. They were selling them remade versions of this. Is the exact one I had for $150.
That's not too bad.
Not too now. No, I was really tempted to pick it up. But yeah, so it was really nice. It was like back when toys were made of metal and stuff, and toys were cool. But
cool. So you could actually interlock all the little lions together and make the real. It wasn't like a prefab.
No. They could. But basically, Christmas came around, and I was expecting a new Voltron. And I got this plastic shit Voltron that was like a baby's toy, and I had these little shitty. I mean, it was weird. It had these little extra action figures that could go in the lions, but the lions were much bigger, much bulkier. They were, I don't know, it almost just it was just a much lamer Voltron, and it ruined my Christmas. The end.
How old were you?
I was the most.
How old were you?
I wasn't even that young. I don't think I was. I think I
10,
I wasn't
11.
even 10 yet, but I was so bummed out. My parents tried. Maybe the other one wasn't even available anymore.
Yeah, maybe they
I
tried
was
to
so
find it.
unappreciative.
Poor old Jeff. Yeah, I'd be afraid to have kids because I imagine you gave a really sweet gift and they're like, oh, this is what I wanted. It's like, God damn it, you little fucker. You're going to regret this for the rest of your life. You little shit.
Once when I was kind of skeptical about Santa, I was like to my mom, I go, I'm going to write a Christmas list, but I'm not going to show you, and I'm going to see if I get the right gifts, just to see if Santa's real. And she goes, yeah, go ahead. And then I got too scared that I wouldn't get the gifts I want, so I just showed her anyway. But
she called your bullshit.
Yeah, she called your bluff.
God damn it.
When I was 8 or 9, I wrote a list, but it was I was if Santa can do anything for free, I'm gonna ask for a bunch of gifts for my entire class and give all the gifts to my class. And I asked for like 40 things, and I got like 2 things. And I was like, fuck Santa. And it makes total sense because my parents saw Christmas was like the 2 pages, and they're like, I'm not getting you any of this.
Did you give those 2 things to the people? And
No, I was like, this is my shit, dude. I'm not giving anything to anybody else.
So much for your charity. Let's talk about ham.
Ham is a meal stinks.
It looks like pussy.
Oh, when you mean like when they get like a big ass ham?
Yeah.
You know what's weird? I hate going.
What?
Yeah, I hate the dinners where they have like the big ham. They cut you off like a big ham steak or whatever.
But you know when they glaze it with some delicious stuff.
But it's weird because I went
glazed ham is tasty.
I went over to Swain's house for Thanksgiving and he had like 9 turkeys and I actually brought a ham because I thought other people would eat it.
Oh, thinking
I like
outside the
ham.
box.
I liked your ham, Stamper.
People liked it though. I had a little blackberry glaze on it.
You did. And I want everyone to know I had a bite of that.
glazed
and I
ham
liked
is the
it.
shit.
It always feels like it's never really. I like it either thinly sliced or like sort of cooked a little bit. It always seems like it's kind of.
If it's a little bit
these
raw.
big wet slices.
Yeah, the big like sloppy.
It's like turkey. It's like you can make turkey really bad, but you can make like dry and something, or you can make turkey that's really juicy and tasty.
Rubbery.
There's a good way to make turkey. There's a good way to make ham.
People love their ham though. Have you ever seen a honey baked ham?
Yeah.
There's a franchise called Honey Baked Ham. Around the holiday seasons, they got a line out the door. I went there to buy a ham with my dad once, and I was waiting in line for like 3 fucking hours. Just to get a fucking ham. I was like, Dad, this better be the best fucking ham in the world. Sitting here like a fucking Aerosmith concert for fucking ham. And then they don't do any business for the rest of the year. It's just around the holidays.
That's all they do is it like a fireworks stand for ham?
They probably get one dude in there to buy a ham like a week, and then come Christmas time, it's just ham.
In Ireland, our Christmas dinners are you guys' Thanksgiving dinners.
Well, our Thanksgiving dinners usually spill over a little bit. Like it's pretty much the same shit.
We do Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas dinner.
Yeah, we have
actually that's a
double.
crock of shit. I've never had a Christmas dinner. When do you do it on Christmas Eve?
Yeah, Christmas Eve, and you wake up and worship Jesus and look at his bloody hands and face and screams.
I don't care what people say. Christmas is not about Jesus. No one cares about Jesus on Christmas.
That's because he doesn't give you presents like Santa.
Exactly.
You're wrong. I care.
No, you don't. What do you care about? What did Jesus do on Christmas?
I don't know. He died, I guess.
He
This
put
is
that-
birth
No, he woke up. He woke
Oh,
up.
he
and
woke
he
up.
slid out of her big slimy pussy.
He
looked at the sky
He
and said,
slid off his coffin
See,
lid.
how
and crawled
how
out,
could
and-
Jesus be born if to a virgin if her hymen was still there? Wouldn't that get in the way?
It's magic, man.
It's not
Magic.
getting logical about
He-
it.
dude,
Jeff used his
Magic.
power ring to shoot the North Star up in the sky. then the 3 wise men came by with gold, Frankensteins,
dead-
and myrrhs.
The beautiful dead white man crawled out of his cave and happily ever after.
"Babies come out of assholes, you idiot! Why would the pussy matter? You
What
fucking
happened after
dumbass."
Jesus got resurrected? He he moved a rock
sat
and then he
up like
just
a
walked
vampire.
away.
He flew into heaven.
He said-
like an angel. He flapped his arms like wings.
So he could go through the wall like Patrick Swayze in Ghost. He had to move a rock first and then he flew up.
Yeah.
No, dude, he's like the Mummy Returns.
Oh, his whole body got up and left, right? That's
Yeah.
where that the magic cloak comes from.
What really
Supposed
happened
to
is
be-
people go, dude, that's fucking Jesus in there. Let's like steal his body. All you have to do is move this rock, and then people go like, oh, he's gone.
They found Jesus' bones and there was cum all over them, so we have a good idea of what happened.
Guys took him and
Fuck
came all over him.
Yeah.
They tried to
Merry Christmas.
they tried to clone Jesus from his bones, but they just got some like black dude.
Yeah.
That's offensive.
It's not offensive. Jesus was a
You're
Middle Eastern
You're
dude.
offending everybody right
Yeah.
now. No, he wasn't.
Have you ever seen that picture? He grew
He
up
was
in
a
fucking
beautiful-
Iraq, dude. Like he was
a
in.
beautiful white man.
He had curly golden locks, Zach.
Beautiful eyelashes.
he was a
Haven't you ever
perfect-
seen a painting?
Yeah,
Jesus.
and he's a big love heart right in the center of his chest.
Have you seen the actual like rendition of what
beautiful
Jesus would have
blue
looked like?
eyes.
They did like an average compilation of what
Yeah.
everyone looked like
Don't
from
you
that
think-
era.
Didn't he
and
look like a
time.
borderline caveman?
Yeah, he had like a unibrow, and he was like, you know,
Dude, he would be fucking stopped and checked on an airplane today.
Do you think the portrayal of Jesus, though, don't you think, this is kind of dark, of course, but do you think like every other guy in that time period would sort of like just want to rape him?
They would beat the. They'd be like, "Hey, pretty boy.
Yeah,
hey, white
hey,
boy.
pretty boy.
he's like too
Hey,
pretty.
son of God."
Oh,
yeah.
He, was he had like beautiful brown chestnut locks,
Yeah.
long flowing
Like, if he
He
hair.
has
was
like curly little like ends of them.
He
Well,
probably.
God forbid you paint an ugly Jesus. Of course he's got to be beautiful.
What if Jesus was ugly? Would anybody worship him? If he was like, "Hey," like, fuck, dude, go worship somewhere else. Go over there.
Yeah, it's
go
like-
walk in that water. Don't fucking get away from us.
Everyone would think he was kind of cool, but you know, you wouldn't hang out with him in
Yeah.
your spare time.
Yeah, what do you think of Jesus? He has a really good personality. You know what? Yeah, I think it was funny is like a lot of these like white Southern Christians today, like these Republican kind of really deep Southern guys, If they went to heaven and saw Middle Eastern Jesus, they'd be like, "Get the fuck out of the way, dude. Where's Jesus? Is he behind
Dude,
you?"
me and you met one at Wawa last night. Remember that?
A Jesus?
Yeah, we stopped by at the. You were in the back of the U-Haul truck, so you didn't go in with me and Zach. But me and Zach went in there to get the black and whites and shit.
Yeah.
And we're by the thing. And I don't know why I said it, but I was like Zach, I think found, or he found like a little can of soda that he wanted. It's like, I'm gonna get this little can of soda, and I was like, "Merry Christmas, Zach." And this old Southern guy in like
big trucker kind of guy.
Trucker guy in like this camo gear walked by, and he was like, "That's right, brother. Leave Christ and Christmas. Fuck all this happy holiday shit. Just say Merry Christmas." And I was like, "Ah, yeah, right. Happy holidays, happy." And he was like, "No.
Yeah, he got mad,
Merry
dude.
Christmas." And I was like, "Okay."
But I don't get that, dude. Christmas is one day out of the whole month.
Yeah,
there's other holidays going on. You should say
sound
Merry Christmas like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Not even on Christmas Eve. You sound like a fucking idiot when you say Merry Christmas and it's the 17th. It's not Christmas yet.
Yeah.
Why can't you say Happy Holidays? There's tons of holidays back to back. I think the Christmas season has everything leading up to Christmas, even into New Year's.
Yeah.
That's like Happy Holidays.
Chanukah, New Year.
Chanukah, Kwanzaa.
What is Kwanzaa?
Christmas.
What is Kwanzaa?
Why don't you call it Christmas if you're so into Jesus? I'd go back to Wawa and tell, "Hey, trucker guy, why don't you go blow your precious fucking Jesus?
Yeah.
You ever talk to me like that again, I'll bust this soda across your old ass head."
Yeah, you're saying that in retrospect. You didn't say that at the time.
Yeah.
Stamper did reach in the guy's chest and pull his heart out and show it to him.
Like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, he was screaming. Didn't
Jeff,
die.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep the Christ and Christmas?
I don't really give a shit. I don't really like Christmas. I know we probably had this.
Thank you. Podcast over.
No, it's not over because we didn't get to that. You can't just say it's over.
Yes,
because
I
someone
can.
agrees
Watch.
with you.
If we actually cared about each other, what gifts would we actually theoretically give each other if we were going to give each other something?
I'd give you a Voltron and a BB gun, and I'd say, "Don't shoot your eye out, Jeff."
Oh my
And then I'd
God.
give you a Crunky bar, but that's between me and you, my friend.
Yeah,
Explain this just briefly. I still don't fully get this thing. I've seen
Crunking each other.
You want to sum up the crunks?
Yes, for several years now, probably almost a decade, Stamper and I have been playing this devilish, sick game with each other where we call it crunking each other. Where basically there's this fucking video of this Japanese candy bar commercial.
I think they're Korean.
Korean. Okay, are they Korean?
I think they might be. We'll put it in the description.
There's some inferior.
The band is called like
Cat Tune or
Cat Tune, and the candy bar is called a Crunky bar. It's almost like a Nestle. It's kind of like a Nestle. It's like one of those chocolate bars filled with kind of like rice or whatever.
Yeah. But it's just a little candy bar commercial.
But they're dancing around and they're running up the stairs, and this dude's biting into the candy bar and he's like brushing away his beautiful feathered hair, which doesn't look natural on him at all. And we were always trying to trick each other into watching this fucking video.
I don't even know where it started. It's like
it's like Rickrolling. It's really Rickrolling.
Yeah, essentially, but it's gone on for years, and it really advanced to like I'd send him the video, and then he'd send me the video, and I'd be like, "God damn it!" And then like he would like send me the video, and he would put the hyperlink with different text, and then I'd click it, and then the fucking guys would come up dancing, and I'd be like, "God damn it!" And then like we would like send just like, "Dude, could you please look at this Flash document, or look at this Flash movie and see this animation looks okay?" And then we'd embed the commercial right in the middle, and be like, "God damn it!" And then once I imported a bunch of Crunky bars and I put them like all in Jeff's mailbox and around his desk and this has gone back and forth somewhere. And then Jeff went out and got a card printed where like
those recordable cards you can record a message.
Yeah, it's like on the front it says like roses are red, piss is brown when you're drunk. And then I open it up and there's the Crunky logo and it plays the fucking theme song. I threw it on the ground. I was like, "God damn it!" It's been even to this very day. I got crunked like 2 days ago.
Really?
It's the dumbest fucking shit. I know. It never ends. It never ends.
I ran the dude's face through one of those ASCII art filters and sent to you as like a text document.
Oh my god. So yeah, there's that. Well, I don't even know where.
I was gonna buy a skull and put the feathered wig on the skull head and fill it with blood and Crunky bars and mail it to your house.
Yeah, it's not over. It will never be until you
over.
die before I do.
Hey Jeff, have you seen the movie The Interview?
Why, yes, I have seen The Interview. Zach, have you seen The Interview?
Oh my God! What are the odds you have seen The Interview and so have I?
What a crazy movie!
Wow.
I also have seen
Fuck you.
The Interview.
Yeah, I just thought it was a mediocre blah. I didn't hate it.
I think the biggest issue is obviously the buzz around this movie.
Yeah, they had the best marketing ever.
The best marketing ever. It was banned for a while, right? I mean, Sony at one point said they were never going to release it on any platform, on theaters
It
or
was
on DVD.
banned for a whole week.
But then they realized the marketing
I almost feel like it was.
It wasn't a
planned.
marketing ploy. They really did back out because they didn't want to. They got threats basically.
Yeah, but they did realize the marketing potential.
And it was a lot of the movie theaters too. The movie theaters said we're not going to show this.
I have a question. They released basically the ending of the movie on.
That was leaked.
Who did that? I didn't think the whole. It's like nobody had the full movie. Then all of a sudden somebody released.
Well,
the
someone
ending.
hacked Sony, so.
I think whoever hacked Sony to begin with did it. I think.
But if it was the Koreans, why would they release?
I have no idea.
No, there was a thing that said that it had to have been from inside Sony's building because there's no way you can just hack a network like that.
Yeah, but Sony's always getting hacked. Like PSN is always down. And
the actual movie itself.
Yeah, I thought it was fucking okay. That's about it.
I mean, I watched it now. Now we got a few good laughs. I think the biggest thing to point out is James Franco is so over the top and stupid and ignorant.
His character is hilarious.
He's always his character is always on 10.
Yeah.
So when he's funny, he really hits the mark, but when he's not funny, it just flops.
Yeah,
it just feels palpably uncomfortable.
It's so forced sometimes.
It was badly written. The whole movie was badly written.
I would say there are some very convenient parts and parts that have dead ends. The 2 poison strips go nowhere. That doesn't go anywhere.
They could have taken out the entire ricin part of the movie, pretty much.
The poison strip, the 3 poison strips, yeah. It goes nowhere. I think that was kind of a red herring to trick you. Like a sense of urgency.
It was.
It was. Oh no! Now how are they gonna do it?
Definitely, yeah.
But then the 2 strips come anyways, and then those go, and then it's like it just feels like a dead end.
What Jeff said though was the most important thing though. It's like when they just write someone to be impossibly stupid, it's just lazy.
And it was funny a couple times.
Yeah.
He has one line where he's like, "Oh, it's 2014. Women are smart now." Like that's ignorant.
Yeah, that was funny.
That's so ignorant. It's
You
funny.
delivered that terribly.
What's that?
You delivered that like horribly.
I'm quoting it. There's another part where he said Konnichiwa in North Korea. Like his ignorance was funny sometimes. Like it definitely landed sometimes.
Yeah. And I don't know when they're at FBI headquarters and she's like, we need you to take him out. To dinner?
Yeah, there were a couple parts like that where I was like,
come on.
stop it.
Or
yeah, that character, that female
or
character.
the part where they're like, use this bag, and he's like, no, I want my bag. It's like, fuck you.
She was so horribly written.
I'll give him something with my hand.
Yeah. Or it's like, go outside your hotel window, and there's like no, like it just felt really, badly written.
It felt convenient. Convenient in the wrong kind of ways. But I think, that CIA chick character was, you could have
A lot of
completely
people just
scrapped
don't know
her.
how to write like girl characters. Like it's
No,
so
but they
weird.
wrote the Asian love interest totally fine. She was
great.
She was
very,
really funny.
Very
Yeah,
good
she was
actress,
great.
very
Yeah, you're
funny,
right.
very interesting. But the CIA chick was too. I think what they needed a straight man.
Yeah,
Not-
she was literally just serving a
they
purpose.
needed like a stone-faced kind of person to be like
She,
a no bullshit kind of person.
she's the hard ass who slowly melts for James.
She wasn't a hard ass though. She was goofy.
Yeah.
She was like a goofy kind of character, like that black sidekick guy she had. Well, he was funny because he was so stone faced all the time. They needed a character like that in her position.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, I don't know. I thought the guy who played Kim Jong Un was funny.
Yeah.
Very likable character.
Yeah, he was a cool actor too.
He acted the part well. He just didn't really look like him.
No, that was the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying they should have gotten Psy to do it like that. Gangnam
Just have
Style
found
dude.
some ugly, disgusting little monster of a
bloated guy?
Korean. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't look anything like him.
Yeah, he looked handsome.
Like,
kinda.
he just had like this beautiful smile.
Yeah.
But Kim Jong has these really long, disgusting teeth.
Yeah.
Like,
He's a ghoul,
sharp
dude.
teeth.
yeah, like fish teeth.
I thought the fucking Katy Perry references were stupid too.
I thought it was fine. It was fine.
Oh,
It-
it's just so quirky and fun.
It played to the fact that he was a fruity faggot.
I'm kind of sick of those Seth Rogen movies where it's like, we'll put in Gangnam Style, we'll put in like just these
But see, I just
popular
heard that.
songs.
No, but that song is like 4 years old, so it's past. It's been so long and that's not popular anymore.
Nah, it's not.
It's not a fresh off the press meme though. It's kind of an older song.
No, but like they didn't like this is the end to it. Like Gangnam Style and fucking Backstreet
This is
Boys.
the end. This is the end. I felt that. Dude, Backstreet Boys. That
No,
song is
I
like.
I know, but it was still like, yeah, but what if I don't like the Backstreet Boys? Now this whole ending is ruined for me.
That ending was shit anyway.
And props to Rogen for what's his name again? Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen.
James Flacco.
For
James Flacco.
showing the audience again he's never worked out a day in his entire life.
It was.
Yeah, but who cares?
Yeah.
I did think the death scene was really sweet. Like
Yeah, it
the
was
CG for that
sweet.
was really well put together.
It was cool.
Yeah.
Zach was saying it was supposed to be even more gory, but they had to.
Yeah, they had leaked emails too, where Seth Rogen was like, "Yeah, we made the hair melting less bad. We made his space embers less bad. We made his face melt less."
Wow.
Because apparently it was too, Sony was like, "Hey, stop
Hey,
that."
come on now.
Stop it.
Come on now.
Stop it, kids.
Yeah, but I just wish it was kind of slightly more grounded in reality.
My biggest issue was like, this is probably from like a kind of a donkey faggy position, but the whole like nuclear thing was kind of far fetched. Like the ending is like Kim Jong-un is going to launch the nukes because James Franco pissed him off. It's like, what? I think it would have created a better sense of urgency if they're going to go that way, where it's like Seth Rogen and James Franco have to save the world from nukes. It would have been better if maybe Kim Jong-un was planning to invade South Korea or something. You know? Like if there was
America isn't just gonna look at these fucking Koreans with their nukes sitting outside and do nothing.
Yeah. No, but it was like, yeah, they have like 4 nukes, like 20 megaton bombs or whatever, which they don't have. They don't have it. By the way, that's the other thing too. At the beginning of the movie, it's like, I think they said North Korea has detonated like a 20 megaton bomb on an island or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
North Korea doesn't. I don't think they have 1 megaton. They have kilotons right now.
They have like dirty bombs, basically.
Yeah, exactly. They have. I think. I'm not going to give a specific number, but they don't have megaton bombs right now, especially not a 20 megaton bomb. So yeah, but it was like North Korea's going to launch nukes. It was like maybe if they would have, if James Franco would have found a plan for Kim Jong-un to invade South Korea or something, that's a little more grounded.
It's still a little bit forgivable though, since it is like a over-the-top movie.
It's a comedy, but it just felt weird. It was like
I always like movies, like even if it's a comedy, it could be more grounded.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Shaun of the Dead was way cooler because of that.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, but no, I'm just saying, like the average viewer doesn't know that that's unplausible.
The average viewer is a pooer.
The average viewer needs
But
to take a
for a
shot.
comedy, I gotta say, for a comedy, I don't hate Seth Rogen. I think Seth Rogen.
I like Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen's made some really funny stuff. I think he's made some good
Do
movies.
you like the Green Hornet?
No.
I never saw that one. I like This Was the End. I thought Pineapple Express was. I thought they were fine.
Oh, Pineapple Express is really good.
They're good movies. They're not bad. They're not horrible. They're not amazing. They're what they are. They're
Who
laughs.
do you like more, Seth Rogen or Paul Rudd?
Seth Rogen.
I actually like Seth Rogen a whole lot more.
I think Paul Rudd's charming.
Who's more charming?
Seth Rogen. If you met Seth Rogen,
Yeah.
you'd be like, oh man, Seth Rogen.
I'd be like, sweet dude, you're cool.
Thanks, man.
And I'd be like,
I might be able to meet him.
These guys had a pitch with his manager.
oh yeah, she was
I'll
cool.
get
It was, it was for Point Grey Studios.
Zach and Chris.
And Dan-
She was
the
my
woman
favorite
behind.
meeting. She was my favorite Hollywood meeting
Yeah,
ever.
she honestly was. She was the coolest. She was like, oh, he's really good shit. I was like, oh.
Okay, I have a side little story about Seth Rogen.
She was really
it's
nice.
sort of related.
What's that?
This goes back to when Tom and I went to see Greg Sestero from The Room.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah, basically, for those who are familiar with the movie The Room, that cult movie.
Tommy was all original.
Yeah, Tommy was Greg from The Room. He was having a little thing in the city where it's basically showing behind the scenes clips of the movie. He was doing a live reading of some of the scripts from the old previous scripts of the movie.
Like really milking that movie.
Yeah, he plays Mark.
In all fairness, it was interesting. The whole thing was interesting. A lot of funny behind the scenes footage of like Tommy Wiseau or whatever doing these weird like jeans commercials and before he was known for this movie. But anyway, he was Facebooking Tom for like the longest time. Like those two were going back and forth because Tom and I made a game based on The Room, which has gotten like a few million views. And
who did the music?
I did the music. Yeah, Chris did the music, which was fucking great, by the way. The Pokemon version of the Room theme, which somehow worked perfectly. I don't know how,
Sweet.
but yeah. So him, I think Greg had like a total crush on Tom. So Greg was basically, hey Tom, you gonna come to the show? And Tom's like, all right, and he brought me along, and after the whole show, they're talking and signing, and this is not to get too off track. I'll get back on track in a moment, but we both bought the book and we went up to get it signed, and Tom got his signed and it all went smoothly. And I'm sitting there, I'm just like, I know something fucked up is gonna happen here. And I go up and I'm like, hey Greg, and I give him my book and I open it up and the book is pre-signed by Greg, like, hey, like some generic message, and it says his signature and some the other writer's signature. And I guess there were a pile of these books they were just going to give out to people, but I pulled a book. They could pull the book from the wrong pile for me.
So yours was already signed.
Yeah. It was not supposed to be signed because like everybody at the show is supposed to get their signed personalized.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's weird about that?
What?
One time I was with Zach picking up his girlfriend from the airport in Philly, and I saw that book there, The Disaster Artist.
Yeah.
And I bought it at the airport, and it was also signed. So
Oh, really?
I guess he
signed
he signed 1 million and just put them all over the city.
So yeah, I guess because he was totally ignoring me. He was like, I'm just the artist of the game. Fuck me. But he's talking to Tom, and he's like this total man crush on Tom. He's like, Tom, and it's this. He told Tom this in confidence at the show, and he's like, I have a deal with that what's his name?
James Franco.
James Franco and Seth Rogen. They're gonna write a movie based on this book, Tom. And then Tom told me this outside where nobody knew this was not public knowledge at the time, and I'm like, oh shit. He's like, and Tom's like, yeah, he said he's gonna invite me to the premiere of the movie.
Whoa.
And I'm like, what about me, motherfucker?
Yeah.
I made the game too.
You did all the art.
Yeah, I spent just as much time as fucking Tom on this movie, on this game, you motherfuckers. Like fucking Greg, you fuck.
Fucking Greg. Fuck you, Greg.
He's a very handsome man, though.
He is very handsome.
That.
So I'm feeling a little dejected. I'm like, God damn it. Maybe if I sucked his dick on Facebook like everybody else, but so I guess Tom's like, well, I'll ask Greg to send you a ticket too.
Yeah, that fucking happened.
I'm like, oh yeah, thanks Tom, that's great. Fuck all you guys. I don't need it. I don't need your fucking ticket to your fucking movie premiere. You cunts. Fine. Whatever.
Jeff, would you be surprised if you logged into Tom's Facebook and you saw pictures on between them of Greg sucking Tom's dick?
I took pictures of them together. They looked like they were in love. No, none of this is Tom's fault, by the way. This is just Greg being all Hollywood, I guess. And
well, he's made it.
So yeah, I don't know. So assuming now that these two are hot shit because of this room, I guess for the interview, I guess they're just gonna go ahead and make the movie now based on this.
I think their interpretation could be interesting.
Yeah, James Franco's playing Tommy.
He kind of looks like
he actually has this dumb kind of stare.
Yeah, the eyes.
But he wrote about the game in the book, and I'm assuming the game is not going to be in the movie at all. But
he mentioned it in the book, right?
So
what did he mention about it in the book?
He just said this game is fucking gay. I hope the artist dies.
every actor from the room played the game.
Really?
And they talked about it on their Facebook pages. Yeah. Denny talked about it. I think
Lisa.
I don't know if Lisa did because I think we pretty much drew her as like this disgusting monster, this topless monster in the game the whole time. And Tommy, I think, had Tommy's blessing, I guess, and so that went pretty well.
Isn't he really weird about that? Doesn't he like pull reviews off YouTube and stuff of his movie? I heard he was really weird about like.
We were super nervous. It's after we were gonna spend like 3 weeks on this, and after a few months passed, we were like, what if he fucking tells us to take it down? So we made sure to promote the sale of the DVD as much as possible.
And you had to change the name. You just called it The Room when you first uploaded, then you changed it to The Tribute.
Yeah, The Room Tribute, yeah. But that was fun to make. I could talk more about that maybe in a later podcast or something.
It's gone on for 2 hours now.
But for now, we're all going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
That was a trumper.
Thanks, Chris. You freak.
This has been Sleepycast. I'm Niall.
I'm Zach.
Okay.
I'm Jeff.
I'm Jeff.
I'm Jeff.
I'm Jeff.
I came in a phase where I stopped kind of playing with toys and I started making my own characters. Yeah. And I fucking shit you not, my original Dragon
OC?
Ball, my OC official fucking, I think I was like 12 or like 13-year-old Dragon Ball Z characters were Yeller and Redder. Guess what color their hair was?
Brown.
Red was red and yellow was yellow. His name was fucking Yeller and Redder.
Did you come up with that yourself?
And then after we got rid of those fucking characters because they were gay. Then we made
really gay.
Then we made Spence and Tekken. And Tekken, it was the same concept.
Did you just see the Tekken game and say
no?
Tekken?
Tekken, the game. I've heard the name Tekken. I didn't even know it was a fighting game. I thought the name was cool. And Spencer is a cool name, Spence. So I was like Spence and Tekken.
Dude,
and
Spencer's like the name of fucking Degrassi high school shit.
And then we got rid of that name, and then I made another character called like Guy and Usher. This is before Usher was a thing.
What the fuck?
So before we start pulling out,
that's like
before we start pulling out
really
the stats, I had an overactive imagination and severe aughts when I was a kid.
Throwback, in case you don't remember.
That's like almost as gay as like when I played Furcadia when I was like 12, and I had a character on it called Chamois Red White.
Listen, that's
red and
tell
white.
the Furcadia story.
That's
Did you tell
fucking
it?
gay.
You've never
okay?
No, I know your Furcadia story is good, but I don't know if you told it on the podcast.
Was it the?
I was banned from
the high school one?
No, that you thought it was just like
Furcadia.
Chris thought it was like, oh, cool. It's like a little chat room.
No, this is what happened, right?
I met some chick on Furcadia.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you fuck?
We online dated.
Ooh.
And then I lost my phone. I didn't talk to her for 2 months.
Why are you guys
the date broke up.
Why do you guys question me when I talk about your aughts? Like the pair of you. Like,
Okay.
honestly.
Furcadia. This is what Furcadia is. Furcadia is an online chat room for furries where you create your own anthropomorphic.
Anthropomorphics.
You make your own cat or your dog or your dragon or whatever, and then you walk around and you talk to other furries. But when I was like, I think probably less than 11, I went over to my friend's house and his brother was playing Furcadia, and I was like, what is that? And he was like, yeah, it's an online chat room. And I was like, whoa! And then I went home and I didn't have internet until I was like 12 or 13, so when I got the internet I was like, I got Furcadia! Yay! And I downloaded it, and then I installed Furcadia, and I'm now I'm unknown to me. I'm now a furry because I don't. All I thought it was cool.
No, you're officially
cats
furry
talking
now.
to dogs and shit. And I was like, this is imaginative. So I walk around and people are like, hey, you want a yiff? And I'm like, what the heck does that mean? And they're like, oh, well, I'll show you what it means. And then they do the star, and it's like,
Dude,
star fucks you. And I'm like, whoa, you're yiffing me,
dude.
But wait. But this is where it all leads to, Corey.
I want to hear the climax, but then I have stories.
I had an infamous character called Bright Cloud, right? And
Bright Cloud.
He was a white wolf. And one time I went on Furcadia and I went into Yiffy High School. I went to Yiffy High School and I didn't.
Yiffy High School.
This was at the part. I didn't even know what Yiff meant at this point.
I met at fucking like Yellow Grove Fields. I didn't go to fucking Yiffy High School. She was like, meet me at the township. That's where we met up.
Corey, you gotta listen. I went to
wait. So you're saying like your experience?
When I met her on Furcadia, because I met her from another furry site for Affinity.
Oh, yeah.
She was drawing like fat human girls and stuff.
Yeah.
But she was cool.
Okay.
And then we met, and then it was like went on for like Furcadia, but I went to like Pharaoh Goad's Fields, or it was like a quest area.
Yeah.
I didn't go to Yiff Central.
But listen, I went to Yiffy High School, right? And the cool thing about Yiffy High School is that when you enter, they change the graphics so that your little furries now have little balls and titties and stuff. So I was like, holy fuck, dude! And then now at this point, my little boy mind is running wild, and I'm like. So, like, this, I was still, like, unknown to what, like, role-playing and shit was, so this is a role-play only place.
Dude.
So I went into a classroom, and I was like, they made it so that they changed your lie-down animation to you holding your dick in your hands on your knees, and I was like, what the fuck? And I started pressing, like, full stop so that the animation changed because you're rotating, so he was, like, jerking off in the middle of the class.
Life.
No, I know, right? But I was just like a little kid, and I was like, I'm like jerking off as a wolf. This is sweet.
Beta Second Life.
I know, but then I went into all the classrooms. I was like, Bright Cloud fucks himself on the ground. And they're like, no, you can only do that after class. And I was like, fuck you. And then they kicked me out. And then I started wandering around Furcadia, and for some reason he became like that character. Bright Cloud was like infamous for a few days because I was like. Seeing all these other characters, it was like a guy who was like, yo, I'm the job giver. I'll find anyone a job. And I was like, can you find me a job? He's like, I'm not giving you a job, Bright Cloud. I heard what you did at Yiffy High School. I was just like, what the fuck? How did people even know that?
Dude, that culture, like the whole role-playing culture is like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, before all this stuff, I was into like Second Life because I always like the idea of simulator games.
Yeah.
It is like a guilty pleasure, but I do enjoy simulator games. And I was like, oh, Second Life, that's a simulator game. I had no idea it was like this like fucking fur fest shit.
It's fucking creepy.
Like apparently, without my knowledge, I
I had like a fucking a dragoness with 2 dicks, and she was my wife apparently, completely against my own will.
Wait, it has more dicks than you, and it's still your wife?
It was a dragoness with 2 dicks, and then I met her on MSN Messenger. You know, back then, the good shit. And then she had a fucking picture of like a white cat on her shoulder, and she looked like one of those crazy cat ladies with hairstyle from the 80s. Like, she looks like she had like... She just looked like something straight out of a fucking movie stereotype.
Dude, that's funny.
And then she was like, "Hey, baby," and I immediately signed off. I was only like fucking like 16, so I didn't know what to think.
That culture, yeah.
And Second Life, like I know now, it's even more creepy. Like they can talk and shit. Back then, you could only type.
Oh yeah. Chris
was different.
Chris and I recently went back to Second Life, and Chris walked into a church.
Oh yeah.
And we heard this guy giving a sermon, and he was just like, the Lord be with you. And we were like, oh, it's weird that they're just playing this clip here. Yeah. And then Chris just goes in and goes, hello! And then the guy stopped talking.
Yeah, he stopped talking. I was like, wait a second, he's really doing a thing. Yeah. And then I was like, I had my mixer connected to my PC, and there was like reverb effects on it, so I turned on the church reverb, and I was like, Miele so Davide. And they were like, could you stop, please? We're trying to give a sermon.
Take a seat.
They were like, take a seat, and I sat on a guy's lap. Yeah, and they're like, take another seat. And I was like, no.
And then Chris got kicked out. We have it actually all on video somewhere.
I was gonna get into the thing, like, so I was in a situation. This is where I stopped playing Second Life. Like, I don't remember my old account, and I think they close it after like fucking years of not playing it.
Yeah.
I had an account, and I went into like some fucking maze forest in the sky because they like create temples in the sky and shit. And it was a fucking like role-playing sex room that you cannot leave.
Whoa.
If they put your name in and you can't go anywhere else.
Wait, that's so much to fucking take in.
You can't. No, listen.
A maze?
You can't.
Something in the sky.
You can't leave the area if they make you their slave. So I couldn't fucking leave. And so what ended up happening was I was trapped. Some guy claimed me, and he was like he was trying to get me to like suck his dick, and I was just running around the maze. I was looking at all these guys getting blown in gimp outfits, and then fucking and then a friend of mine came in who like made codes and like forced shit, and he came in and he spawned like all these like loud noises and fucking,
dude,
and he crashed the fucking thing.
I forgot about that. Can I tell you something that happened to me when you're done?
And he like pushed everyone into corners, so the fucking thing like expanded and broke out, and I got shoved out, and the fucking server like died.
Oh my, dude, I was doing the same shit as before. I was walking around talking to people, just being like, "Hey, faggot," and then they'd be like, "You better step back, or like I'm the mod of this area, and I can do fucked up shit to you." And I was like, "Yeah, prove it." And then they made it so they coded it so that when they press a button, they start flying at you and knocking you all over the place, and like you hear like these creepy like noises every time they hit off you, like really shitty waves. But then they did another thing where it was like they press a button, and then all these like really shitty JPEGs of like poo, like a stream of it starts like coming out of the sky and it's flying towards your character, and starts going like and like it won't stop. Like they like they pretty much shame you. They're like, yeah, you're the poo stream now. It's so weird.
And did you feel ashamed?
These
Did you run out crying?
I was totally confused.
The sound that was playing was like, it was like screaming.
It was ISIS, dude.
I just remember kind of like Second Life to a point where I did it, but then like my computer was already really shitty back then because I think I had like a gigabyte of fucking RAM, and Second Life was a horror with memory, and it was like you come in, I have like the lowest quality settings anyways, and it's still like a fucking Microsoft like slideshow.
Yeah.
And so it's still like an unbearable mess, and yet I still tried to experience it and still try because it was like fun. It was I like the simulators, but. Do people actually pay like tons of fucking money to own a house?
Yeah, I know.
And they freak out when you go on their property.
They pay rent. Like
they pay rent.
That was another thing.
That's why it's so fun to go on their property and piss them off.
Yeah.
When I was on Second Life like a few months ago, and I accidentally went into a room where it was like these 5 walls, and each wall was like, buy this house, and I was like, where the fuck am I? And I pressed T or Y or whatever, and was like, is anyone here? And then someone was like, yes, I'm the real estate agent. And I was like, do you do like talking? And she was like, yes. And she came over. And she was just like, would you like to buy a house? And I was just like, yes. She was like, how much are you willing to spend? And I was like, nothing. Like, and she was like, well, you can't do that. You got to spend real money. And like, they pretty much make you spend like what is it, like 50
it's almost like real rent almost.
That's what I heard. It was actual real rent, like $400 a month or some shit.
Yeah, and it was.
Yeah,
I was
it's
just
real
like,
rent.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
I swear to fucking God.
She has an actual job from doing that.
I know. I was doing the same thing. Like, I was like, you know, I want to buy my own server and have, like, land and stuff because I want to enjoy the Second Life experience. And buying, like, fucking Second Life cash-ish is, like, the most bullshit stuff ever.
There's like old fat dying ladies with diabetes who do this for like that's all that they can do. That's their only like bit of life that they're like, wow, I'm fulfilled now.
But I don't understand how like people pay real rent, have time to play Second Life all the fucking time.
Well, it's like
and
that.
pay
It's
disgusting dying corpse ladies
it's like
on
that shit-
social welfare.
You know,
government's money.
You know,
that makes sense.
There was that fucking like game on Steam, I think, where people were paying like upwards to like 50 grand to own an actual fucking spaceship.
Oh, that's Eve, yeah.
Yeah, and then people would come in and fucking demolish it and like destroy their $50,000 of stuff.
It's so mean, but
why would you? I mean, like realistically, why the fuck would you actually spend?
So you can get the best spaceship in the world.
But it's like if griefing is an actual probability, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're in space. Anything can fucking happen.
I almost feel like though that's half the fucking thrill. It's like
I guess, yeah,
I
but-
spent all my money on this. This is real. This is real work that I did.
That could have went to a fucking house. That could have went to your own goddamn yacht. But no, you bought a fucking fake spaceship for the experience.
I bought a few polygons.
To have some fucking Minecraft Reddit asshole come in and fucking write faggot all over your shit and destroy your building in 2
I
seconds.
feel like though, like those people that they don't spend like 50 grand at once. They must be like
Oh my God.
microtransactions over
No,
a long time.
yeah. Like it's
But
like
still, it's
$100 for like a fucking
It's like,
coat
dude,
of paint.
you kind of deserve it, but also you can't blame them because, like, when me and Niall play like DayZ, when you spend like an hour getting your shit, then there's an actual real thrill of losing it, and you're like, I can't lose this.
You have motivation to
I
stay
can only
alive.
imagine how those guys feel.
They probably kill themselves.
Yeah.
In drones. Like they all line up on a fucking
on
wall.
a cliff. And the cliff, and they like lemmings. They just walk off.
They fucking like read off.
No, I
their
was saying
Miranda
that there was
rights.
one of those ships recently that got blown up, and the people who blew it up didn't even do it for any reason. They just did it because they saw a ship and were like, "Fuck that ship." And blew it up.
Exactly. Anyone can come in and
it's
just
funny.
be an asshole and just
Yeah.
grief.
It's funny.
That is a terrible game concept. You don't want that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, but the like owners of the game are like rolling in dosh. So
There's
they don't
like
care.
there's a lot of
Okay.
SoundCloud files of like or I don't think they're called guilds in that guilds in that game, but there are like Skype conversations of people like talking to each other after these like ships explode
Oh
and
my
shit,
God.
and they're fucking screaming at each other.
I mean, you
They're
would have
fucking
to be
furious
because you basically invested like a good 12 years of your life into a fucking shit. Basically,
But these guys are like at each other's throats, just like that was your fault, you fucking idiot.
I think that game actually nearly is 10 years old.
Is it?
Yeah, and there's people who are around from the start.
I wouldn't doubt it that there would be some fucking heads getting knocked over.
Oh man, yeah.
After if like you knew where someone lived that griefed your house after destroying your official internet spaceship, you better fucking take your life and leave country.
Yeah.
Because they already have nothing left. If they risk their life on fucking 50 grand, do you really think they give a shit like about their own life?
No, man, they're bathing in their own filth. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to talk shit about anyone that spent like 20 grand for something, but it's just like, come
I
on.
do. You're fucking stupid.
That's fucking insane.
It's silly.
That's
nah,
silly.
well, whatever makes them happy. That's
Well, like there are people
Yeah,
who
happy
spend,
until you get an opportunity where you get fucked.
You could say that about anything. It's like, oh yeah, well I spent like in my lifetime like $4 million on beer and I didn't even realize it. There's like people who spend money on shit that makes them happy.
Yeah, but
so.
it's like marginal. But if you spend like 50 grand, because this game came out not too long ago.
Yeah.
So it would have to be recent. You would have had to invest within the last few years.
That's true.
You would have had to like, oh, I was going to college at one point, but I'm just gonna blow it on this fucking remake of a Star Trek ship, and then some asshole comes in and blows it up.
Hey Corey, remember that time you told us about the Power Rangers kid?
The Power Rangers kid.
Yeah. Can you talk about that to end this podcast?
Yeah, because I guess people ask about that. I don't know if I left on a high note, kept the cliffhanger rolling, jumped the shark at that moment.
I like the story.
Basically, we knew this kid next door who always wanted to like hang out with us, and we were like too cool for school. We were playing DBZ and like laughing it up, and he would be like, "Hey, I like the Power Rangers." We were like, "Yeah, I grew out of that, idiot." So we were jumping on a trampoline, shooting our Kamehamehas, being cool, and he'd come over in his fucking like Power Rangers tighty whities all the time, and he would like try and jump on us and be like, "I'm the Red Ranger," and we would fucking like kick him in the forehead and knock his stupid ass into the dog den. The dog would come all over him. But anyways,
Why even say that? Go on, Corey. Go on. Finish your story. You okay, Corey?
I'm just remembering us doing just fucking kicking his stupid ass off the fucking trampoline into the dog hole.
What?
Well, we went over there once, and we went over there once, me and my friend Dylan, and he was like doing like he pulled his shirt over his head and he fucking pulled his pants down and he did a Power Rangers dance completely naked with his like fucking 8-year-old dick hanging out. And you know, like, and then we were like, gross, you're gay. And then we ran home and we had popsicles. But Dylan took the last fucking popsicle I wanted, so I was stuck with... That's what I remember. I forgot about the dick part, and I was so mad that fucking Dylan took the fucking strawberry popsicle, and I had to be stuck with shitty grape. And that motherfucker, completely forgot about it. I remember, like, he was doing, like, some, like, YMCA dance with his fucking shirt over his head and his dick hanging out. But I more remember the popsicle thing.
You remember more about the popsicles than you do about the baby dick.
Because that was the last time I had cherry popsicles in a while.
I hate cherry.
Well, this has been Sleepycast. Chris, Niall, Corey, say bye.
What kind of ending is that?
Yeah. I don't know what to say.
Well, this was... No.
Well, this is the end of Sleepycast.
So let's Sleepycast.
Tune in next time for the Q&A. Corey Spazkin.
I'm Christopher O'Neill. And I'm Niall.
A dick face.
And that's it.
Rodeo brand paper towels for messes as big as Texas.
Zach, you know a lot of history about conspiracies and all that kind of
I
stuff.
like conspiracies.
Yes,
I
I want to know, because I'm sure you have quite a bit of knowledge in this, what are some of the popular theories as to the creation of AIDS?
I'm gonna go clean my pussy out.
That's one of them.
No, that's a preventative measure.
One of the theories, one of those popular ones, I'm sure you guys have all heard it on the school, on the playground when you were
The guy that fucked the monkey.
Yeah, the monkey fucker.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard about that, right?
Yes, so we saw...
that's how it happened.
So that was kind of like for Outbreak, too. They were kind of talking about...
Stamper's totally a monkey fucker. Stamper sees little monkeys at the zoo, grabs his little dicks, and this is what you get, Stamper, when you talk shit, you fucking pussy. When you walk out of the bathroom, we're gonna fucking swing and break your jaw off, little bitch. You're gonna pick your jaw up? Yeah, what's up?
Talk about let's all tell our Stamper stories.
All right. So when I first met Stamper, he was like a big fat autistic guy. He was like, duh. I was like, Stamper, dude, lose that shit, get cool. He was like, oh, he became cool to impress me.
That's right. He picked up smoking too.
Yeah. He used to be like a fat guy. We all made fun of him, pushed him around, gave him wedgies, peed on him for fun.
Now he just drinks pee.
Now he just drinks his own
Jeff,
pee.
what was Stamper like the first time we met him?
I talked to him on Skype, and he said this is actually true, by the way. He said he fell down the stairs and lost an eyeball. That's true.
Oh fuck, dude, sorry. I mean, we were just talking about like AIDS and stuff, you know.
No, you weren't. You were saying things about me. I know it. Sorry, I kicked the table. Also, that's not the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is that
the government
created a covered it up and told everyone that a dude fucked a monkey.
No, the conspiracy. Well, there's a couple. I guess that would be more.
What did you say about me, asshole?
You'll find out.
No.
The monkey's like an urban legend, but there is a conspiracy that the government created AIDS to get rid of gay people.
Right. But then I also heard that it was created. I heard that one that they created it to kill gay people. But then I heard that it was more of like a population control thing as well. Like that they were,
which we sorely need.
How does one even create a super virus like that? Or like, no, it's not even a virus technically, right?
It's like a dude in a lab with a mustache, and he's like, "Yes, this is gonna kill everybody slowly over the course of 43 years."
I think it's the same way we have a lot of bioweapons.
Biological warfare.
If we wanted to kill people, there's quicker, more effective ways of doing so versus
a virus.
Well,
if you
think about when people like to fuck, right?
Yeah.
So you give them a disease that if you fuck, you spread it. That's all we do. We fucking eat and fuck.
Zach's had HIV for the last 13 years,
But
right? It hasn't gone into full-blown AIDS yet.
Right.
No.
A virus is technically alive, though. Most bioweapons could you call them be poison.
If something really, I mean, superbugs are a reasonable, like feasible way for, they could be a way that we would die. especially today. I mean, the Black Death killed like what 1/3 of Europe when it happened. The Black Plague.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was passed from person to person without.
Yeah, exactly. We have airplanes and trains up. Do people fly constantly?
Yeah.
You remember that scene from Planet of the Apes?
Yeah.
The Dawn of the Planet of the Apes at the beginning, where all the red lines went everywhere.
That was at the end. Thank you.
Dude,
that happened at the beginning too.
We've all seen that red line scene. That red line scene happens in
That
every
happens at the
zombie
end of Rise,
movie.
but it also happens at the beginning of Dawn.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm fucking sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you this time. Don't do it again.
Do you think the government is currently in the works creating a biological weapon or some kind
I
of
think
virus
they already have some. I think they have to have.
with the plan to wipe out entire areas?
They have technology
Absolutely.
that we couldn't even wrap our brains around right now. I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not a conspiracy fellow, but I do think there's definitely a lot of stuff that the government has that we have no idea about.
And what's interesting, it's not even just our government.
No.
Like, I mean, think about the other governments
Yeah.
out there that have spent that
Ours
fucking hate
is-
America and have nothing better to do because they're not fucking making movies and making shows like not Desperate Housewives, but Real Housewives of fucking New Jersey.
How's that any different from Desperate Housewives?
It's true.
They're just as fucking
The
bad.
Desperate Real Housewives of New Jersey.
I'm almost willing to bet all the secret technology the government has isn't even that.
No,
impressive.
it's like it'd be like, oh, that's cool.
I'd be willing to bet that it is fairly
Yeah.
impressive.
Because the private sector, they have the brightest people ever, pumping out stuff so fast. It's like I don't see like a secret little government lab, even with a few thousand.
No, I'm not saying that there's like aliens and stuff. I'm just saying like there's absolutely like I remember what Jimmy. I don't remember.
I'm not going that far above and beyond either, but I'm saying there are things that will definitely blow your mind, but not to the we're not going to Saturn in secret.
When Jimmy Carter came into office, he said he would declassify. I think it was Area 51 or it was UFO stuff. And when he came into office, he didn't do it because it was like a special bomber they were working on. So but we know what it is now. After it's been declassified for a little while.
JFK.
What about it?
What was it?
Okay, this JFK thing is really bothering me in the sense where everybody who thinks it's a conspiracy, who thinks there's like there could have been one bullet that went through JFK's back and through whatever.
So you think it was Oswald?
It was absolutely Oswald. There was no second shooter. The only room for conspiracy. And if you don't believe me, look up what's it called? It was it wasn't Time. It was sorry, I can't remember what it was. I can't remember who did it, but I'll post. In fact, I'll post a couple of really good ones if you want to watch them if you're interested. If you really think JFK was killed by a second gunman, there's zero evidence for it. Every 3D recreation has proved that.
So what do you
it
think
lines up exactly. The issue is everyone says basically there's a single bullet theory where they say the bullet couldn't have gone through. Basically, it was JFK in the back seat, the governor of Texas in the front seat, and one bullet went through the back of JFK's neck and through his shoulder, through his neck or whatever, and into the governor's back.
So they say there's no way the bullet could have curved like fucking wanted.
But if you look at it, the governor was not directly in front, he was slightly to the left, and he was elevated. Or I think he was on a different level because the chairs were different heights. So it makes perfect sense. There's zero room for a second gunman.
Well, what I don't understand,
and also the bullet that for the gun he used does tumble when it enters the body, which is exactly what happened. They've done multiple tests on this. Every single one says it was Lee Harvey Oswald. Now the question is, what motivated it? I think that's the only room for conspiracy when it comes to JFK. Is like
why does it always have to be a major motivation? Maybe a guy just wanted to fucking kill the fucking president.
It's this theory where it's like he's the president, he's this big, and he had to have been killed by somebody who is this big too. People refuse to admit that a president could. I mean, for Christ's sake, George W. Bush almost choked on a pretzel. Nobody would have believed that. They'd be like, no, it was the CIA that killed him. Because they think presidents are more than people. A bullet killed JFK, though it had to have been the CIA shooting him with 1 trillion different bullets from 1 billion different angles.
Well, first of all, if Obama slipped on a patch of ice and fucking broke his neck, there would be endless conspiracy theories about.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, who sprayed the sidewalk? But then it's like, okay, so that's completely nonsense. It could have been fucking anybody for any different motivation. But the other thing is, to what end? Like, why?
Shooting the president and killing the president is a pretty good fucking motivation. Everybody remembers Lee Harvey Oswald's name fucking, 50 years after he died?
No, I mean, to accomplish what? If you have a theory like, okay, they killed JFK.
Because they're trying to crack it open and expose. One of the biggest theories are...
Expose what?
Expose the CIA, because the CIA really hated how
it was with Cuba,
was
right?
A pussy. Yeah, he botched the Bay of Pigs. They really wanted a man who was going to go in there. But who took over? It was fucking Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yeah.
It was Lyndon Johnson who didn't do I don't know.
Do you think Oswald was hired
That is the only rule book conspiracy where I'll say, okay, maybe. The only thing I think, I don't think he was hired. I think he was a psycho. He visited the Soviet Union multiple times. He just didn't like the president. People, why did...
Who's to say he wasn't hired by the Russians then?
He could, well, I mean, Russia...
Or the Soviet Union.
Because Khrushchev, the leader of the Soviet Union, really liked JFK. He thought he was a very good leader. I don't think he liked LBJ, but not to get too fucking into that shit. But my point is, if you look into the JFK thing, there's absolutely zero room for a second shooter. It's stupid. It's honestly stupid. There's also the moon landing theory. It couldn't have happened. Why not? Explain why.
Why is it so out of the realm of your understanding that the moon landing can't happen?
Yeah, you know what's amazing is that one hoverboard video came out and more people believed that hoverboard video was real.
You know what I thought?
Than this fucking
you know what I thought? Like one of their biggest arguments was, if you take down just standard footage of a guy jumping around and you slow it down to 0.5%, you could tell that they just did that. But if you understand animation, like you see the movements and what's happening.
It's also 1969, dude.
Yeah.
There's also a fucking. This is great if you're interested in this kind of stuff. You can look up a memo that Richard Nixon had prepared in case they couldn't come back. And it was like, on this day we're so these guys died heroes. And this was completely reasonable. To get somebody to the moon and back, people, it could have very, very easily gone wrong.
I feel like, especially because recently we were able to land, what was it, a probe or a satellite on a moving asteroid.
Yeah.
That, people could, I think it seems reasonable we could land on a stationary object.
Let these people live.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Like we're going to Mars right now and everyone's like, oh, no, there's no way you fucking landed on the moon, asshole.
There are people that are convinced the Earth is flat. And it's not a joke. It's like a good number of people who are convinced the Earth is flat. And then when you go into airplanes, the curvature of the Earth is the airplane windows being programmed by the government. These people are fucking psychos. They think every single aspect of their life. I mean, I think the biggest thing to take away from it is conspiracy theorists don't believe in accidents. I'm curious. One thing I always ask these people is, what big event happened in the last 200 years that wasn't planned? Right. They won't tell you anything. They won't give you anything. If their brother died in a car accident, it was a conspiracy. The government is onto them. They know what they're doing. Yeah. There's no such thing as accidents.
As if they're that fucking important.
Exactly.
Yeah. Humans do require a certain amount of rationalization. The idea that things could happen randomly without cause, I think, distresses people.
It definitely distresses people.
Not to get into this area, but it's religion in some ways.
You're in this area.
Hold on. Somebody died, and you mean they just died? No, there has to be, and you start adding this metaphysical, there's this all-seeing being.
Right.
There's this big entity that controls everything. It's God or it's the big government. It's a way for people who have no control in life to feel like they have control.
Right.
Who feel like there's order.
Or
in a chaotic
understand,
world.
right.
The world is chaos. So if you add this level of the government is fucking with the cheese and making people, they're putting fluoride in the water. It makes it feel like there's order.
And if nothing else, they have something to kill their time with.
Yeah, exactly. But you'll never see like a millionaire conspiracy theorist because not if you're a conspiracy theorist, your life is bad. But I mean, there's tests that people who are in less control start seeing things, like seeing patterns that aren't there.
Right.
So I mean, it's the first thing people do. It's why a lot of unfortunate and poor people start to pray a lot, because it's your way of it's your brain trying to manage things and control things and box things up.
Right now, somebody is frowning at you and shaking their head.
Oh, blow me! Oh, fuck you!
This guy has no idea what he's talking about. All right.
Oh, tell me to watch Loose Change. Tell me how jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. Oh, a gray alien reptoid together flew into the World Trade Center with JFK's head.
Break from the internet,
yeah.
Jack.
How do you feel about those planes that are up in the sky shooting out noxious fumes to poison the angels?
Chemtrails. What are they putting in the water?
The chemtrails are poisoning the angels that God is sending to protect us, Zach. How do you feel about
These
that?
angels are dropping like dead birds and landing in people's backyards. People are grabbing them and fucking them. They're keeping them in their house and just fucking these angels, taking their wings off. Jumping off roofs with these angel wings, but they can't fly because they're not angels. You have to have angel wings in your body.
And a halo. The halo's like your battery.
Without the halo, you can't fly. Stop trying to jump off buildings without the fucking halo.
Thanks, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
You helped a lot of people today.
Jeff, are there any conspiracies that you kind of believe that you're like, well...
No!
You don't think Iceman blew ice at the World Trade Center? That's what caused it?
I have better things to do with
You don't think
time.
the Incredible Hulk started pulling out steel beams underneath the 9/11 towers?
I'm not one of these people that needs to feel special by believing something, knowing something other people don't know.
What?
The government did not.
I think the government is filled with semi-incompetent people who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and
it's
that's
also
why conspiracy theories exist.
It's also not like an original point or whatever, but it's like,
Oh yeah, and then it goes. Yeah, it's like cyclical like that. Like they think that they're super geniuses, like doing all these things. But
the only smart people are the ones like building fighter jets and surveillance systems. The rest are dumb as shit.
Jeff, do you know the term that they give people, us regular guys, these conspiracy theorists, what they call us? Sheeple.
Muggles?
You sheep.
Sheeples?
You sheeple. You sheep.
Might as well be muggles.
That's a cool word.
It's Harry Potter, man. I didn't just pull it out of my ass.
I'm not a dork. I fuck girls and drink beer.
Fucking muggle? Ew. You mudblood?
I wonder if you walked up to like a football guy, if you didn't know what that was, if he like punch you because he thought it was like some insult because you made him feel stupid.
If you called him a muggle?
Yeah.
You fucking
I think
muggle?
they punch you if you call him a football guy. Hey, football guy.
Hey, football guy.
What the fuck's that supposed to mean?
It's stupid what kids do, you know, when you're younger, when you're a teenager. Like, when I was, like, in middle school, my friend and I used to do this thing. It's not even fun, but it was like, hey, you want to go flip off cars today? We'd go flip off cars.
I love doing
And we
that.
would just go this big hill that had, like, a back where you could hide behind, and we'd run up to the car. When a car came by, you'd go up, like, at one foot from the window and be like, fuck you, flip them off. And if they stopped, you'd run behind the hill, and they'd think you went away. It was so stupid. But we did it, like, every day. It's like, want to just go flip off cars? We did it for, like, 4 hours
That's
and just
what
go
we used
home.
to do, like, to
It's
and
so
from
fucking stupid.
We used to do that to and from school every day on the bus.
I remember we used to do prank calls, but we didn't know about Star 69. So I remember one time we called a bagel place. We found we had like a phone book.
Yeah.
We called a bagel place. I was like, how big are the bagel holes? He was like, why? And I was like, 'cause I want to fuck them. And I hung up and I laughed and he called back and he was like, I have your phone number. And I got so freaked out.
For like the next week,
I was
every
like,
time
oh
your
no,
phone...
he's gonna tell my mom I wanted to fuck a bagel.
Yeah, that's right. Every time your phone rang for like the next week, you were like,
I
fuck, it's
unplugged
so
the
scary.
phone,
It was
yeah,
gonna be
That was
no.
the real scariest story moment.
Yeah, it was.
You know what's weird
The
though? When
bagel
you're a
guy
kid,
haunting me.
when you're a kid, like you're genuinely worried that if you called back, you'd be busted.
Yeah.
But nowadays, if I called up a bagel place and said, "Yeah, I want to fuck the holes in the bagel," and then he calls back, says, "You know, I have your fucking number," and then like I was at any risk, like I'm smarter now. I could just be like, "That wasn't me. I never called that guy."
Yeah.
Like you don't think to do that when you're a kid.
Right.
Like, I didn't do. Like I don't.
You immediately assume blame.
Yeah. Totally.
Or if you're an adult, he calls back, you'd be like, yeah, I do.
But it's
fuck
like,
bagel holes.
it's not like they can get you in trouble. It's not
No.
like they can call up the police and be like, this guy pranked me. Those
Unless you
look like
pranked them
idiots.
and said, I'm going to murder you and your family.
If I was a
Like,
cop
fuck
and
it.
they turned that story in, like he said something about fucking the bagels, I'd laugh.
It's like me.
I'd be like, that's genius. I'm doing that.
Chris and I, you know what's a really effective prank call? It's so simple. Chris and I used to do this for hours and hours and hours. It's such a simple call up like a 7-Eleven where an Indian guy works there and say you fucked his wife. For some reason that pisses Indian guys off. They'll go, fuck you, motherfucker. You get people walking in the background like the dings of the stores and stuff. You get your customers, they scream at
It's
you.
probably because it was the 20th time you guys called
No,
the
no,
same dude.
different
and
ones.
he's so
Different
fucking-
ones.
it's different
Anyone,
ones.
any single one.
They'll always like give a reaction.
Truthfully, most people would get mad at that.
No, but like these guys get furious, and like we have a recording of like this one guy was like, "Hello," it's just it's like yeah, how much did your wife like fuck? And he was just like, "Hey, fuck you, motherfucker," and then you can hear like the bell going ding ding ding. So you hear people coming into the store. He's like, "Oh, yeah, fuck, I fuck your sister." It's like,
yeah, fuck your sister, motherfucker.
Did you call him and he's like, hello, this is the police?
yeah, we called him back. No,
I forgot about that.
But the first time it was like, hey, how much did your wife fuck? I need to fuck tonight. And he was just like, what? But the second time I was like, I need to fuck your wife, and he was just like, what? He got, it was like,
no, but we fucking called back and he was like, yes, this is the police. And we're like, you're not calling anybody, you fucking idiot. Who the fuck are you trying to fuck?
Hey, at least he was a good sport about it. If I ever got prank
You are
called,
under arrest.
yeah, I feel like,
dude.
I would like to kind of
Oh my
laugh at
God.
it and appreciate it a little bit.
I remember you guys prank phone called this one guy who was like this like mom and pop like pizza place.
that was Zach.
Zach,
Which was it?
You called this place and you said your food is fucking shit.
No, this wasn't even the prank. This was like this wasn't even the prank call. This was me being a dick. I remember what it was. I've never. this is the last thing really mean.
This is why I don't prank phone calls.
No.
Because I have a conscience and I'm
I
like,
called.
no,
I think the best people to
there.
irritate are people who can't speak English very well. Because for some reason the countries they grow up in, they're like fuck. They have no problem saying fuck you to somebody they don't know in other countries. But they come here. But I called a Chinese place and I was like, yeah, I wasn't like your food
No,
sucks.
it wasn't
I was like,
Chinese. It
I
was
was
like Taiwan.
Taiwan. It was like a small. Like,
no, I think it was Chinese.
remember how
it was
sad
Chinese.
you were.
No. It was Chinese, and I didn't say it. I was like, your food sucks. I was like, yeah, I felt like a dead beetle in my food.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, and then she gave. They put the guy on, and he was like, yes, sir. He had an accent, but he was like, yeah, I run this place. I'm so sorry if you had bad service. And I was like, no, it was a beetle, man. It was fine. He's like, no, please come in. I'll give you free food. I work very hard. I work every day and night. And I was like, oh, I hope for 10 minutes. I was like, oh, and I go back and I was like, look, I was like,
You're just like, just don't do it again.
Yeah, no, I go back and I was like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't eat a beetle. It's goodbye. And I felt like such a. I stopped. I think that was the last prank holiday because I felt like
Because you
such.
have a heart.
Dude.
But it was weird because I called one place, and I was like, yeah, we're the health inspectors. I found a cockroach in my hot dog, and he was like, yes, that is supposed to happen. I was like, what? He was so unconcerned. He was like, whatever, man. But you can get some funny fucking prank calls by calling, like, they just don't give a shit. They'll scream at you and say they're gonna fuck your sister. They have no problem with it.
This is why I don't do prank phone calls. First of all, I don't have like the audacity to sit there and call up people and ruin their fucking day because I can't do it. I feel so bad. You know, you go online.
I'm on that. Yeah,
you go.
I don't do it now because
Yeah.
When was the last time any of us prank called anyone?
I say 3.
When I was like 11.
It can be funny sometimes.
It's funny too because like you get these people who are kind of they're a little socially awkward, and you come into a Skype call with them. They're like, "Hey, we're gonna do prank phone calls," and I'm like, "All right, I'm leaving because I don't want to be a part of it. I feel bad." You want to know something? Just to show you just how much of horrible people we were. In our fucking group, our group,
your old group,
prank phone call almost every single fucking day, and they had no remorse, and they would always
so did
laugh.
we though. We used to do that.
But it's just like you do it, but it's like you laugh at like these Ventrilo people who are playing games and stuff. It's like that's funny, but then when you're like ruining people's day,
Yeah,
like,
I used to find those.
Usually harmless.
I used to find those Ventrilo harassment videos funny.
That's what I'm saying.
Some still kind of are, but then
here's the thing: you're bothering people while they're playing games. That's
a lot of those guys,
like
those guys who work a shitty job and they come back and want to relax and play a game.
Yeah, exactly. But when you call people up who are working in like a mom and pop place, I can't do it. I don't understand how people can do it. I have to give mad props.
No, because when you can hear like the uncomfortableness or like the awkwardness of the people receiving the calls, that to me makes me cringe so hard sometimes that it's just like hard to stay on
Dude, when Zach
board.
called that guy and said he found like a cockroach, I was sitting there, my fucking like gut, I felt so bad. I told Zach, I'm like, Zach, you need to fucking apologize. That's fucked up.
It sounds like he did.
He did, because Zach was like, his fucking face was completely white. Like he had just like witnessed a murder. He was just like, he didn't know what to say. He was just like, I need to apologize. He was like, so, like fucking.
That means you guys are nice people, though.
Yeah. And like, I was the same way. Like when my friends would call up people in Pizza Hut and order all this food, he's like, he like looked up a random number, and I'm like, dude, you just sent a bunch of fucking shit to someone's house.
That's just malicious, I think.
It's like you're a fucking piece
Look,
of shit.
I think like obviously we don't. We used to Chris and I did that on a regular basis. Like we've been doing it like 3 years.
They were harmless.
No, harmless. Yeah, it was like calling up an Indian guy who was like at 9 p.m. when he's working there, he always be like fuck your wife and he's furious.
Different. I feel like it's
he probably went home and beat the shit out of his wife.
I think that's why it was kind of funny because some of these guys must have been like, "What the fuck did you do?" Just getting strangled their fucking wife and gouged their eyes out.
Why is it the funny part?
I feel like it's kind of like one of those things where it's like a kid who wants to see what a stove is has to be burned to learn not to touch it when it's hot.
It took one phone call for me to go.
That's what I'm saying.
The stupidest thing I ever fucking did. I already kind of touched on the prank where I TP'd a house and found out that the dad was in a hospital with cancer.
I don't think you told that.
God,
I did another thing, and that was the last time I ever TP'd a fucking house. Because imagining the 2 daughters and the mom out there picking up styrofoam peanuts out of their lawn and TP out of their things, and their dad was in the fucking hospital.
I can one up you more.
Did he live?
I can one up you more.
No, he died. What's that?
You killed him.
I did not fucking kill him.
I can one up you more, and not a bad way, and in a bad way.
Okay.
So
you should have taken his cancer bandages and then cancer bandages to the house.
These people,
you asshole.
These people actually, these people like.
Good lord.
Well, there's this one teacher. We found out later she had vaginal cancer. She died like not too long after. But like they
Is
had
vaginal cancer a thing or like ovarian cancer?
Ovarian cancer.
It's not called vaginal cancer.
Whatever.
I got cancer in my vagina.
You got pussy tumors.
I bet you could though, but anyways.
It's like saying penis cancer.
Well, it's whatever. It's like pussy cancer. That's what we used to call it.
Oh, pussy cancer.
Yeah, we used to call it pussy cancer.
I'm down.
But it was kind of like the same thing. Like they went to their house and they like pulled up her flowers that she had spent like years doing and stuff, and then they just like fucking like ruined her yard one day. And she was like depressed in school, and then like weeks later she fucking died.
You guys are evil people.
Why'd you pull up her flowers?
I didn't do it,
You're
dude.
going to hell.
I didn't. This is what I did.
It was a metaphor.
This is what happened.
Yeah, she's pushing daisies now.
No, this is what this is what happened. Like I told my friends, I'm like, because she gave me my first detention. I'm like, this bitch gave me my detention, and then they were like bringing up all these things like she's a fucking cunt, and then they went out and did this stuff. Well, I started it because I was like, she gave me my first.
You ordered it. You ordered it.
Yeah,
I ordered it.
You're the mob boss. You're like, go take care of it.
I feel like back then, though, it's like the animosity that you had for things was so extreme.
And it's also there's a disconnect.
Fucking deal.
There's a disconnect too. You don't really honestly realize other people
like,
are you.
Their lives are like
you really don't start
all the way through school. I never actually saw a teacher as a person until I left.
No, they were just
and now you go, oh god, like it's
probably
like
hated their lives and
and
they
you're
were
like,
being shit on all day by the kids.
I think people are pieces of shit until they're like 25.
So
that's not an excuse, but I mean, like, I think you have to like have enough bad shit happen to you where you're like, oh,
I got a year left.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I was every weekend I used to race, and
what would you race?
Just fucking broken Fast and the Furious style. Yeah. And we used to be really into like tuning up our cars and shit like that.
I wasn't sure if it was like some kind of like back alley sprint race where you're like you all got your shorts on. You're like, yeah, it's
Mario Kart.
No, yeah, this was back when I was more than familiar with the back of a police car, but there's this one time right after we were done racing. I guess we weren't done yet, so you start with like 100 people, and then eventually you get to the cops break you up, and then you split into like 50, and then you get broken up again, you split into like 25, and then the end of the night came around, and we were still kind of like we still wanted to fuck around, and there's a guy there. He's like, let's do one last race, and I was like, all right, so I wanted to like really go for it. Now my friend Bob was in the car. And we took off. It was kind of like we're going to do the race and just wave each other and then go our own ways, like whatever. And then there was an off-ramp that actually went up into a bridge, into an overhang. And we whipped around the corner, and he beat me, but I was really frustrated. And it had rained earlier. Yeah. So when he whipped around the corner, I just kept going straight. And I flew off a bridge. And it was so weird because it was that everything went silent. Yeah. And like Bob went silent, and there was like no noise anymore. Yeah. I was convinced that we were gonna die. Yeah. Because we fell so high. I could have landed from so high. I could have landed on top of a McDonald's. That's how high I fell. And what was really fucked up is when I landed in the middle of a 4 or 6 lane highway, right in the middle of it, and I just spun down it. For fucking forever. And if it wasn't 3 o'clock in the morning, I would have landed on traffic and killed
or
everybody.
Directly in the line of traffic.
Yeah, that was awful. That's how fucking stupid and reckless I was. And when I landed, I shattered my axles and all my rims. My car was fucking destroyed. Thankfully, I landed flat. Like that.
Yeah.
Instead of going forward.
Oh yeah, and then fucking like rolling like a domino.
Yeah.
Were you wearing seatbelts?
I'm pretty sure I was wearing a seatbelt. I had to have been because it's so fucking jarring.
It is interesting, like in those moments though, when like, because I almost hit a car once too, and what happened was we were going down the freeway, and it was very icy, but you could just tell, like the two people in front of me, we're all going like maybe like 50 miles an hour on the freeway because it was icy, so everyone was going slow, but you could see like one of the cars was just not quite with it. They were going back and forth just a little bit, and then clearly they tried to overcompensate or something, and you could see it was almost slow motion. They went wide, and then they came right back in, and they T-boned the car right in front of me. Yeah. And then I had to drive. There's some choices choices you make. If you put on the emergency brake, there's a good chance you're going to spin out and
Skid.
fucking run into it. Yeah. So I just kind of waited as we're going. I mean, it all happened within a matter of seconds. I mean, we're going 50 miles an hour. It's not 100, but it's still fast enough. And these cars,
by the time your reaction kicks in, it's already too late. Yeah.
And so as soon as I saw that, the only thing I could think was, as soon as he T-boned him, he started backing up, and I was like, please clear this. Please clear this. Because when he hit him, he went back a little bit, and so there was just a little gap, and I just went straight.
You were straight?
Right through
you
it.
sped through
right
it.
through it. No, I didn't speed through it. I literally, at the same pace, without tapping on the brake, just went whoop, right through that. But in that moment, it was dead silence in the car. There was no like, oh shit, did you see? Oh fuck,
dude! Just movies get it right. It's just whoop.
Yep.
And it's just like dump bump.
Yep. And nobody says anything because you're in your head. You're in that moment. You're just like
that's the
you're holding your
flight.
breath and you're not going to say it. And as soon as you pass through it, you're like,
holy fuck!
Oh shit! Oh my god! I can't believe that. Yeah.
Did you stop after you went off the thing? Did that knock some sense into you?
Oh, yeah, after I did that, well, no.
Yeah.
What knocked sense into me was like after all my friends were like fucking, we were like really reckless. Every last one of my friends totaled their cars, and it was like weird. There's like this thing that happened where we thought we were cursed because my friend Mark totaled his car. He totaled it. And then the next weekend or the weekend after that, Mark was in the car with my friend John.
Yeah.
And we just installed the short shifter. And then John totaled his car with Mark inside.
This is like the PG-13 version of Race.
Yeah, I guess. And then after John totaled his car, he was in the car with Aaron. And then we're following Aaron. I get around the bend, and he barrel rolled down the road. And the first thing I saw was him crawling out of their back window through glass.
Jeez.
So it was just a cycle of whoever lost their car last was in the car that got. And I was like, "Fuck that! I'm moving to Florida."
I guess if we're talking about like car things, because I was in like a car situation like that, but I've never actually been in a situation where it's like I was like I'm gonna die, but maybe.
I was convinced that we were gonna fucking die. As a matter of fact, after we hit and we came to a stop, I was just kind of rolling off to the side of the road, and we just sat there for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And we didn't say fucking anything.
Yeah.
It was
that was your final destination.
No,
by the way, you're gonna a fucking ladder's gonna drop off of a fucking building fire escape and crush your head.
I remember he was like, "Stop the fucking car," and I was like, "Dude, I'm not doing anything. I don't know what's wrong, but we're just rolling."
So we had just went to Hardee's and ordered like a big like we have like these like huge like sandwich burgers with like fries and stuff, and we were eating it, and it was snowing out obviously, and there was no cars because it's snowing, and we needed to get to a destination, so we were like, I guess we're gonna eat Hardee's first before we get there. I think it was like a concert we were supposed to go to, and we slept on the black ice. And like when your car's like like losing control on the road, it's the scariest fucking thing. And the car was spinning, and it's funny too because you know in movies whenever it's like slow motion we're shit, but we were holding the burgers and the fucking like shit was flying everywhere, like hitting the windows, like ketchup and mustard was splashing on everything. And when it was all over, the fucking car just smelled like Hardee's, and it was just like
it smells yummy.
Yeah, it was just like
I haven't had Hardee's in a long time.
Yeah, Hardee's is good. It's also called Carl's Jr., right? That's the other name for it.
They used to have good ass milkshakes there.
Yeah, their whole motto is like, if the burger isn't messy, it's not a good burger or something.
What's funny too is there's like one friend I had, Andrew, and anytime I rode in his car, I swear, we crashed like 3 fucking times when I rode in a car with him, and he thought it was me. Like he thought
that you were
like,
cursed.
You fucking jinxed me because the first time
he's driving.
Yeah, I know. The first time we got in a car, we went to Sam's Club, and he was pulling out of Sam's Club, and he hit a car, and that was the first time. It was like it was a light hit. The second time, we went to this place that was like this old like 80s diner that was abandoned, and we were driving around drunk, and he was like, I'm gonna order some food, and he fucking pulled up, and he hit a fucking street light, and we went up the fucking street light, the cords and shit, and it was like this whiplash of blue and green colors, and then all the fucking lights in the entire neighborhood went out, and we were like, oh holy shit. And then he pulled the car in, and he parked it, and he looked like he had just seen a ghost, and he went to the house, and then the cops pulled up and immediately knew it was him for some reason. So after that, he was like terrified. He's like, "You're a fucking jinx." He's like, "You caused me to crash car," and I'm like, "Dude, the first time was this bitch that wasn't even paying attention. The second time was you trying to order food at 3 a.m. at a place that didn't have a fucking drive-through. So it's like, don't say shit to me." And then we got in an accident again, but this time he was completely parked. Yeah, this is where it's really funny. He was talking about how I was a fucking jinx.
Yeah.
And he's like, anytime I'm in a car with you, we get hit. And I swear to fucking God, like 5 minutes later, a car nicked the back of his car while he was driving, and he fucking like span out.
Yeah.
And like, so he got hit while he was telling me that I'm a fucking jinx until like getting in a car accident. So he got like 3 times.
So he was right, basically. You are a fucking
yeah.
jinx. Don't ever drive in my car, by the way.
But
Stamper and I almost fucking died the other day. But I tried to laugh it off, but it was a pretty close call. We were just driving down to the intersection, and I forgot that there was a stoplight there, and I was about to keep going, but it was a red light, and Stamper's like, "Whoa, there's a red light!" And I went about 3 feet over the actual crosswalk, and then a fucking bus just went right by the front of the car. Yeah.
Zach, do you remember that time I pulled you out from underneath the train?
You want to tell them what really happened, Chris? You fucking weirdo.
What's up?
Wait, is this like the lake monster
Pull
that
me
tried
out
to rape
from
you?
underneath the bus.
This is what happened. Me and Zach were at a convention, and he walked onto the road, and I grabbed him with my big monkey arm and threw him onto the sidewalk, and a train went by and almost killed him.
Here's what really happened. Chris was walking the sidewalk, and I was walking.
Then a plane crashed into the road. But
Chris was walking. I was walking on the road, and Chris was walking the sidewalk. Chris was like, "Hey, get up the train tracks." I was like, "Oh," and I got up, and like 10 seconds.
Not true. I grabbed you. I did pull you
10
off.
seconds later,
I did pull you out of the way.
Chris karate kicked the train
Yeah,
as it was coming towards you.
You wouldn't have remembered that if I hadn't have grabbed you. You would have been dead.
Pull me up from under a train.
The dumbest thing that I ever did, though, my friend Matt and I, we did this thing where we started daring each other to do shit. They weren't pranks where we would hurt other people, but they were just stupid things. He went to London, he went to RADA, and while he was in London, did stupid things like breaking a fluorescent light in a telephone booth or going backwards on a escalator. In London, they have those really long escalators,
right.
So he'd go down and up one, just stupid shit like that. So we ended up daring each other back and forth to do things, and it got to the point where we would dare each other for like beers or food or whatever.
Okay.
So we were at the subway, and we were already drunk, and a girl who had been visiting me from Washington, who I liked at the time, was there as well. And so I don't know if I was trying to impress her, or I was just drunk, or just being stupid like I was. But we had a dare where there was also a cop on the platform at the end of the platform. And I was supposed to jump in the train tracks as a train was coming, but you could see it all the way down at the other station. It is way far down the station. You got plenty of time. But I was supposed to jump in the train tracks, do a dance, say Ooga Chaka Laga Chaka NYPD, and then jump right back out. That was the whole thing. That was what I was supposed to do.
You're a faggot.
But I was wearing, and I was doing it for a beer. So I was wearing Birkenstock at the time, and it's in the summer, and shit was all fucking slippery and stuff. Now, I don't know if you know what the New York subways are like. Some of you guys do. But especially, like, in between the train tracks, there's, like, these big garbage puddles. Like, this gooey fucking shit with garbage in it. Whatever. So I jump down. I slip because I'm wearing my Birkenstocks. Roll my ankle. Fall completely between both the tracks. My back... Like, I've literally got this goop halfway up my body. And I'm lying there. And I'm just fucking like stunned. Now my head is in a position where I can actually look back. And it's not like the train was like 10 feet away from my head. But I was looking up the track so I could actually see the train was coming. And I'm lying on my back with a rolled ankle, both hands on the tracks.
Shit, dude.
And I'm sitting there and I could just hear Matt being like, dude, get the fuck out of there. Get up here. Everybody on the platform, because it's like 3 a.m. There's a lot of people there. And they're all fucking like, oh my God, is he okay? Is he okay? And I try to like get up and I'm like hobbling up. I've got my body like halfway up the platform. I was assuming I could just jump right out. But my ankle was fucking busted. So I'm sitting there trying to get like one leg up. All these people reach down their hands. They help me up. Everyone's so concerned. The moment I get on the platform, first of all, the cop didn't see any of this. Thank fucking God. But the moment I get on the platform, everyone goes from, oh my God, are you okay, to literally several people saying, fuck you fucking idiot. I guess some people actually saw what happened and shit. And people are just like scolding me. I smell like dirty fucking Subway garbage. I rolled my ankle, which by the time we walked back to the house was like ballooning up. The girl that was there actually dumped me about 3 days after she went back to Washington. I'm assuming that was one of the main reasons. I never got that beer that night. He ended up coming later because he had to bring me crutches and stuff, and we drink up on my
stayed on the
roof.
tracks.
I should have fucking ended it all right there. But that was like one of the dumbest things I've ever done, and I've rethought a lot of like dares and shit ever since. I mean, besides doing too many drugs and drinking too much, but as far as dares and putting my life in danger, I'm kind of done with that now.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Interesting drunk stories. Because, I mean, people drink here.
Oh, we could talk about you trying to make bacon the other night.
Yeah, Corey, you fucking goon.
You idiot.
Corey drank a bunch of alcohol.
You know what Corey was doing?
We walked.
Corey was walking around saying, "I'm the baconator."
I never said that. That sounds like something a
Corey
crazy
said
person would say.
bacon, more bacon.
Wait, start from the beginning. He made us walk to Wawa to buy bacon.
forced
You
us.
bought a whole bag of shit that you weren't gonna eat. You fucking.
ate it all.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
You fat bastard.
Nikki, tell everybody what Corey bought at Wawa.
Corey bought bacon.
You with your
That was the
photographic
first-
memory, bring it all
I was
back.
watching him the entire time. I had to watch out for my friend Corey. He was a little bit drunk. He was a little bit wobbly. He fell over
I
later
want
that
to
night.
eat
We'll
some
get to that
bacon.
part.
I haven't had bacon in what? Ever?
What are you doing ago?
As soon as you walked into that Wawa, I saw your eyes light up. You saw that bacon.
Is that true?
I saw your tongue go out. You
I
licked
saw
your
the
lips.
salty crackers and then I
You
saw
got
the
a little
bacon.
bit sweaty. You're like, bacon tonight. So you grab that. Then you grab some soup. 1 cup of noodle. What was it? Cup of noodles, chicken noodle soup.
It
You
broke,
grabbed
by
a
the way.
huge box of crackers just for that chicken noodle soup.
It was one case for $5. This is a steal.
And you also got a cup of cheese and I think salami
Pepperonis,
and
yeah.
more crackers
It was
than
a
that.
snack, yeah.
I think you got
There was
some.
candy too, and also a whole bag of
Could be
chips.
some epic snacking that night.
So all the way back, what happened to?
That's what happens when you drink.
What happened on the way back?
Corey, tell us what happened.
Well, I didn't have my footing properly because I was intoxicated and I fell down a hill and almost was impaled on a fence.
Yes. Corey, why do you always want to run full speed when you drink? That's another thing.
He looked me right in the eyes, and I got scared. He said, "I'm Sonic the Hedgehog." And he's still running.
I knew you were gonna fucking say that. I was gonna say Naruto. I was gonna say fucking Sonic. Because they run this. Fuck you! I never wanted to run like Sonic.
They run the same.
You're trying to make your legs
You run like
that
fucking
circle.
Dr. Roy Eggman. Game 1.
Can Naruto spin dash?
Yes.
No, he can't.
Yes, he can.
Oh, you're fucking you guys in your anime.
You turn into a log.
Yeah, but can Sonic do hand signals?
Yes, probably.
Well, then I guess we're fine.
You know what Trunks can do here?
Anyways, Corey fell down a fucking hill. We walked back. And Corey looked at us, and he was like, "We're like bacon." And then you were like,
Then you fell up the hill.
I never said that. I was actually laughing because the defense mechanism I have that most retards have is they laugh a lot. Like they go to a point where they're hyperventilating because they almost die. Have you ever watched Jackass? Like you ever what's
What a
his
fucking
name?
segue, Corey.
No, it's still the same sort of what's his the dude he's like famous now.
Johnny Knoxville?
Yeah, Johnny Knoxville. He's like one of the famous members.
Did one of those guys die?
Yeah.
Ryan Dunn.
Yeah, Ryan.
Well,
Ryan Dunn, hit tree.
Did you cry, Chris?
I was sad.
He
I
was
bet
one of
that.
my
The dude fucking slammed his car
Yeah,
into a
I know,
tree. He was
but
a wasted driver.
yeah,
It's his
but I
fault.
grew up watching Jackass, and Ryan Dunn was my favorite.
His dad was sad, but it's his fucking fault.
Yeah, I know,
completely. He's an
obviously.
You
idiot.
had a killer
Yeah.
beard.
But anyways,
That doesn't matter. I was still sad.
anyways, like on like he. So he would do something that was really terrifying that he would be scared of. He would laugh.
Knoxville?
Yeah, like he laughs. Like if he's gonna get hit really hard, he starts like freaking out and laughing.
Yeah.
If he gets pelted by something, like when somebody drops something on his balls and stuff, he starts laughing. And if he's about to be attacked by a bull, he just starts laughing. And it's like some people do that. Like I remember I used to jump with my friend on the trampoline, and we would like punch each other and push each other off. And when we were about to fall off, we'd all like laugh because it's like a defense thing. I don't know. It's weird. There's probably like some reason for it, but So I would laugh when I was about to die.
So back to the bacon.
I see.
Back to the bacon.
Yeah, when Corey was falling, Zach and I were just staring at him.
Yeah.
Every time I thought you were going to stop.
You were open.
You were going to recover.
I saw you licking your lips.
Corey, you were in the kitchen. You were saying, "Add bacon strips. Add bacon strips."
When Corey was falling, every time he tried to recover, he started to fall more, and then you lost a shoe, and then that's when we were like, "Uh-oh." There's the fence.
There we go.
There's the spike. There's his head. Your brain was going to land right on it.
When Super Saiyan flew up to us again. But then we came to our house. He was like, "You guys have any like spraying stuff to spray the pan down?" You didn't find any, did you?
No.
He just fucking cooked the bacon.
On it.
He did it dry. He cooked the bacon dry, and it fucking almost caused a house fire.
I was gonna use butter and some other. You don't have anything. You don't have any condiments. You're gonna use fucking mustard.
Corey, you filled up the house with smoke, and everyone started coughing. We almost died. Remember?
But it like now smokes cigarettes. So you should be used to it.
He does.
Yeah, we don't though.
First of all, I was drunk. Second of all, I made the bacon.
Second of all, first of all, you shared it, and that was nice.
Yeah.
I had a few bacon strips.
But the problem is, like, it's like a small kitchen in a room, so it's like the smoke is gonna build up. I didn't know to open the window because I was drunk.
The window was right next to you.
I was drunk.
Have you played the fucking Sims, Corey? If you put someone in a closed space and light a fire, they die, you idiot.
Actually, when you first cook for the first time, because I did play The Sims, and you don't put an alarm, you're always supposed to put a fire alarm. The first time they cook, they will always cause
Corey,
fire.
did you know in The Sims you can do the cheat where you make a firework go up in the air, and the second it hits the ring, you pause the game, you pick up the explosion with the cheat, and you put it on your Sim, and you kill him.
I used to just make houses and like put a bunch of Sims in a corner and put furniture there and catch them on fire. Yeah. They just pee themselves until the fire eventually got to them. Okay, so if we're talking drunk stories, have we all talked about the drunkest we've ever been?
Nikki, what about you? Go.
No,
Drunkest I've ever been?
I think a little bit. I went to because I talked about. We definitely talked about it.
Talk about your worst, like drunk, like your best drunk. Have you ever had like a really weird drunk experience? A good drunk story?
Yes. When I was under 21, I was at a house party with two friends who were very drunk and on a lot of drugs, and then we went. We didn't have a lot of money, so we paid for a taxi and went to a bus terminal, and we missed the last bus leaving the terminal, and we decided to walk to my house because we were under 21.
How far away was it from your house?
It was a 4-hour walk.
You're all drunk and on drugs, right?
No, I was the only drunk one. I was on drugs. Yeah, we didn't want to call anyone because we were under 21. We didn't want to get in trouble.
You could like.
Wait, what kind of drugs were they? Were they like Red Bull or something?
I think it was like cocaine and ecstasy or something.
Okay. Sweet.
Doing Red
Pretty
Bull
hardcore drugs.
Dude, when I was a kid, I used to fucking drink like Red Bull and candy at the same time.
Whoa! Do you know what I used to do?
What kind of boy did I raise?
You know what I used to do?
Fuck boys.
I used to drink Coke and also drink Pop Rocks.
Dad, you're in trouble when he hears about this. So, continue.
Yeah, we walked to my house from the bus terminal, and I lost my shoes at a graveyard because we decided it was a good idea to cut through. And I stubbed my toe, it was black and bleeding, and I walked barefoot for about 3-4 hours along a highway full of casinos and hookers and all these like weird guys looking at us.
Walking on casino hookers?
Probably one of the stupidest things I've done. I probably should have been raped and killed that night, but I wasn't. I was
had it coming.
You get home and your fucking legs were blistered and ruined.
Yeah, I was looking at those guys. I was licking my lips. I was looking at my dirty ass.
See what that makes
Look, does that make you uncomfortable, Chris?
It's a bit slutty.
You like dirty feet?
No.
I think being able to draw a good, appealing cartoon style is way underappreciated in comparison to drawing a really realistic style.
No, I agree. What were we talking about?
I don't know.
You being a damn good president. That's what.
Yeah. Quite I'm saying you could run the platform and be like, sir, what is your opinion on the ballooning deficit? You'd be like, I don't know about that. First of all, fuck you.
God. Fuck you.
Sir, President
First of all,
okay, come on,
listen.
Jeff, let's
all
play
right,
a game.
you know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of parakeets, parrots, fucking macaws, and all these motherfuckers who repeat what I say over and over. Listen, first of all, listen.
Jeff, let's play your play. Jeff,
first of all, I don't have enough fucking saltine crackers to fill their goddamn mouth.
Jeff, let's play President Corey, okay?
Yeah.
Jeff, we're interviewers, okay?
Yeah.
So,
President Corey.
President Corey. So
you guys first question.
Mr. Corey, or President Corey, that is. You're running for re-election. What is your policy on Israel?
They're the ones that they wear the stuff and show their ankles, right?
Pardon me, sir. What is your policy on Israel? Do you believe in the two-state solution, sir?
We gotta get more foot jobs, more foot job focused stuff there.
Sir, what is your policy on the two-state solution? Do you support that or oppose that?
If they can only show their ankles, we gotta pass a law to at least be able to show half their face.
He's so right. He's so right.
We have a second question here from another reporter.
There's rumors Saudi Arabia is trying to clone Osama bin Laden and bring him back from the dead. What do you plan to do about that?
Build big robots.
This is why I voted for him.
We love you, Press Corey.
Mr. President, your adversary has said multiple times that you have caused $40 trillion in debt over 4 years. How is that possible? Where did all the money go to?
I spent it on stuff I needed at the time.
Like what?
Like personal stuff.
Corey. President Corey, could you answer for the $300 billion data center in Nevada that organizes the world's porn, but you've been ignoring global warming? What do you say to that?
Sir, I'd like to point out, I think to add on his question, sea level has risen 10 feet. Most of Florida's underwater.
Hold on.
President Corey, how do you explain the shortage of Pokemon cards and Sonic the Hedgehog figures?
Wait, sir.
I like that guy's question better.
Sir.
Explain it!
President Corey, like I said before, global warming has caused a 10-foot high sea level rise that's caused thousands of deaths.
Speak on behalf of this guy.
And all you keep talking about is a platform based on fruit snacks and salty crackers for all. So people are dying in your country.
Where are the Sonic figures?
Hold on. To classify it, weather will happen. It'll get hot, it'll get cold, just deal with it. Second of all, the figures are coming. They're coming.
You've been saying that for 15 years!
We're making them different flavors so kids can suck on them and they don't. At least when they choke, flavor in their mouth.
Thank you.
The President Corey, I got autism, but I was wondering, I forgot my question, sorry. I'm also autistic.
Thank you, that was President Corey, everyone.
Thank you. No more questions.
Oh, okay.
He's got some 1993 Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons to watch.
Tell Bobby
Corey sits in the Oval Office watching Sonic in the 90s.
Yeah. We had an interview with President Corey today who was watching Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons.
Setting him, to be specific.
Mr. Corey, what do you think of Iraq? Oh, no, what happened? Sonic the Hedgehog eats chili dogs. That's really fucking sweet. That's all I know about that.
Listen, realistically.
Listen, Corey, what do you think of Saudi Arabia developing nukes? Dude, Dr. Eggman's an asshole. Why does he always bother Sonic? What do you ever do to him?
I like other stuff besides Sonic. I like Dragon Ball Z. How about putting some Dragon Ball Z in this beat?
Fuck you, Corey.
We are funding super soldiers to act just like Goku in the
We are
heat of
trying to
battle.
build a real Naruto. He's our secret super weapon.
I'm gonna come to the podium and be like,
we are mixing animals until they form a Naruto.
We are inventing the fusion as seen in Dragon Ball Z episode. I would say it's around the Boo Saga.
We are building a real.
No further questions. And then I would be shot.
You'd be killed in the first day of office.
Assassinated.
Yeah.
I would be at the point of like,
Corey, I would be terrified.
Like 16 foot.
They would put you in Guantanamo, you must.
It would be like RoboCop. I'd be shot so much my arms would blow off.
Who would shoot you in the head? Who would do the last shot?
All women and children.
What? Together?
Yeah.
Corey, let me give you one last President Corey thing, right? Worst thing to ever hit America, a dirty bomb goes off in Times Square, New York, 1 million people dead. You have to make a speech to your people, to your citizens. What do you say?
I'm sorry. This is devastating to everyone and everyone else in the world. So we decided to put a big blanket over the explosion. That way, we can save money on resources and we can say goodnight to all of them.
You're
Put
gonna
them all to
spend
sleep.
like $50 million knitting a huge blanket to throw over New
Put
York's
over
hole.
corpses in the fucking smoldering ashes, you freak. What are you talking about?
The blanket's just gonna get sticky and rot over the city.
You don't know what kind of blanket it is.
What's it made out of?
What's it made out of?
It's that blue tarp shit.
Oh, that solves everything.
Corey, does it or does it not have Big Sonic the Hedgehog face on top? Alright, let's end this fucking segment, Jesus Christ.
A giant Sonic the Hedgehog memorial over fucking
The astronauts are looking
This is
down.
9/11 times like a million.
Yeah, I know.
And you put fucking Sonic the Hedgehog smiling.
It's only decided, like, just put a big tarp over it and walk.
Oh, throw a fucking blanket over it.
Sonic
Look
wagging
at
his
it.
finger up at the fucking satellites. Looking
The astronauts are like throwing up in space.
Meanwhile, fucking Iraq is laughing its ass off.
Yeah, because
what? They got
fucked
Sonic.
up, dude. They have like a brown Sonic. I should not have said that. Alright, let's move on.
Anyways, that's my presidential campaign.
You should have said that. Alright,
So Nikki,
what color shoes
Hashtag
you want?
Corey 2016.
Hashtag brown Sonic.
Nikki.
Yes.
He doesn't use rings, he
you
uses
asked something
rupees.
about artistry, being an artist.
You're back to art school.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 hours
Nuclear
later.
devastation. Yeah. So going from a Sonic the Hedgehog top over nuclear devastated New York.
Where you brought up
back to art
Sonic?
school.
You brought up Sonic. You brought up my supposed addiction.
I showed Shadman the fucking Bjork-stalker guy last night killing himself, and Shadman was getting a kick out of it.
I've
he
never seen that one.
He put on this big fat gamer guy who does.
Oh my god! When Corey was laughing at that, I was crying laughing at Corey laughing.
They basically the context is Shadman and Corey were putting this. They showed me this video of this big obese guy like, oh, I hate the fucking GameCube.
Yeah, he's like, there's the Nintendo shit cube.
And there's
he has like a cane or like a broomstick
There's a
or
sound
something.
he makes in the intro where it goes, oh. And also, dude, that sounds like the fucking Bjork-stalker when he kills himself for Ricardo Lopez. And I showed the Shad, he got a kick out of it.
And Corey was like laughing so fucking hard at that
It's
fact.
really why though. It's because it was a huge computer with massive speakers, like boom, boom.
Oh yeah, we were in the Newgrounds offices, and the Pico Day setup was already there, so there was like a huge projector with like massive speakers all around. Corey blasted it, and there's this big fat guy going, "Oh, Nintendo shit cube!" What else did you play now?
Yeah, I gave her.
So Corey's been staying at Stampers over the past weekend because of Pico Day.
Yeah.
In the mornings, I've been hanging out with him and Shad playing Mario Party 3D World.
Oh, I missed
Corey
those days.
is so intense when he plays
Dude.
it. He was stuck on a level, and he was red faced screaming. And of course, he was quoting like all these game reviewers. Yeah. And Shad's making all like trivial questions.
Oh, Shad's fanning the flames all the
Yeah.
time. Corey, calm down. It's only a video game.
Oh, Shad loves to do that.
You know, it was funny. There was, like he was playing. I woke up to him screaming one day. I was like, "What the fuck?" And I walked out. I was like, "Corey's dad must have died or something." And I walked upstairs and he was playing Sonic Adventure 2. That's like the funniest thing. That's Corey. That story.
He used to keep Chris up at night because he'd be screaming at Team Fortress 2.
Oh my god. I have a story about flushing corn down the toilet.
Oh, wait. Was this digestive?
You're gonna have to tell that one.
So
Is it already through your digestive system?
Corn on the cob. Wow.
Whoa, you got a full one came out in the turd?
No, I was eating dinner. I was about 5 years old. And I was really self-conscious about finishing my food. I don't know why.
In what way? You like you didn't want to finish it all? You felt.
I felt bad. Like I always felt like I had to finish my food. My parents
you
never.
felt obligated to finish
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
So we had corn on the cob for dinner one night, and I couldn't finish it, and I was really nervous. I'm like 4 or 5 years old, so I grabbed the cob and I sneak away into the bathroom, and I tried flushing it down
Where did
the
you put
toilet.
the corn in the cup? Just sneak it away? Did you put it in your shirt or
Yeah,
something?
like down my shirt. I hid it
Oh my
behind my
God.
back, walked away from the dinner table, and be like, "Oh, excuse me." So I went to the bathroom, tried flushing it down the toilet. Of course, I get stuck.
Your parents totally noticed you had a big fucking corn of the cup. Like, at the time, like, yeah, you're
mega turds.
They also noticed your fucking. They didn't think you ate the whole piece either. They noticed it was gone, but in your mind, you were like, "Yeah, I'm fucking sneaky." They saw it on your shirt.
So my dad, he had to fucking take the toilet out of the bathroom.
Oh, shit.
And he had to fix it. He had to unclog it in front of the lawn, in
And
front of
what
the
did he
house.
find?
And all our neighbors watched. And my dad was so mad at me. He still calls me Corn Flesher to this day. That's his nickname for me.
Wait,
like,
he's mad at you?
Yeah. And we were like, when we go out just in grocery shopping together, he's like, "Can you grab that Corn Flesher?" And I will never live it down. Oh,
that sounds
I'm
really.
so embarrassed.
That sounds like a really mean name, just from the way it sounds.
Just because also,
you fucking corn flusher.
By the way, it's because if somebody else doesn't know that story, they just think you shit a lot of corn or something. They think you have really girthy shits or something.
Yeah, or really corny shit.
Mick bought this shit called Dragon Sneezes.
Dragon's Milk.
Dragon's Milks.
How did you even fuck that up? It was to that degree.
Dragon Sickles.
It's like $90 per box of it, but that shit was tasty.
Yeah, the alcohol percentage is like fucking 8. What is it?
11.
I had like 3 of those beers. I was done. I was like almost blackout.
You should have eaten my fucking food, didn't you?
We didn't.
You drank that and ate my food.
So we're all watching a movie a few days ago. Zach decides to make a plate of leftovers in the microwave.
Heat up my delicious Vietnamese food that I barely ate. I was like, I'll save it for later. I'll have a delicious meal later.
And what a mistake that was,
Yeah,
sitting
it
down
was.
next to all these people
These fucking
drinking.
vultures.
I was like, I asked my
Nikki.
good friend Zach, I was like, "Can I have some broccoli, please?"
What did I do?
Nikki.
Broccoli?
What did I do? I'm a good Samaritan. What did I do?
Nikki, I have a confession to make. I'm the broccoli bandit.
You are the fucker. You ate all the broccoli.
He was spilling his tits
You
in fucking
stupid-
broccoli.
I wanted like 4 pieces. I saw like 5.
You know what I wanted? My fucking food that I paid for!
I had a broccoli.
Look, I'm sorry. I was hungry. I didn't have dinner.
Here's what happened.
Drunk.
I was trying to be quiet. I didn't want to scrape the fucking plate.
I had one broccoli though, but that was...
Shut up! I didn't want to scrape the plate and chew my fucking lips, so I was very carefully picking at it, eating very quietly. These vultures sort of sticking their heads like zombies.
That was
picking
Mick,
No, it
dude.
was you.
What?
Yeah, it was you and all of you.
I didn't do it.
Can I have a bite? Can I have a bite?
Oh, fine, here you go.
I didn't fucking do it.
Nikki sticks her big fucking crypt keeper hand, her big fucking disgusting hand, grabs a piece of chicken and starts smacking your lips like a corpse.
Fuck
And I was
you,
like,
Zach. You
I was
offered.
like, fine.
You offered.
I was like, fine, I'll be nice, I'll be generous.
When you sat down,
And then
you were
Nick's big Chinese eyes light up. I think I couldn't see.
They got a little bit bigger.
Listen, Zach, you sat down. I saw you with your fork. You were just picking at it for 10
I was
minutes.
I was
watching you. You were
I
right
was
next
being
to me.
quiet. I was being courteous because we were watching a movie. I didn't want to be.
But you weren't even taking a bite. You were just
I
taking your
was.
damn fork and just
Then I leave. I go
stirring
to the
it.
bathroom. I go to the bathroom. Mick is like a big fuck. He's like a pig with a big bucket of shit. He's just fucking downing it. Like he's seriously like, Mick, give me the food back. He's still eating the spoon like a child.
Yeah, you just didn't give it
He's
back. when you were
shoveling
saying
it.
that.
He's shoveling
You
it.
didn't give it back.
Fuck you, Mick. Give me lunch.
I had one piece of broccoli.
My point.
Yeah.
Broccoli.
Monopoly.
Anyways, fuck all of you for eating my food. Like delicious food.
Thanks,
That
Zach.
was all I had all that day.
Broccoli drama
was 2 pieces of
Broccoli gate.
Pieces of broccoli and
2 pieces of rice until these monsters
sliver
fucking
of
starved
chicken.
me.
Sorry, Zach.
What was the question?
The question was
favorite alcohol or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Okay, this one, Snapper gave me one that tasted like Fruity Pebbles. You guys know the
Oh,
name
yeah,
of it?
that drink.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to read it because I have a picture of it here. It was like Lanenlugen.
Yeah, it was something like that. It's like Linen. Yeah, it's just Fruity Pebbles.
I don't know what that
It's that. But it tastes like Fruity Pebbles and it's amazing.
Yeah,
Nikki Spring, what would you do?
What?
You guys fall asleep.
Yeah.
You wake up. Hey, baby. It's like the Hedgehog, Jaleel White version. He's grabbing your breast.
Hey, baby, you ready for a good time? You were asking for it. I saw you dressing this way, baby. I followed you home.
I pick him up, throw him out the fucking window.
He dodges you. What do you do?
He's too fast for
Then
that.
I pick him
Hey,
up and I
baby, you
kick
tried
him.
to fight, bitch?
I fucking set rat traps around the fucking floorboard so he gets stuck on it like the wax paper.
He pulls out his cock. It's actually very nice. It's also black.
Yeah, he's got a nice big black dick. Like one of those really nice ones.
He's sitting. He's laying back like, you know, one of those porn ads. It's like doctors hate this guy when he's like laying back.
Yeah,
and he's
one
got
of
a
those
big
really
cock.
tasty black
He
cocks.
lays back on his back and he's like,
What do you think, baby?
Is this way past cool or what?
You know about chili dog?
Well, if he does that, then I'm just taking off my panties right away, because woo!
He takes the
You're
mask.
Black dick!
He takes the mask off.
You were hopping on that.
It was actually.
Sonic's dick is not black!
He takes his mask off. It was actually
That's a Quiz Chan reference.
Cuba de Neutron.
No, hell no. Fuck that. I kill myself right there. Gun out. Boom. Dead. On the floor.
What if Jimmy? But no, Jimmy says, wait, before you do that, look what I got stacked in my hair.
Hear me out.
Look at my hair.
I know. Look, he's like, look, I'm not one of your average guys. I know I'm not. Look, I don't have a lot going on the outside, and I know I'm a little bit autistic. I know I have medication that keeps me from killing myself. I know my penis, one of my testicles, is very big and disgusting.
Yeah.
I know. I know that I probably won't live very long. I know that I'm not going to be very tall ever. Please just hear me out. I know this sounds horrible. Please just get to know me. Please, Nikki. Please. It's me, Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius.
No, I would not.
I've got a great personality.
I don't care. I don't know.
Okay,
no.
but he says, wait, before you kill me, I have an invention that I made. He takes out a ray gun, blasts himself, Sonic the Hedgehog. What would you do?
And then Sushi jumps in and rips his throat out, and Sonic dies.
Oh god. Oh god.
You know,
you keep bringing this podcast down, Sabrina.
Related to Jimmy Neutron. Do you remember the black girl? Remember?
Okay, easy now.
Remember when she got her hair?
They have rights now too, Nikki.
Remember when her hair was like changed?
Yeah. I remember.
What was
Oh yeah, they changed the. You mean in the show? That should be like on the street.
Like the hairstyle. The hairstyle.
Yeah, the black girl. What's her name?
She
It was
got really
Sydney's friend.
hot.
Yeah, they gave her huge
they gave her a slutty laugh, and they also changed Jimmy's pants too. They gave him a different haircut. They gave Sydney.
But yeah, they gave Jimmy white sneakers instead of little brown
They
fucking
also
Peter
gave
Griffin
pants
shoes.
instead of shorts.
Yeah.
See, I didn't notice that. I just noticed the fucking hair.
That's because all you care about is that fucking black.
I love hair. I'm a woman. I love Chris's hair. I want to braid it. It looks so long and pretty.
He's got nice hair.
It does.
When he runs.
So do you, Niall.
No, I don't. My hair's thin.
When you run, it
creepy.
like goes up and down like a little boy. It's kind of cute.
When I was getting a haircut, the black lady
when you do dance, it's like.
When I was getting a haircut, the black lady was like, "I love your hair." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." And she was like, "I love your hair." And she kept like sticking her hand through it, doing that. And I was like, "Thank you." She was like, "I love your hair."
It's probably getting wet down
and
there.
then she washed it, and because she gave me a haircut, and she washed it after, and she was like, "Oh."
Was she making direct eye contact with you?
I was closing my fucking eyes. I didn't want to look.
Now I am not a racist, okay?
Go on.
Careful.
But
you hate that dirty.
Careful.
What?
Dirty what?
African people cannot cut white people's hair. However, white people cannot cut African people's hairs. But
their hairs.
But the thing is,
Niall.
Yeah.
If they were born here, they're not African.
You fucking idiot.
African Americans, you goon.
They're not
from Africa.
They're Americans.
I'm Irish American.
You were born in. You lived in Ireland your whole life. Yeah. If they were born here, and your parents and grandparents and great grandparents were
colored folk.
Negroes.
Okay, Grandpa.
But see, the thing is, when I lived in this bad area in Trenton, New Jersey, and the only hairdressers around was somewhere.
Those are just shitty haircut places, dude.
Reflected the area. No, they gave some dapper American gentleman a nice haircut before.
Did you say black?
Before me, and then I sat down. I was like, "Yeah, can you give me like kind of a short sides and like keep it a little bit on top so I can style it up?" And he goes, "Yeah, my man." And then he cut my hair, and I looked like Lloyd Christmas out of Dumb and Dumber. And then he turned me around and he goes, "What do you think of that?" And I was like, "Ah!" No, I was actually like.
Did you do like the Home Alone scream?
No, it's too awkward. I just go like, "That's great," and I went home and sad.
Oh.
Yeah. This has been Sleepycast.
Oh,
Thanks for joining us.
Oh my god.
We're all horny now.
Yeah, we got
Not
a bit hot and
me.
heavy.
Guys, we're gonna have an orgy. You fucking sweaty nerds are gonna say, look, I want everybody listening right now to fucking lift their shirts up and look down. You should be ashamed of yourself, you fucking slobs.
The funniest thing Corey ever did was he let a piece of fruit rot in his room.
Yeah.
And fucking.
Oh, God.
And then it gave birth to all these maggots, right? No, listen, this is the best story ever. So Corey let this piece of fruit rot in his bedroom.
Back at the old house.
And then these maggots crawled out, like fucking millions,
They were
right?
they were all over the
millions.
ceiling.
Were there a bunch of flies
They all
around
poke
the
evolved
house?
into moths, little tiny moths.
no.
And then every day, I heard Corey slapping the wall going, "Oh, I'm sick of this!" It's like, Corey, remove the fucking rotten fruit, you idiot.
Yeah, you can still keep the fruit in there.
The whole house was covered in maggots and moths.
There was one time I walked into his room and there was a blue bottle. I was like, "Oh, this bottle been like 4 months." He's like, "Oh yeah."
And he opened the lid.
I looked inside and there was like 4 inches of dead flies. It was a fly holocaust.
shit.
And I was like, "Cool." And he started laughing. And he just left it. He left it.
Yeah, but every night he was slapping my
He
wall
was like-
to kill flies on the wall. I was like, Corey!
Also, Corey's bedroom had like glass shards to the ceiling because it was an art house, and they used to like sporadically just fall onto the ground, like almost impaling me. Be like, oh, you'd be like,
That is fucking frightening.
just like, oh, like right beside him.
Didn't that like jolt you out of a sleep at some point? Where you were just
I
like,
thought
oh, shit,
someone
we're
threw a
being
brick through the
broken into.
room. I thought someone, and I
And
woke up
Chris
Zach.
ran to my window. I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, still like dreaming. So I was like, "What?" Because Chris was standing over me. He didn't turn my light on. It was like a shadow of Chris going, "Hold on!" I was trying to process what the fuck was
I
happening.
thought someone was breaking in. I was like, Zach, did someone break in? And he was like, what?
Here's the story from Corey's perspective.
When I lived with Chris in Ireland, we had a fly problem, and I took pleasure in killing those flies.
Flies are fucking awesome.
I like even if no one was in the house, I'd talk to them. I'd be like, "Oh, you
Chris
think?"
having flies? I'm shocked.
Oh yeah, they're all like
flies.
They were all around his face and shit. When he was sitting on his computer, I had to kill him.
Is he shooting his tongue out?
But when I I talked to them, I was like, "Oh, I killed all of your brothers. What are you gonna do?" And then like one of them would get away, and I'm like, "You're lucky. If you're gone by the time I come back, I think you might have got away. But then if you'd been there, I'm gonna kill you."
Sorry, Chris told this story while I was away about me waking him up at fucking like 8 in the morning. Because it was like 3 in the morning probably, because I was smashing bugs in my room because some stupid asshole decided to leave a cereal container open and bring in the meal.
Actually, yeah, you do need to rectify that, because you actually weren't completely in the wrong there, because
I did not leave I didn't get, first of all, I didn't get a fucking like double wide box of Cheerios and leave it open.
No,
so
someone said, I don't know who said, but someone said on the podcast that you left a bit of rotten fruit in your room, but I think it was actually like rotting cereal in the kitchen.
No, that was not me. There was, okay, this is what happened. So just to fucking clear some up, this is another Judge Judy scenario. What actually happened was there was a fucking box of Cheerios that I didn't get because I didn't go downstairs to put fucking cereal down there. I had cereal in my own room. And somebody left it there and fucking mealworms got into it, and then everyone thought they were maggots, which I thought they were maggots.
Like they were larvae, so they were actually like maggots, like, by definition, but I
thought they were flies.
But they, instead of flies, they spawned into moths.
Yeah, they were meal moths, and those are the fucking worst because I have this door. One of my doors was kind of higher than others. It was about an inch off the ground.
But you gotta remember,
there was light that they could easily see at all times in the day. There was tons of them downstairs, and somehow, like, my door was always high enough so they could come inside, and I had meal moths all the time. Yeah. But what's funny is, I swear to God, this may sound like crazy, and it might just be a bias, but I feel like they were learning. Like, they were learning when to come out and when... Like,
no, they weren't, Corey.
Listen, okay? So after a while, I would kind of test. I would turn the lights off, turn it back on, and then when they were all out, right? I would kill them. No, listen. I would kill them all. And I would continue to do this. And then I started realizing that I would do this, and then I would see them, and they would immediately fly into the dark.
No.
Yeah, they used to just fly around, but then when I turn the lights on, they all, like, scatter into the dark.
I never heard of the term meal moth.
I didn't hear about it until they came.
They're
like fucking things that live in cereals. They're moths. They're tiny moths that live in cereals.
Never in the history of ever has...
But you lived in the house.
You know why you had fly problems in your room?
Wasn't me!
It's because you leave open bottles of Blue Moon in there and it's nothing but sugar in it.
That was not me. I had no Blue Moon in my fucking room. My room is completely clean because I made sure after there was fucking meal moths in the cereal that was downstairs, there was a fucking group about as tall as a fucking skyscraper in bug terms. See, that was not me.
Corey.
That was some asshole downstairs who left the fucking box of cereal open. My fucking room was fine.
Corey, I actually agree with you there.
Now, when I cleaned your room out when we moved out, there was nothing but beer bottles in there filled with bugs.
That was after.
Yeah, after.
After they were all dead.
No,
I celebrated by drinking beer and leaving them all over the place.
Corey, look, all right, so they're both right. I'm just giving an unbiased opinion. So Corey was not responsible.
There was a lot of moths in our kitchen.
I'm not gonna lie. I did have beer bottles and stuff in my room, but that wasn't what caused it.
It wasn't what caused
because Chris didn't have any in his fucking room. How do you explain that?
Because
Zach didn't have one either.
Because Chris had rotten sandwiches in his room.
Yeah, but Zach had like fucking 16 Blue Moons on the table counter on his fucking window. And my room had a light underneath because everyone else's room was completely dark, but mine had a light.
Yeah, you're through
Maybe
the wood.
you guys all have confusing problems because I never had bugs in my room, period.
Neither did I.
Surprise!
You're a jerk! And nice bottle glasses, nerd!
Incorrect!
Oh, no!
The first thing you said, incorrect. Second thing you said, very true.
Here's the thing, though.
The Mothman prophecy.
Here's the problem. Even if you got rid of the source, they're gonna try and live there regardless. If you got rid of all the weed, and I did, trust me. Once I started getting meal moths, my room was clean of all things. I made sure.
Is meal moths an official term?
I can tell you a story about meal moths.
Oh, so meal moths is an actual thing?
It's real. My brother had meal moths. He's in South Korea. All his cereal boxes in his pantry were filled with meal moths.
So yeah, you got it
and
too.
He came home and he sublet
God.
his place to another guy while he was visiting America. And I guess the guy went into the pantry, started opening cereal boxes, and just the whole place filled with meal moths. And he's like writing my brother these angry emails. He's like, "What the fuck?" He's like,
they fucking stink too, and they were like glued to the ceiling. Like you'd be walking around, they just land in your hair and on your hands, and you're just like,
Yeah, see, I thought you were smashing fruit flies. That's what everyone else was telling me.
No, they're meal
No,
moths.
it was actually the moths that were that like got birthed in the
fruit
kitchen.
flies are tiny. Like they wouldn't even bother me at all.
They bothered the shit out of me, man.
Yeah, they
never bother. I never got fruit flies. To be completely honest, I know it sounds crazy.
Fruit flies suck. Dude.
I know it sounds crazy, but I never got fruit flies. Once the fruit flies started coming in, I got rid of the source and they were gone. I never had fruit flies. Excessive amounts. I had them, but I got rid of them. Because they come, like you leave a beer out for a night, they're there in 2 seconds. They'll just just like appear before the beer or just
Let me
on
tell you
anything.
something about fruit flies. They swarm around my dick, my friend, because my shit is ripe.
Because your dick is African and black, so they swarm around your dick.
Yeah, it's like a mango.
They
It's
call
like an
African kid.
You won't even buy it from the store because you're like,
They
it's
crawl
gonna
into
spoil
your
real quick.
fucking like pores on your dick and they set up shop. They make more babies and you're like, check this out. I shake it a little, they all come out.
They get little studio apartments on my wiener.
Previously on Sleepycast.
Jeff, I heard something happened at the office recently. Something about tacos?
"Yeah, my fellow Sleepy Cabin members ate my tacos."
That doesn't seem like a very respectful thing to do.
Oh man, they were delicious. I drove Spaz Kid and Shadman to lunch.
Oh my god, you drove them to this restaurant?
Yes.
Tacos?
We went to a Mexican restaurant. We got a large portion. I got 4 tacos.
Okay.
When you bring food home from the restaurant in your little take-home box, the assumption is you're gonna eat them. Oh man, they were delicious. Each taco came with its own little lime slice. I put them in the Newgrounds refrigerator. I'm like, they'll be safe here. I open the refrigerator door. And they're not there. Oh man, they were delicious.
I want answers, Jeff. Who ate the tacos?
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys who's a bunch of bullshitter.
Corey, would you like to offer your side of the taco?
Yes, I will put it close to the taco discussion.
Just close this out.
Because people want to know the truth. They want to know the truth. They only hear it through Jeff's eyes. And in a real investigation, you don't hear it through the victim's eyes.
Let's do it like this. You be Corey's lawyer, and I'll be Jeff's lawyer.
Okay. All right. I'm Corey's lawyer.
Order in the court.
Case of the stolen carne asada tacos.
If you want to know what we're talking about, tune in to the last episode, which was Sleepycast last episode. What was it called? Senior Treachery.
Oh yes.
Agua edition.
Oh yes.
The very end of it. Anyways, order in the court.
I haven't heard this.
Bang 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 bang.
My client.
That's the gavel.
Yeah,
like innocent.
Corey's lawyer doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
You're the worst. I hired you.
My client is
and
innocent.
all you do is fuck my wife and barely do anything to protect me.
Look, I'll give you the best damn case you can possibly
get. You're like, my defendant is guilty.
Look, I don't know what this is about.
All right, I'll tell you. Here's the.
My client went to a restaurant with you. True or false, Corey?
It's true.
He ordered tacos. True or false, Corey?
I ordered tacos also.
It's irrelevant, Your Honor. It's irrelevant. He brought his tacos home in a takeout box, put them in the fridge, and you ate them.
But that's not true.
Your stomach stole his property.
Hold on, I have a recording right here.
True or false?
I have a recording right here of the perpetrator who started the taco eating.
Okay.
Like the taco eating
Let's
shenanigans.
play evidence A.
Okay, hold on.
Man, I'm gonna hit you with some Goodwill Hunting shit after this. Keep going.
What a math problem. Ordering the shut up, Niall.
Hold on. Hello, Corey. Do you think Jeff will eat these tacos? I don't know. See?
As a friend, you should have been like, yes.
But
They're
here's the thing,
Jeff's
Jeff.
tacos.
Here's the thing, Jeff. There have been times, and I've noticed it might just be a cognitive bias based on where we go, but that you leave Jasmine stuff in the fridge.
Do you know what I leave in the fridge?
Order in the court. If Jeff left his wallet on the table, would you take money out? Because every now and again he leaves money on the table.
No,
To be
overruled.
fair.
Objection.
To be fair.
He doesn't leave money on the table for people to eat. If it's in the fridge, it could be up for grabs. Did you?
You can't eat money!
Did you have a sticker they could spend it on food though?
They knew it was mine.
Did you have a sticker saying Jeff's do not eat?
Okay, here's what happened.
Is that
That's a
necessary?
universal sign.
Am I working with children? Do I need to do that?
All right, hold on.
What?
Apparently.
Before we start pointing fingers, here's what really
It's
happened.
been pointed.
Shad came to me. He came to me with sad puppy dog eyes.
Your Honor, I'm going to let him finish his statement if he wants to. I already have
Listen.
my objection in mind.
The fact that you
hold
motherfuckers
on,
don't have cars or anything
Hold on,
is your
listen.
problem.
Order the court!
Throw him in jail and throw out the key.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
Your Honor. Let's
So,
continue.
anyways,
You tell us what
Shad-
happened. Tell the court what happened, Cora.
Shadman came to me with puppy dog eyes, carrying a bag of tacos, his bottom lip quivering, and he's like, I'm very hungry. And I'm like, you know what? It's fine. Jeff doesn't always eat his leftovers. It's
There's
cool.
a Wawa about 5 minutes up the street walking distance.
It-
That's cool.
Actually,
It's open 24 hours.
it was closed.
It was closed.
Okay.
That doesn't make it okay, though.
Hold on. Anyways, the real victim, the real person, the real perpetrator, the real enemy who started this to begin with was a little alcoholic beverage I like to call 99% proof peach alcohol and a little bit of Blue Moon.
Passing the buck to an inanimate object.
Hold on. My alcoholic side, Corey's alcoholic side is the fucking.
Corey, I can't help you here, dude. This is you're digging your own
Do you
grave.
accept or
Well, this is
deny
exactly
you
what happened,
ate
though.
one of the tacos?
I ate one of the half-eaten tacos. Yes.
So you're guilty of eating his tacos.
Oh, that's right. There were two.
Regardless of Shad,
Yeah.
you're guilty.
I am.
Look, if Shad started killing somebody and then you came in to start stabbing him, then you're still guilty of murder because you helped commit the crime. You're guilty.
That's not true.
And sentenced to death. That is true. You'll still be guilty of
Whose idea was it?
accessory to taco
Who
eating.
said? Whose idea was this devious scheme? Who said?
Shad's puppy dog eyes and my drunk side.
May I offer before we close out the case? May I offer one other extenuating piece of evidence?
You're overruled.
Let the court show Jeff has pulled his wiener out.
I'm opening case. Joshua works here. Had a sandwich in the fridge. What happened to that, Corey? Go.
All right, let me explain myself. I gave the 2-day rule on the sandwich in the fridge. The 2-day rule stands. If somebody hasn't eaten it after 2 days, I assume fair play because it's been in there for 2 days. And most people, let's say something like McDonald's or Burger King, are not going to reheat something that's been in there for a few days.
You will, though.
A day?
You take it
Yes.
upon yourself to
However,
garbage disposal to clean out the fridge.
However, I also thought it was Tom who left it there. For that one time when we went out and Tom said, I might just go to Burger King or something.
So you thought it was okay to eat your boss?
No, hold on. I thought he went to BurgerKing and left food in there. There was no way Tom would reheat fucking 2-day-old Burger King.
Look, you are making a lot of assumptions.
So I assumed, I did. I
a lot of leaps of faith.
Your lawyer is turning on you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It looks like we do got a serial food thief.
This man,
in our
Mr.
midst.
Spaz Kid.
You don't even know how to be a lawyer.
He's trying to pass
Give me
himself
back my
off.
$300.
It's a lot.
And you're saving it.
See, the fact that you only paid $300 for a lawyer shows you got a shitty lawyer.
Actually, $300 is a steal for a lawyer. And you're
Not me.
What kind of fucking lawyer whose job is to protect you says, wow, you fucking paid, I'm a worthless lawyer, you idiot, you wasted $300.
Look, I'm not even a lawyer.
Better
I did University of Phoenix.
Guilty. Next topic.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Guilty, sentenced to death.
This is what happened. Before, Shad ate it, and then he was like, these tacos are awful. And I'm like, you should probably heat them up. But then I went, and I got drunk, and then I came back, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna eat the rest of them.
You know why they were awful? Because it was the bitter taste of theft in his mouth.
Motherfuckers.
That's true. There was guilt.
Shad will eat a sandwich out of the trash can and enjoy it.
But there was something wrong about those tacos, and he knew it when he ate it. Because you were doing something illegal.
Yeah.
Thievery.
With tacos.
Everything I do, I'm holding my heart right now. Everything I do for you two.
Jeff,
And
you got
betray
your
me.
tacos back. You got your kids. You got your tacos. You got your beautiful wife. What else do you want?
And if I could also say to the jury of sympathetic listeners right now, Jeff has never stolen Corey's food. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Wait, Corey,
Jeff
do you have any
wouldn't
final
want my
words?
food.
Corey, do you have any final words on this topic? Do you want to?
Jeff wouldn't steal my food because he wouldn't want the food I have.
Whoa, dude, that was a Goodwill Hunting.
You mean I can have a bowl of your kid's cereal sometime if I want it? All right.
You could have a bowl of Kix with a little bit of 1% milk. Not too
It's
much.
like- I
Just
could have-
enough to kind of make the cereal
with a
wet.
side of like random sausages you buy. It's like kick cereal and sausage.
You could, yes, Jeff. You could have one of my beef brats.
All right.
Only one and a half of one because it's fair. Because I ate half
All right.
of your fucking shat-eating tacos.
Jeff wouldn't want your food because he doesn't eat ass, my friend. New lawyer. No.
I tried.
Fuck off, bad lawyer.
I'm hanging with what's the guy who hits the hammer?
To leave someone hanging when they high five.
I'm hanging with
one
the
of the
judge.
neatest things you can do. Oh, thanks, Stamper.
My client ate your tacos because you were negligent, Jeff.
Look, you
negligent.
you admitted to guilt. What I said was, I will give you the best case you can possibly get. Look,
You laughed that you're the worst lawyer.
I award Corey more tacos and Jeff sentenced to death.
This could be a novel.
By the guillotine.
To kill a Cory bird or something.
To kill a taco.
Also, I heard Jeff
Eat a
whisper
taco.
something racist, so...
What?
I don't know.
I was getting there. I better
Listen.
stop.
dude, no.
Enough with the taco shit. Move on.
Yeah.
Stamper, have you ever talked about Vincent Van Gogh on the podcast?
I might have cracked on him once.
Okay, I was
twice.
because I thought your opinion on him was funny.
I don't think any of us know that.
What's your opinion on Vince Van Gogh?
Well, I thought it was a hack.
Damn, dude.
Just drop the axe.
What did you look that pussy walked around? He's like, yo, Sample, what's up?
What about that
You're
one
talking
dude?
Shit, dude?
What about that one dude who drew?
Look,
like,
I'll put it this way: like, go
He
to a
walks,
museum.
I'll be Vincent Van Gogh. What's up, man? Heard you been talking shit. My buddy Rick told me about what you were saying, man. Talking shit behind my back, man.
Oh yeah, I saw Starry Night. It was great, Mr. Van Gogh. And I also saw a painting next to it that was photorealistic before photographs even existed, and they painted it with berries.
Damn, dude. Where'd that come from?
Oh, boo-hoo, you cut your ear off? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have problems with your fucking life.
Say why you don't like him. It's funny.
What's that one painter? That one dude who makes faces look like
Picasso.
Fucking Picasso. I hate Picasso.
I don't like
Well,
his
see, that's
art
the
either.
thing. Like Van Gogh and Picasso, they all went through phases of what they did.
I think
so. You can't
Picasso-
totally hate. And truthfully,
They all started with,
He's
like,
a creator,
very-
so I cannot say that I really hate
As
Van
far
Gogh.
as art goes, I think Picasso.
I hate Jackson Pollock. I'll say that much.
Maybe Picasso has maybe two pieces I think are good because it looks like he put effort into it. But for the most part, I mean,
If it were
in my opinion,
Corey, if he uploaded his picture to the New Gods art portal, what would you review? What would you leave him? What would
be
you score
like
him?
0, nice creativity.
Wait, what about that guy who did the camel soup?
I'd be like, oh, how cute. Are you pulling off a fucking, what's his name? Are you pulling off a Tim Schafer look?
He'd respond be like, too long, get a read, lol. What do you think?
What about the dude who did the Campbell soup and the Marilyn Monroe shit? What was his name again?
Andy Warhol.
Yeah, he was kind of shit.
He was the first meme maker, as far as I'm concerned.
I don't know. Why
He just
is the can
copied
of
other
soup
people's shit
interesting?
and then recolored it.
Because it was presented in a way that you've never seen it before.
What can
Jackson
I draw?
Pollock holds the record for the most expensive painting ever sold.
Really?
And he's up there, and it's one of those bullshit fucking splatter paintings, and I can't
Oh, it's one
stand
of those ones? Oh, I hate those ones. Fuck
You've
that.
never heard of Pollock before?
No.
I know I'm gonna get crucified for this, but the dude was a fucking hack. And
No,
then he
if it's one of
died
those
as
splatter
an
things, then he-
alcoholic, and I'm glad.
Looks like the Art Attack logo. Fuck that.
They have like art museums where they glue hair to cheese and they're like, it's realism.
It's realism.
It's all his emotion. I just had to let my emotions out.
I heard something recently that really stuck with me. It's like, I think art went from like expression plus talent to just expression.
Yeah.
Alright.
Anybody can express themselves. It doesn't make you a
That
fucking
fucking
artist.
interior semantics.
It's
Have you
not
seen a girl standing on
expression.
pies.
Yeah.
That's
It's
art.
doing something, and then somebody else perceives perception.
Painting a photorealistic landscape with creativity and weirdness put into it, that's art.
I saw.
Hanging a tire from a different tire is that art.
I actually think Free Bleed McGee is really one of my favorite artists. She's that one chick who bleeds on things.
Oh yeah, the SpaghettiOs chick, right?
I saw this video.
She's a good artist.
Supposedly
Realistic.
art. It was 3 naked people rolling around a crowd of people, and they had to like hold them up while they were like going around. And
Yeah, I
these
saw
people-
that. It's
these people in the
Katamari
audience-
Damacy.
These people in the audience didn't know what was going on. Just naked people had their ass in their face, and they're like, Jesus Christ, that was art for some reason. They were just rolling down
I think
the thing.
anyone calls everything art because, like you said, expression.
Expression is not art.
Well, that
I don't
people
think
would,
so.
I'm sure there's a school of people that argue otherwise.
I feel like
agree with you, Zach.
it's a crapshoot. It's like rolling dice. Like, Zach, you could dip your hand in a bucket of black paint and then just whip it at a canvas and then just wait for somebody to say, oh, that really speaks to me. And then you can sit and bullshit them for a couple hours and be like, here's what I was thinking about. But truthfully,
it was a metaphor for
you
racism
whip
in the
black
United
paint.
States.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can literally fucking add a million things to it.
You see all these black dots? Those are all the African Americans that aren't getting their just cause.
And I also think that the people who think that they're good are all like bullshitting themselves because they want to seem like they're higher up than other people. They're just snobs.
Go to eBay, type in painting, and then sort it from highest price to lowest price, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about.
I was about to say that. I would be like,
It's
you know
all
what,
splatter
artists-
paintings. Dudes asking buy it now price for $5 million.
I could
They're
like
just waiting for it.
I could sit my bare ass in paint and then sit on a canvas and say like it's a beautiful
You
butterfly.
could do what
People
that
be
one
like,
guy does and pump paint up his ass and spray it out on canvas.
Someone does that? Well, that one up me.
And there's the other dude that like ties wires to his back and then he covers his whole body with paint and just swings into canvases like Spider-Man, and then he sells those. It's bullshit. It's complete bullshit.
You ever see those side by sides where it's like?
Granted, it's not that it's not creative, but it's still bullshit.
It's still bullshit. It's
give
not
me a
like
break.
yeah. There's no expression. That's literally what it is. He swung his body in a.
You ever see the side by sides where it's like, was this done by a famous artist or a 5-year-old? It's like they put the side by sides. It's like, oh,
that sounds
because they think like a 5-year-old. I think there was like a couple years ago. There was a 5-year-old who was like throwing paint on a canvas and it was selling for a fucking lot of money.
They did that in New York. There was
Yeah.
like that abstract museum, and then they intentionally did that where they got a bunch of finger paintings from first grade kindergarten students, and they hung them all up, and then all these art critics went there, and they were like, oh, I love the use of color. But it was children that did them.
Exactly. That's my point. It's exactly it. They don't know what they're talking
You
about.
think like the dudes at like ratemypoop.com, like they actually
that is art.
They carried in a turd in a duffel bag or in a plastic container. I get those confused. And they went to one of the art people and they were like, here. And they showed them. And there's like googly eyes implanted. I remember a turd that was rated 10 had googly eyes and was looking back at you. Do you think he presented that turd to an art place and they gave him $4 million for it?
You know, Corey, it's fucked up, but I honestly think if you gave a petrified turd with googly eyes to an art museum, they'd put it up.
They would.
Not only that, but I have
Because it's art. It's real.
I don't think I've told this story before.
Realistically, when a poop comes out, it's looking back at you. That's the only thing it sees. It's looking up. It's not looking down. It's looking up. So you wash it away.
It's a metaphor for the poor looking up at society, man.
Some lady got like sued because she was like a janitor at an art museum and she threw a bunch of garbage into a trash can and the artist was like, "That was art," and it just like got her in trouble.
What the fuck?
So there is a village in Germany, Kleve, Germany, and you can look it up. And at the top of this village, there's a hill. The whole thing's built on a hill, and there's a castle at the top. And this whole village, Kleve, is famous for an artist that they had. It's one of the things they're famous for. They had an artist that was very famous there, and he got so pissed off that everybody loved his work. No matter what he did, everybody would say, "Oh yes, amazing, amazing," and they'd come. And he got so pissed off at it, he was like, finally, he just pooped in a box, and everyone fucking loved it.
Yeah.
Not only did they love it,
So they put googly eyes on it.
No, they should have. If you go to the castle, it is the centerpiece of the museum of the floor that is dedicated to him. It is literally the biggest FU to himself that he could have possibly
That's what
done.
I'm saying. That's why art works and that's why comedy works. The first rule of comedy is people always laugh at, and they're always receptive of things that they've never seen before. That's why things are funny. That's why it triggers in your mind. You do something, never mind a meme. A meme is funny or something random is funny the first time you see it.
I feel like a lot of people see that and try to be artificially random.
Right.
They try to be artificially creative and say, "Oh, I'm gonna."
But they're still missing the point. It's all something you've never seen before. It's like there was another gallery in New York that the centerpiece pieces was a pig's head. They cut off the head of a pig and they put it in a confined acrylic box. And the art piece was watching the pig's head rot and just you gather bugs and do all that. And every time you went back and you saw it, you would just see the pig head rot. And it's something that nobody's seen before, but that's art.
And people paid astronomical amounts of money to see a fucking pig head rot in a box. But it's all something that nobody's seen before. That's all it is. And it works with a lot of stuff.
Well, I was going to say that's probably why if you look at the paintings that are most expensive, they're the ones that look just like random ass bullshit. Because if you have a painting that looks like something else, your mind can comprehend what you're seeing.
Yeah.
And you might even be able to put a value on that. But if you're looking at paint splatters or some like weird abstract piece of shit, because you don't quote unquote understand it, you try to fill in the blanks, and all of a sudden the worth of it is so
because whatever,
it's undefinable.
Well, I'll tell you,
in terms of
it's almost like a self-appreciation. It's like you assign it
Exactly.
your own worth, so you're kind of assigning yourself that price.
The more you
your
care about this
interpretation.
random piece of thing, the more you're equivocating it to your own
really
value.
paying for your own opinion
exactly.
there, right?
You are
I mean, it's
paying
like,
for your own
this
opinion.
is what I feel it is, and I feel this is the best example, and this is what I, you know what I mean?
I want to hold a focus group for paintings. I want to show one painting and then bring 20 people in and say, write your honest opinion down on this piece of paper, and every opinion, it's going to be a fucking travesty at the end of it, because nobody's going to have the same...
And that's what they're capitalizing on. That's the people, they know what they're doing. And they're saying that's the art. I'm sure that they would say, well, that's the point, is that people interpret differently.
No, what they're saying is you just don't understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you pay enough money, then
what's
you
funny
do.
too is a lot of sometimes you'll even have the artist be like, somebody will say painting, be like, oh, it's a metaphor for all the Jews killed in the Holocaust. It's like, no, it was drawing an apple.
It's like one of those
from a different angle.
It's like one of those bullshit movies that has like an ending that's just open
ambiguous
to interpretation.
Yeah.
So
It's
everyone's in forums like, no, it meant this. It's like, oh, you're so stupid. It meant this. Oh no, you're stupid. It meant this. And
It's
it just keeps
easy
going.
to pander to people's personal, because like if you read a book, it's like you imagine what the main character looks like. It's the best version of your head.
Right.
So it's a really kind of an easy way to get out of things. I think the unambiguous ending, or the left to interpretation endings, are always really lazy, because it's like literally it's what the person wants to be.
Like
the artist is so
Sopranos
terrified that they're not good at their job that they're like, oh, you decide, man. I'm not.
Right.
I don't want to write it. I'm a writer.
I think there are cases where, like, if you've set it up right, I feel like there are times
Maybe it could be kind of fun and playful, but if it's so lazy, it's just like, I don't know, you decide.
So last thing, do you think when I see an amazing painting done by somebody in fucking 1824, I look at it in a technical way, but most people don't respect it. They're upstairs looking at all the contemporary art. I'm looking at it in this way, but it's something that everyone's seen before, so they don't care about that.
Definitely. Well, it's the other problem too is they look at it, okay,
They see like these amazing marble statues before like anyone really knew how to carve marble, and you're like, wow. Nobody I know in this entire lifespan could ever carve a human statue out of marble with that kind of detail.
In fairness, though, they became what's it called, like, not interns, but what's the word when someone takes them on to do to help
Apprentice?
them out? Apprentice, yeah. They became them when they were like 14, and that's all they did until they were 20-something.
It's still amazing work, but people always look at it at like the corner of their eye, and they just walk past it.
Well, it's because they know what it is, right? They can see, okay, this is this person's skill level. This is this person. This is how long it probably took them. This is what it looks like. Da-da-da-da. But if you walk up, it's pretty. Basically, it's self-masturbation. That's what people are pandering to these days. It's self-masturbation. It's you projecting your own opinions and whatever you want it to be.
Like it actually matters.
Oh, I was gonna say, when I look for art, the things I'm looking for in art is two things: either a half-naked girl, or the art is like, it's a path, but it's like a unique kind of style. Like there's that one art piece where it's like the path is constantly going up, but it tricks your eyes into thinking it resets.
In Escher? That was in Escher.
Oh, Escher, that stuff to me is really cool. So something that you look at that fucks with your vision, like something that if it like you look at a dot in the middle and then like you can see shit other than that. In my opinion, that kind of art is.
Are you talking about optical illusions?
Yeah,
it is fun art though. That to me is cool.
fun.
I would actually rather have a piece of optical illusion art in my house.
You're talking about like on Facebook where it's like stare at the dot.
Yes, I want that on my wall.
Square. Yeah.
I want that on my wall with a naked girl next to it. It's perfect. It's like this keeps your attention and this keeps your attention.
Or she's clothed, and then when you look at the dot and then look at her,
That
again,
would be
she's naked.
that would be a perfect.
Corey, put the dot in her pussy, dude. It's both.
No, what I mean.
Invent that, Corey.
You can do
Look,
that.
those dots appear all over
and then
titties.
like since it like makes your vision all fucked up, you like look at her and then her titties are twisting and it's like kind of like
No, what I'm saying is for the kids out there, hey kiddies, if you want to have nudie pics up in your house, you can do some cool optical illusion stuff where like you have to stare at like a green dot for 5
It's really
seconds,
hard to do that.
and then look at the picture, and you'll see this beautiful
pussy
naked
ovulating.
thing, naked guy, girl, whatever you like. What do you think?
Let's do it. I'm saying
if you just walked into the room, your parents would never know. They'd have to be staring at green and red dots.
To go back a couple.
Get
a dot in the pussy.
Thank you.
Get art, so you need a fucking decoder ring to enjoy it.
That's right.
Next question.
We need to go on to the next question.
All right. So next up from Potato.
How does the decoder ring work with a dot pussy? Go on.
Because you put the label on and it tells you which picture to look at because it matches up with the green dot. Anyways.
All right, boys.
Yes.
B Biscuit asks, "What's an easy to learn, hard to master aspect of animation?"
Oh, there's a new one.
Easy to learn, hard to master.
Easy to learn.
I would say this. I would say all of the principles of animation in general. There's probably 5 or 6 things that you really need to know when you're animating. It's easy to learn what those are and know what those are and know you have to do those.
But applying them.
But to actually apply those in unison like a nice dance is super hard.
Here you go. Keyframing. People think like, yeah, you can do keyframing simple. You get to the first point to the last point, but there's a lot of stuff you kind of have to know.
There's a lot of moving parts moving at different rates.
Yeah.
It's not hard. It's
tedious.
Everyone has a different method of animating.
Yeah.
Like everyone in this room right now animates in a very different way, so you can't say that it's hard.
Well, it was hard for me.
When somebody's asking, they're looking for a direction in that, and there is no direction because everybody does things their own way. If I opened up one of Zach's files, my mind would be blown, and vice versa, and anyone else in this room. Like, everybody does things very differently. It's all about your bottom line and how you want to get it out.
You will find your own way of doing stuff. I would just say feel it out. Look at everything you have and try to apply it your own way, and you'll find your own formula. You'll find, oh, this way works. I click with this way.
And I was just talking about Flash too.
Yeah, exactly. Flash too. So
there's other programs and
other programs.
methods.
You could do CG. You could do puppet animation. You could do tweeny. You could do frame by frame. You could do limited frame by frame. You could do a million different things.
Stop motion.
For me,
stop motion. Yeah.
So for me though, it was keying and getting that down. For me, because they asked what is hard, and for me it was getting keys and following through with the keys, because you put a key and then you go through with it. But for me, there was always like I had to learn how many frames would go in between that, or if I wanted to exaggerate certain things. And then sometimes I would change the keys or add in more keys because I didn't like how those keys were laid out.
What I tried to do, and this is what I try to do in general now with animation, I think it's the easiest thing to do, is it's really easy to get carried away and do things straight ahead and do kind of micromanage everything. But what I do is I do keyframes. I divide it more and more and more. So maybe the end of this animation has 50 frames, but I start off with 2. So I do keyframe, then I put one in the middle there, then a breakdown. Then I put ones between those, then I put ones between those, then I put ones between those. So it's I kind of have it constantly.
Well,
it's
actually,
like a cell dividing.
Now for me, it's kind of like what I do is since I'm doing like game development, so I'm doing characters constantly.
Yeah, sure.
I have full bodies to work with, but I have them kind of not in a T shape like bullshit 3D, but just in their standard stand position, and I pretty much take their area of perspective and I work within that area. So if they're punching, I take their static position and I draw them punching over that, kind of like that's the overlay for me. And if they're like surprised or anything, I use the original static position, and that's pretty much how
good advice,
I do
actually.
keys, and it retains the same shape, so you don't get that wonky off the shape things because you have your original thing you were following. You were just moving with that, and I do that a lot for animation now. Like if I have a key, I'll work within the key. I'll take the head, and if the head's supposed to be looking up, I'll draw within the head if he's looking forward, but I just know the perspective is looking up, so I kind of got to figure out.
And then you
the chin
adjust
shape.
the body later if you have
exactly.
to compensate for that. But you have the body there as a reference. The
That's
original.
kind of what onion skinning is, though.
Yeah, it's like you set an onion skin layer, and fucking Jeff has completely warped my way of animating. I'll be honest, in a good way. Before it used to be more like really freehand.
Wait, where is Jeff?
He died on his way here. He didn't honk his horn like he's supposed to because it's kind of like the uniformal rule when you drive
the Jeep guys fucking rode him off the road like Mad Max,
crashed into him. They all rolled him off the street.
Jeep guys beep at each other?
Basically, if you don't honk your horn or wave at them or, acknowledge other Jeep people when they wave at you, they will fucking hunt you down and kill you.
They recognize you too.
Yeah,
But is that actually a thing, like that they do honk at each other?
Yeah.
Wow, he's recording Evo right now.
Yeah. He's
in his
TiVoing
underwear.
Evo. He's TiVoing Evo.
With a sweatband on.